you're okay, we can go ahead and open. It
Sure.
is Saturday, December 9th at 7:37 in the morning.
What?
9:37 in the morning, sorry guys.
Good morning.
It only feels like 7:37.
9:37 in the morning, we are meeting as select board to review bylaws with ad hoc bylaw committee. It's Peter, Harry, Paul, myself in person currently. I think Jen will be joining us shortly. We have a Zoom option available for anybody tuning in now, and I think it is being recorded for re-airing on local, no, not local,
I
but
don't
on
plan,
YouTube.
only on our video on demand services, YouTube and our video service.
Okay. So will be viewable, just maybe not in all the traditional places. This is a working day-long meeting, so we're trying to finish up the bylaw review. If we can just start with the pledge, and then we'll get going. Pledge
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I think Peter had sent around the most recent versions of stuff. And I think, Peter, you said you would like to start with animal control.
Right, I figure we'll just go through in book order, which should be the sequence of the ones they'll all have earlier numbers indicating what the,
Can I pull this shut? 'Cause I'm hearing the
Yeah,
echo.
absolutely.
Okay, 'cause I'm hearing the echo from in there.
we meant to do that earlier, it just slipped today because we're not in there. Yeah, so we'll just go through in sequence of chapter 8, which is our final chapter, plus the fine table, although I do that more as a presentation because comments, any changes came from whoever the authority is. Whatever the limits are set by the authority and not by certainly the committee. But just introduce you to the format of how it's all going to look and feel. Having done that. So, starting with animal control. This is one we worked on a long time because we were waiting for legal counsel input that was very slow in coming. And so we sort of had to make some decisions on our own. So we'll see what happens with legal review. It has gone off to the animal control officer and chief of police for their review. Austin says that they have some feedback that I haven't seen yet, which is fine. I don't. So just moving forward, and because I don't have good notes on everything that changed, I'm gonna have to go through this almost line by line myself just to see everything that we changed. The biggest changes, here, let me pull up this. We removed elements that conflicted with Mass General Law, and yes, there were conflicts. For example, a dog can only be declared a nuisance after a hearing. It can't just be said by the ACO because Mass General Law says so. We did quite a bit on kennel licensing, and we removed many things from this bylaw that merely duplicated Mass General Law. Mass General Law, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's chapter 140, sections 136A through 143 perhaps? No, 173, excuse me, because it covers, animal control in total covers a broad range of animals. This bylaw has historically dealt only with dogs, and that's not changing for this iteration. There have been discussions about including other animals here. We're leaving that to the permanent bylaw committee to discuss and review because we won't get it right in time for February, so we're not going to try.
And by other animals, it's mainly cats.
Actually, birds,
Oh, chickens?
fowl of any sort,
Okay.
yes.
Cause I know that there's been chatter also about cats as well. So that's fine. But
I
again,
haven't
that's-
heard that, but I'm not surprised. There are, yeah.
That's fine. I think it makes sense to send that to the make notes to kind of pass on to the bylaw, the fully seated bylaw committee. I'm hoping, Austin, if you're on, I'm hoping for our January 8th meeting, we can have a draft charge for that committee and open it. I figured going into the public information sessions in January would be a great opportunity to advertise that we're recruiting people for it as well.
Sure.
And that then hopefully we can have a group seated. We'll see how the board feels, consider extending the ad hoc's time a month or so beyond the February meeting, but we'll see how that shakes out.
We had planned to be
Or at least
formed through the Attorney General's comments. And that will be roughly 3 months after the meeting, so February, March, April, May.
Yeah.
So round about the time of the annual is when we, the ad hoc bylaw committee, believe that we will be dischargeable.
Yeah. But like I said, for our own information and going kind of looking at the calendar, I figured we could do it the first meeting in January. I figured if we do it too close to the holidays, it's gonna get lost in the shuffle. And then going into the public information sessions and everything that I think the ad hoc committee and us probably will hopefully jointly collaboratively hold, is a good opportunity to advertise that we're recruiting people for the fully seated committee also.
Great. Alrighty, so since this dealt primarily with dogs, in fact, virtually exclusively with dogs in the past, that's what this has now. Yes, we have a specific authority granted by the right sections of MGL documented here. We specifically say the town clerk is the licensing authority. That may be somewhere else, but it wasn't clear, so we just put it in there. Dog registration. So there are 1 to 4 dogs, and there's more than that. Anything more than 4 dogs requires a kennel, and the type of kennel depends upon the purpose of it. There are personal kennels, and there are veterinary kennels, and there are commercial kennels, and breeding kennels. Mass General Law defines a variety of kennels. And we leave those definitions to Mass General Law rather than confuse anything. But here we say, what's the most important thing is 1 to 4 dogs more than 6 months old shall annually complete an application for dog license for each dog. And then we talk about kennels, we'll talk about that specific case in a moment.
Why the age limit of 6 months?
Mass General Law.
Okay.
And also before that, remember our license costs are based on whether they're spayed or neutered. And doing that too early in a dog's life is not a good thing. Also, if you are a breeder, 6 months is about the time when you would sell them off. And so licensing them for 2 months of their lives or 4 months is not an effective use of the town's time.
Okay.
Another one, we explicitly say dog license is valid from April 1 through March 31st of the following year, which is fine, and requirements are defined in Mass General Law, so we're not going to define them here.
How many, under definitions, does definitions include more than just dogs?
Not that section. Oh, hold on. That section only deals with dogs. There are many sections of dogs followed by other animals,
Okay, but.
livestock and
So section 136A just applies to dogs?
correct.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
Lynn Turcott, one of our members.
Hi,
Morning,
Lynn.
Lynn. We have plenty of donuts if you wanna make it down.
Yeah,
I have a question for the April 1st through March 31st. I know it's always been that way. Is that dictated by MGL or?
I don't believe so.
Because it's random, right? It's not the fiscal year, it's not the calendar year, it's not like.
It's not aligned with any of our other calendars.
Yeah. But it works okay for the clerk's office, it works okay, I mean, I know town, it's always been that way, so
Right.
it's kind of expected, but I know different towns have different.
I don't know of any statute that would indicate when it should begin. It's probably completely up to the town, and so all we need to do is to state it.
Yeah, I think it's fine, I'm not looking to change it, I just was curious about the rationale because.
In fact, in my opinion, this is one of the many sections that could be replaced with policy instead of law to make it easier to change if the town ever wanted to do that. But in the absence of a policy, we have to go with this.
Like I said, it's always been that
I
way.
mean, you bring up a point. I would look at fiscal policy for recording of fees. So if our year end is in June 30th, then we have an accurate fiscal year count of the fees that come in versus an overlap of that. Now, I know if you take it over years, it comes out to be about the same, but it would seem from an accounting standpoint, it would make sense.
To have the licensure be due July 1, well, that doesn't account for lates, and there are plenty of them.
Lates.
Yeah, many, Anita could tell you, could give you numbers, but she knows the percentage of people of licenses that are late, that are not on April 1. In spite of what she does in the census to add it, a lot of people are on time and a lot of people aren't. And so to have an accurate count, I don't know when you actually get a truly accurate count, let's ignore that, I mean philosophically, but practically speaking, you need longer than due on the start of the fiscal year to get something close to an accurate count at the start of the fiscal year.
Okay. All right, makes sense. Okay. I didn't look at is there a fine for late fees for a dog
Yes.
license? Okay.
Actually, is there? I don't remember, I'd have to go look. I know that she has, the license fee goes up.
Yep.
But I'm not sure that I know that there is a fine for not displaying the tag,
Yeah, there is.
and there is one for not getting one at all, but I don't believe there is an explicit fine for late.
Right, because I think the fee goes up.
The fee goes up and that's sufficient.
Yeah, so that's, I think,
It just says, failure to license dog by March 31st of any given year.
Right.
So that is effectively a late,
Right.
but it is to my knowledge, never been enforced that way. To say that if you apply on June 2, that it's just considered a late, and you don't get a fine, you just get the increased fee. But that gives the ACO the option to, if there's a dog loose and doesn't have a tag,
Yeah.
or a problem dog that,
or a problem, that's right.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I think if you worked with animal control office and town clerk, like, I think this has been how things have just worked in town forever.
That's pretty much what we
So-
tried to do. Getting rid of things that don't help the bylaw was one of the biggest effects. I think there are a few clarifications we put in. But otherwise, this should be fairly well how we've done things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the dog officer. I haven't been. I don't own a dog for years, so if this is the way when it works for them and it's good, then I'm fine with that.
All right, more than 4 dogs, you require a kennel license, not a series of individual dog licenses. And the categories, as I said before, they're in Mass General Law. Here's a big one, and this is a significant change from the other, because the other one actually wasn't legal, the one that we have today. A kennel shall only be placed in conformance with zoning bylaw. We simplified everything to just say that, because zoning bylaw has kennels that require special permits, and a number of them. And whether or not, the current bylaw says something like a personal kennel, which is no commercial activity, is just you keeping 10 dogs. The current one says that a personal kennel does not require a special permit. But that statement as given violates the law because zoning law says something different and zoning law trumps general law. So it didn't matter that we said it. Every personal kennel today is supposed to require a special permit. One of the things that will go along with this is the zoning bylaw change to make it clear that personal kennels do not require a special permit. And also increases the zones where kennels may be placed. Yes, Harry?
So a kennel does require a permit, but it doesn't fall under the zoning bylaw.
It does all fall under the zoning bylaw.
Shall be exempt from zoning bylaw. Personal kennels
That-
shall be exempt.
That's an old, yeah, that's
I just printed this off.
I was gonna say, that's the one that's online right now.
online, which is not this.
Oh, okay.
Because that section is illegal. The section that you just read.
Okay, so it does have to follow zoning bylaw.
Absolutely, no question, no ifs, no ands, no buts, that you may not put anything in a general bylaw that tries to supersede zoning bylaw, period.
And this is part that planning board has been working on, the language around how to word it.
Yes.
So that it's clear that it's personal kennels and everything, right?
Right.
So let me follow a chain of command if I can. The animal control officer goes out and sees what needs to be done if there's a kennel. Then the permit is issued by the
Town
clerk.
Well, actually, wait a minute, which permit? Because there is the kennel permit and there's a special permit for any kennel.
Let's just say the basic kennel permit.
Okay, so this is just, so a personal kennel with the amended zoning. Okay, yes.
That's the clerk.
Yep, that's the clerk.
However, the animal control officer doesn't have authority over the zoning bylaw, so the planning board oversees the zoning bylaw for this? Or does the animal control officer?
So it's a little complicated. Technically, it's not the planning board. Planning board doesn't have enforcement authority over anything. It is the building inspector. But that is for placement of the kennel. All other aspects of a kennel are under the authority of the ACO.
Even the zoning issues that
Yes.
might come under play?
No, again, that's what I mean by placement.
Okay,
So where you put the kennel is the authority of, well, is special permit of the planning board, I believe. It's either planning board or it's ZBA or sometimes both. I don't keep track with all the different zones that we have, but is under a non-personal kennel needs a special permit from one of the
Zoning
two
authorities,
authorities. Yeah, from a
essentially.
zoning authority and enforced by the building inspector.
I guess my question was, how many people are involved in one simple kennel to put it in place? You know, does this person know what they have to do? Are they told what they have to do? Because, you know, if they don't, they're in violation. So I'm trying to figure out what that chain of command is, so this person who wants to do a kennel understands.
And I'm gonna actually, believe it or not, bring it back to the town clerk. Because if you're setting up a non-personal kennel, you're setting up a business. And that means you need a business license.
Okay.
And the business license is through the town clerk, who would say, oh, it's gonna be a kennel, then you need,
Okay. And she can basically tell them what to do then.
yes.
So the animal control officer goes out, looks at it, and says, planning board, you need to come out and make sure that the site that they're putting the kennel on is appropriate. Then I'll do it. No,
Nope, planning board has to be involved much of the, whatever the
Basically the
permit
first of
authority.
it.
That's their first, because you're not allowed to put it until you have approval to put it. So the ACO has nothing to look at
Okay.
until after the special permit is managed, and then it's installed, and then the ACO looks at it.
and then the permit is issued
And
after.
then, that's correct.
Okay. Okay.
I think like a lot of our things that have come to light recently, I'll also use like the ag accessory bylaw and everything. I think as we're trying to like modernize town government as one of our goals is kind of highlighting what the steps are. So to Peter's point, like in theory, someone should go to the town clerk's office and that should be their starting point for something of this. And then the town clerk's office would guide them, say, oh, well, okay, you need to go through planning and build, the planning office and the building office and do that. But I think we run into sometimes there not being, and I say this as a resident of town and not a business person, you don't always know where you need to start and you don't know what you don't know. And so how
Right.
to better communicate with our residents so that they're legitimately doing things.
Right.
And not because they don't know or because there's a lot of pieces to it.
Right.
So that might be accomplished by putting a form online, that if you're thinking
A
about a
form
kennel.
or a process
Process that you're going,
document.
right.
I mean, similar to that, I asked at the last Concom meeting that the agents start working on what the process is so that everybody can understand, because nobody knows. The builders know, they do it all the time, but most residents
yeah.
have no idea.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's all transparency to me.
Right, and I think some of the, I think frustration sometimes in town is across the board is developers or the business people know the process, and so it just happens. And then when somebody that's not necessarily a developer or a business person wants to do something or is trying to do something, they feel like they're constantly reaching roadblocks because they don't know what questions to ask, and they don't know what the process is. So they might go to the wrong person who doesn't
Doesn't know any better.
right.
Right.
And so I think, and I think Viewpoint has helped on the permitting side to say these are the steps that need to happen.
Right.
But I think kind of even before that, to your point, Harry, if someone wants to open a kettle or a business or something, and kind of, okay, as long as I might stop in the town administrator's office and just make sure that then there's a process that, start at the clerk's office to make sure you can get the
Right, if somebody doesn't go for a business permit, but just opens a kennel without notification, yes, it's a violation, but that's, I hate to say almost willful if they decide not to do something. The other side of it is that I do wanna point out is that because the residents don't know and the builders do, someone who gets frustrated is likely to believe that there is an inequity in our application of the law and the regulations, and that's as big a problem as any to me.
right.
Right.
And sometimes I think things are willful, and I think also it's unintentional, because they don't know better, you know what I mean? And so I think that we have to be careful after having the conversations and everything with the residents or whomever, and trying to work with them, that then if it doesn't become, if they're not willing to work with the town also. But I think sometimes, I'm gonna have a kennel and not think anything about it because I just don't think anything about it,
Right.
It's not like a willful, intentional trying to spike
We're
the
going
demand.
through trying to really straighten out these bylaws and make them look good, but they are useless if the people don't know the process to follow,
Exactly, exactly.
So that's why I asked about the chain of command, how
Absolutely,
simple it is.
Yep.
So no matter what, if you have a kennel, no matter what, it's a zoning bylaw issue, no matter who puts a kennel in.
Personal
or
kennel,
otherwise.
after we make the zoning change, yes, I'm assuming it's just going to pass, I admit that. After that's done, then personal kennels do not require any permitting.
Okay.
Then it's just ACO inspection.
All right.
And then they can get licensed for the kennel. See,
But this is only after 4 dogs.
more than 4, correct.
Okay.
More than 4, you don't need a kennel at all, you just have dogs that run around in your house and your property.
And that's defined by MGL, 4 dogs.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
There is actually another change here, because the bylaw used to say that if you have more than 10 dogs in a personal kennel, that you need a second personal kennel license. Committee decided to strike that, but the town clerk's okay.
Well, if you have a kennel license, what difference does it make how many?
How many, exactly right, because that is then consistent with the rest of kenneling.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
How, maybe you can't answer this. Once they receive a kennel license, is it up to, because I see a statement here, it says safe, secure, sanitary, and area is adequate. How many times does the animal control officer check on those kennels?
Fast answer, once a year, because the kennel license has to be renewed every year.
Okay.
So minimally once a year, every kennel will be inspected before the license is issued.
Okay.
Also, to be clear, I don't believe that we have any non-personal kennels in town. Anita could answer that for sure, but I don't believe that we do.
Well, that's probably easy for her to figure out, because if you license a dog and you're licensing 5 dogs, then basically you need a kennel.
Well, not only that, you would need a kennel license. So if
Okay,
kennel licenses have, right, actually no, ACO, we said has to go through inspection, safe, secure, sanitary, et cetera. Those are all requirements and they're somewhat subjective, I admit, but it's up to the ACO since we have an ACO with an assistant sometime soon. I'm not worried about the varieties of subjectivity.
Austin, I have a question for you. Austin?
Sure.
You've met with the ACO, I take it?
Yes.
And is she comfortable in what she's doing and doing all this stuff? I know she's been here for a while, but now that we're changing the bylaws, she's in favor of those?
Well, I think she does have some comments. One of the challenges that I think she's finding, Peter mentioned, also an assistant. Right now, that position is not filled, but even if it was filled, it's very limited time. So one of her concerns was not only does she provide animal control services in some of the animal inspector duties for the town of Rutland, she's also doing it for 4 other communities as it's a regional animal control. So one of her concerns was just workload and if there's any increased responsibilities with this bylaw. What was expressed to me through her comments and through the chief were, just having adequate resources to make sure that on the staff side we're in compliance with this bylaw. But I think in general she's doing a lot of work anyways. Just again want to make sure that she has what she needs to be able to be effective.
Okay, thanks. And we are getting fees from the other towns for her use?
Not necessarily fees, but it's a regional assessment, so we're getting some monies in to offset her service.
Okay. All right. So is that, again, I'm looking at all these responsibilities of the ACO and I'm going, now we have more towns and it's like, is she burdened to the point where this is becoming too much for her? I guess that was my concern, and if that's the case, what can we do for her? So, okay.
Well, let me also say that at first blush, there are no actual new requirements of the ACO in this edition of the bylaw.
Okay.
Some are spelled out more because determined that premises are safe, secure, sanitary, and area is adequate. That's out of MGL. So it was already a requirement, even if it wasn't in the bylaw, it's an ACO requirement by MGL. So as we go through this, I'll point out if there's something that's different, but I don't believe that we've added any additional responsibilities to the ACO.
Peter, I do have a question for you on that
For a
comment.
backup animal control officer too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Austin?
I'm sorry, Austin, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, certainly I think with more staff, as Paul was mentioning, the assistant ACO, candidly, that's 4 hours a week, and she's 40 hours covering the town of Rutland and 4 other towns. So I think we do need to figure something out for an assistant, more full time or just more hours. But one of the things that I didn't realize when kind of talking about this program was she is also the assistant animal inspector, which is a Board of Health requirement.
Right.
And that's actually a Board of Health appointment. She does some of those duties. So for example, if there's a quarantine of a dog or an animal, that falls under her responsibilities as an assistant. So some of those roles that are also delegated through other general laws have been assigned to her just simply due to the fact that it makes sense to have a trained animal control officer. The Board of Health appointment for the animal inspector is like a very part-time position. There's mostly barn inspections. There's some other requirements through the general laws with that, but again, that's through the Board of Health. But one of the things that I think would make sense as we're talking about this is to look at those two requirements of general laws, whether it's just for the dog and the kennel licenses, but overall our animal responsibilities, and see if it makes sense to merge some of those into an overall better animal control bylaw. So, and she is doing that for the 4 other towns as well. She's appointed as an assistant animal inspector.
Wow. Wow.
Austin, I think what you just said makes all the sense in the world. Great work for the permanent bylaw committee to get into. Along with, as we said earlier, the other animal control issues that have come up. There's a lot that can be done to this that the ad hoc bylaw committee felt was outside the charge, and at this point, we don't have time to do a good job, so we'd rather not start it.
I think also the animal control officer has so many responsibilities. And so I think there's a ton of value as it being a regional position. But I mean, they're also, that office also picks up injured wildlife and tries to transport it to Tufts or wherever, which is time out of the area.
Right.
And so kind of to Austin's point too, I think as the communities kind of are looking more at the animal control officer, like on the more personal side, and also maintaining that wildlife interaction side, expanding the staff support somehow is beneficial. And whether that's, I think there were concerns in the past that there wasn't enough if it was just a single town. So if it was just Rutland, there wasn't the funding to staff it full time, and also there wasn't necessarily always consistently 40 hours of work a week to justify a 40-hour a week person. But there are definitely seasons and times that workload is a lot more than others. And so Austin, maybe it's a regional agreement, kind of look at also what the roles and responsibilities the other towns are utilizing per their bylaws, and per the interactions that they need. And does it make sense to add a more part-time, increase the assistance hours or something?
8 hours a week or something instead of
Yeah,
4,
or
whatever.
10, yes.
12, something.
Yeah.
Pick the right number, that's the hard part.
Right.
And I mean, if the inspections are always kind of the same time frame of the year, then that's going to be if ACO is doing inspections in Rutland and then also the other communities, and it's all in that spring time frame, that's gonna be a huge infusion of time to get around and do all those inspections. Whereas if it's staggered, it might not. So, an assistant might in the spring need to be doing 20 or 25 hours a week, where in other times of the year, it might not be consistently even 10 or 12 hours. But I think taking that average and what makes the most sense so that we're covered.
I mean, 2 issues I guess I see. Number one is, because the town has grown, the number of dogs have grown, without question, because the more houses, the more dogs you're gonna have. 2, because she is tied up with the health department, so to speak, does she also oversee animals at farms? Does she oversee cows and pigs? And if not, who oversees those? Is that a federal or a state? I'm trying to figure out what her breadth is here, because if you get into quarantine, what the issue is.
And there's equally the question of authority.
Right.
Austin mentioned Board of Health is a fairly important authority from MGL, and yes, if you go through all 40 some odd sections, you will find some interesting things in there that are covered about livestock or just domestic animals, and then there's no good definition of domestic animal, which is a whole nother problem.
Okay. So right now, just with dogs, her hands are tied up. She's not tied up with cats, she's not tied up with ferrets, she's not tied up with anything. Her primary job, according to this, is strictly dogs and wildlife outside, like deers and stuff, picking it up and doing that.
I don't know.
I wouldn't talk about that without the ACO being here to answer that question.
Yeah.
This bylaw doesn't address anything except dogs.
Yeah, she certainly does more than just dogs.
Okay.
That is something that, it was a question I had to her was, so how many dogs do you catch a week? And she's like, it's much more than dogs. However, there's, I think to Peter's point, this bylaw and a lot of the things that are in general laws really only speak to dogs. There's, the select board probably won't have a cat hearing, but they very well may have a dog hearing, dog bite hearing, right? But certainly she's busy with wildlife. She's busy with anytime she gets a call related to any animal, she's responding.
So the town had a dogs bylaw from 41 until 2012. And in 2012, that's when dogs was repealed and replaced with this because Mass General Law changed considerably at that time. So the town changed its bylaw in 2012 based on significant MGL changes in 2011.
So when the new, I guess what I'm capsulizing here, when the new bylaw committee takes over, this should be one of their first directives, because it seems like it's not complete.
I agree with that.
Animal control is not dog control.
That is correct.
Animal control. And that really needs to be looked at by the bylaw, probably one of the first things in terms of that.
I'll leave that to others to decide what their sequence is.
Right, I'm just saying, if there's 8 different animals under animal control and we're only dealing with one, then this is really,
Oh, I agree this should be broadened. I'm just saying I don't know that this is the first thing they should look at. But again,
one of
that's
the
a
top
different
ones.
discussion.
Okay. All right, thanks, Austin.
We have aligned kennel licenses with dog licenses. I believe this is also new, I think it was never explicitly said in the old bylaw, but aligning them makes a lot more sense procedurally. When a kennel fails inspection, ACO provides a list of deficiencies, and so this is not just during the licensure process. There could be many things that cause the ACO to inspect a kennel. So if there is a kennel license currently, and the ACO performs an inspection and finds that there are deficiencies, then the town has the ability to revoke the permit. Yes, if time isn't, if the conditions aren't corrected.
Who revokes the license?
Town clerk?
Okay. Is there a hearing on this?
No.
Okay.
But reasonably, there is notice, because the ACO tells all this stuff should be given in writing. The list of deficiencies should be given in writing, and the time by which they have to be done should all be sent in writing to the
Yeah.
owner, operator, keeper, whatever, owner, keeper, excuse me.
So she notifies the individual, corrections must be implemented in writing.
Mhm.
They're not done, given the time frame she's stated to them to do it. Then she notifies the town clerk to revoke the license.
Correct.
Okay. Good process that I can see, okay.
Anything else on kennel licenses? All right, town clerks issues tags with license. Notice it just says the license because it could be a dog license or it could be a kennel license. Again, if we go back to MGL says that you need to fill out, and maybe this should be put in here
An
more clearly.
application?
Categories, kennel shall be. That's a mistake. Well, actually, no, it's a little weird, because kennels are bizarre. Because kennels can be temporary holders. And so, if the point is to sell the dogs, you have the kennel license, but you don't want to license each dog in the kennel. But there are certain classifications of kennel where you're keeping the dog for a commercial purpose. They're guard dogs, for example. That you would want that the individual dogs are considered part of the kennel. So it's not just for the structure, it's also for each dog.
For the animals within the structure.
Exactly.
Would that also, this is, and I don't wanna get into, but does this also include if somebody wanted to open up like a dog boarding business? And they're going to
Yes.
have dogs kind of, they're
They come in and
licensed,
go out,
they're
right.
licensed dogs in other communities. They're coming in, going out, but at any given time, they may have more than 4 dogs on a property that don't personally belong to them and they're licensed within other communities. They would still need the kennel license, but then those dogs wouldn't need to be
The
licensed.
individual dogs would not be, because they wouldn't stay overnight, they wouldn't stay there permanently, they're transients. It's no different than a hotel and needing residency in a hotel. So in fact, when the kennel license is also for the dogs, each dog gets a tag as well, so they are tagged for the town. And then the tag must be affixed around the neck or body with a collar or a harness of suitable material, etc.
Question.
Yes.
If the dog comes off the animal,
Mhm.
and the animal
If the
control.
tag comes off, the dog, you mean?
Yeah, what did it say?
Yep. If the dog came off the animal, I think is what that's what I
I
heard.
heard.
It
I'm
is
not gonna swear that's what
It
you
is
said.
too
I'm just
early
gonna-
for me. If the tag comes off the animal, there is a fine
Yes.
for not having it. However, is there a cost to reapply for a new tag then?
Oh, thank you.
The fast answer is, I don't know. I would need Anita to answer that question.
Is there a fine? Is that what you asked?
There is a fine.
There is a fine.
Well, so, sorry,
But
what
I'm
was your
saying is,
question?
if that tag comes off, they no longer have the tag, how do they get a new tag
Oh.
for the dog?
Yeah.
Is there a new cost involved to get a tag where the dog's already been licensed? Do we just give them a new tag for that number,
Yeah.
or, that's what I'm trying
Frankly,
to.
that's a question only Anita could answer, and I don't know. But there is a system for managing the licenses and the tags, and so updating a tag number, I would imagine would be straightforward, but again, I can't say that that's true.
I can check with Anita on that. Okay. All right.
All right, now we get into some places where things have been substantially restructured and only a couple of meaningful changes. And that's because nuisance dogs and dangerous dogs used to be treated differently in our bylaw, but in Mass General Law, it's all the same. And so we aligned our bylaw with Mass General Law. And in fact, one of the requests from the ACO before we started this, I asked, hey, what are the changes that you want? One of the things she said was, she wants the ability to declare a dog a nuisance, and Mass General Law doesn't allow that, period. Mass General Law says that can only happen after hearing of, well, the hearing authority, which as you can see, there's a footnote that says the select board is the hearing authority. So, nuisance dogs or dangerous dog complaints processed in accordance with that thing that defines there's a hearing and there's with posting and lots of requirements and deliberation and a decision. And then a dog that is deemed a nuisance, only a nuisance but not dangerous in a public hearing. But we have defined certain constraints based on our current bylaw with things that make the dog a nuisance dog. Some of these I have problems with, you'll see soon enough.
Wait a minute. We authorized the ACO to do this work, but she doesn't have the right to declare them a nuisance. That has to go before the select board?
That is correct. Because that's what Mass General Law says.
Okay.
So,
Dog hearings are very, very emotional. I think
Oh,
there's
no
been
kidding.
one since I've been on the board, and they're intense and emotional and contentious and
Yep.
yeah. So it's not something to be taken lightly, and I think the concern is that a single individual, yeah.
I got a problem with number 2 in the language.
we'll get there, just a
Okay.
minute.
All right.
So one reason the dog could be declared a nuisance if they're allowed to run free off the owner's property. Or if they go to someone else's property without permission. So this is important. Because another thing that the ACO asked for was a leash law. This language is in the current law. We have a leash law in Rutland. We have had, since 2012, a leash law in Rutland. If the dog is not physically restrained and permitted on public property, blah, 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 without express permission. So if they're running without a leash, they are not physically restrained. And that's an important phrase, physically restrained. Under the command and control of is not physically restrained.
Under the command and control of.
Right, so there are some owners who say, well, this dog obeys me every single time, so I will just issue it. That is insufficient according to this bylaw. And according to the current bylaw,
Okay, so they're required to be leashed.
they are
if they're-
required to be leashed anytime they're off their own property. Except, and this is where A comes in, and again, this all comes down to Mass General Law, if they're being used or trained for hunting, sporting, working in a competition or showing trial, et cetera, while being supervised, then they are not required to be physically restrained. So somebody who's walking in the field behind, on the track behind the fire station.
Yeah.
Memorial Field, there, I finally remembered it. If they don't have a leash, they're violating the law, period. Somebody who's in the woods, a dog in the woods used for hunting is not required to be restrained. And that only makes sense, right? How do you hunt when you're restrained? And ditto for training them for those activities. All right, questions on leash?
Well, maybe you'll get to it, Peter, but if a dog is unleashed, it has to be declared a nuisance before anything can be done. Because
No, the very first thing is that it is a violation of this bylaw and therefore there is a fine.
I don't see a leash law fine here.
What happens to any law, remember your general provisions, very first chapter of the bylaws, very first article. If there is no fine established, what's the fine? $100.
Okay,
And so therefore, if the ACO has not defined a specific fine for this violation, and it is a violation, then it's $100. Done.
okay.
Moving on, I have big problems with 2, but I don't know how to fix it. So if the dog's allowed to poop on public or private property of anyone else, and the owner keeper does not immediately remove the discharge. Okay, yeah, we worded it slightly, but
It doesn't apply to cats who use my flower beds for
Oh.
a litter box.
no kidding.
Another issue, right.
But, now, my biggest problem with 2 is in that case, the dog isn't the nuisance.
It's the
The owner's the nuisance. But it would therefore feel unlikely to me that the dog would actually be declared a nuisance, but this allows the town to fine someone who allows the dog to perform its business.
I'm thinking about someone like the instance I go to in my head is someone's walking their dog around the center of town, let's say, on a leash, it's fine, but it poops in the same yard every day and the owner doesn't pick it up every day. So then
Each one of those things is finable.
right.
Now, the language here makes it unclear as to what makes the ACO take action. Because if I have that problem on the street where I live, hasn't happened on my property, but I see it along the right of way many days, where one person brings dogs, fairly sizable dogs, on a walk,
Yeah.
and they do their business and she leaves it behind. And I haven't approached the ACO about this. And I personally haven't seen it happen. My wife says she has. But it's unclear to me if that is sufficient to cause a ticketing, or if the ACO has to see it, has to witness. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Because I'm looking at sufficient evidence.
Right.
Hearsay is not evidence.
Right.
So what evidence is required? Pick up the dog poop that you found it, picture it, pick it up and take it to them and you say, this dog did this?
Well,
I don't know.
even that could be insufficient and might require, if it goes that far, if there's enough argument about it, could go to DNA testing. if you really wanna get crazy. Part of what I do is think about really obscure, far-reaching things that can happen, and I don't know how to solve that. I'm just saying, there is the facility to find someone now.
Yeah.
I guess I look at too, and that's where it's confused, like, there really, I hate to say it, there's no teeth there. Because the amount of evidence required to create a dog a nuisance, so to speak, so that it can be fined or the owner can be. It's at 6:30 in the morning and you're not even up, or it's at 7 o'clock at night and you're not even out. So all these things happen without evidence, but it keeps happening. So.
If it
I
becomes
almost see-
important enough, believe me, there will be evidence.
I was just gonna say, if it's a consistent thing with somebody that's having an issue, I mean, especially in today's day and age with phones, somebody's gonna make
Phones,
themselves available.
Ring cameras,
They're gonna-
just
they're gonna-
general property cameras.
They're gonna take a video,
If
they
it
will
be-
have,
If it does become a sufficient issue to me
Yes.
or my wife, you can be sure we will take action about that.
to the point where they would bring it before the select board to have a dog declared, I think they would have.
Right.
I personally would go through the ACO first.
Yeah.
But yes,
I mean, we don't have a big deal on our street, and the last time something happened in my yard was probably a couple of years ago. So we don't have a big problem with, I'm just
And I
thinking
think in
of somebody
generally
like
it's-
you mentioned,
yeah.
that's consistently doing it, who just doesn't pick it up, doesn't wanna be bothered.
I think the bigger issue, and there's, I think, again, no way to enforce it, is like on the rail trails or in the state park and stuff.
It's
To the
much
point
harder.
that even people will bag it, but leave the bags.
Leave it, yeah.
Yeah,
And so I think that's, but again, there's no way to enforce that because they may not even be residents that are doing it, you know, there's.
Right.
Well, in some cases like that, and I will admit to doing this myself, if we go on a walk like around a loop, bag it and leave it by the entrance, so we're not carrying it around with us and pick it up on our way out.
that makes sense,
So, but
Yeah.
not everybody is necessarily doing that.
right.
But also, if you're just gonna leave it, why are you bothering to bag it in the first place?
Just let it be organic. Yeah.
cause it burns the lawn, man. Don't you know anything about this stuff? Oh,
Right.
I mean, personal story here. My daily walk with my dog, small dog. We have one neighbor whose lawn is pristine. And I make sure that my dog doesn't do anything on that lawn, so it doesn't burn it or anything, by starting a run as we hit the edge of the property, so that she's running, she's happy running. She's a very happy runner.
Yeah.
Works for this dog, won't work universally. Okay, anything else on 2? 3, dog barks excessively or other noise in a fashion as to deny neighborhood peaceful and quiet enjoyment of his or her property. And that is more than half an hour during any time of day or 5 minutes between 9 PM and 7 AM. These limits, I'm pretty sure were in the current bylaw.
And I can see that where you get a brand new dog.
Right.
And you call him a yipper, he just doesn't stop. You know, I don't know if I'd call it a nuisance, cause most dog lovers I know don't keep their dog outside yipping like that for that amount of time. They'll let him
Right.
out and that stuff, so.
Yeah.
I've
you know,
seen a lot of the collars that.
Yeah, electric.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The don't bark shock collar, yeah.
I mean, I would like to think a lot of this is kind of like common sense, that if it's a one-off, either the neighbors are talking to each other,
Yeah.
or if they're not comfortable talking to each other, animal control might go and have a conversation.
Yeah.
It takes a while till it escalates to become a nuisance hearing before the board.
Yes, I would hope that it would not be a once-off, that it would ever come before the board.
Right,
I mean, there's a reasonableness.
yeah, so that one's,
I had
that's
a woman in the neighborhood accuse me, her poodle and my basset hound. Her poodle was in the family way and she blamed my basset hound.
Okay. And finally, the dog commits other actions considered offensive to the complainant and other reasonable people similarly situated. So anybody can complain about anything, right? But there has to be a reasonableness element to
and
it.
there has to be a joint, because it's not or, it's and,
Yeah.
okay? Yeah, if that's gotta be a pretty serious issue with your neighbor, if you gotta bring your other neighbors into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just taking a note of something I need to tweak. Finally. Okay, moving on. Somebody's complained about a nuisance. Dangerous dogs. There's no definition of dangerous dog here because it's all based on what Mass General Law says. That's why we don't have anything that defines what a dangerous dog is.
But the animal control officer knows, so if we were to call
Yeah,
that
yeah.
person, they could tell us, okay.
And I would imagine that it wouldn't, I mean, no, never mind, we have to go before I say what I'm about to say. So, upon receipt of complaint, the hearing authority, you, the select board, schedules a public hearing. Written notice to the owner keeper, complainant, and posted in accordance with select board policy. And then, after the hearing and the decision, if the dog is found to be a nuisance or dangerous, there are things in section 157 that say what you're allowed to do, what the actions you are allowed to enforce.
Who are the individuals or whatever who files the complaint to the select board?
That's the complainant.
Not the ACO,
It could be the ACO.
but it could
But it
be
could
an
be any
individual
person.
as well, okay. Okay,
Now, this is also important. Upon receipt of a complaint, the hearing authority shall schedule a public hearing. So even if you think it doesn't make sense, even if you think it's a once-off, if somebody delivers a complaint, you are obligated to hold a hearing. And then if it's spurious, dismiss it in 1 minute, whatever.
okay.
But you're obligated to hold a hearing if a complaint is delivered. So, section D, this is one of the places where we just referred to 157 because it was just copied from there. All the things you can do with kennel and restraining and training and removing, or even in the absolute worst case, euthanizing, those are all covered by MGL. Not that you would ever euthanize a nuisance dog, but but we did put a couple things. If the select board orders the dog to be restrained, it's physical restraint. So no electronic device restraining is sufficient. And again, just to stress, you may order that the ACO seize and impound the dog.
Is that Mass General Law? They
Yes.
the number one.
I don't believe so. But we believe that it is it's the same in spirit, if not in word. We believe that the intent is that I personally have seen too many dogs that will just get up ahead of steam and go through the limit and accept the 1 second of pain and keep going after whatever caused them to start running.
Dog owner's expense, I'm assuming that we know what the expense of a overnight or whatever will be.
Yeah, we have, there should be a standard fee schedule for that.
Oh.
Some of it may have to do, in fact, with where that dog is housed.
Right, but it's not a, well, it might be $10 a night, it's the actual expense, what it
Yes.
takes to do that, okay.
Because there's more than just the physical housing of the dog. There is feeding. If you have care of a dog, you're required to feed, water, you have to check on it from time to time.
If there's any veterinary expense, like if there's
Right.
a
Exactly
injury
right.
or something.
Yeah. Okay,
And then, at the end of the day, if somebody doesn't comply with any order, there are even further penalties in 157H. So those things that I just said all have to do with dangerous and nuisance dogs, but E is only dangerous dogs. So, and basically, we say in addition to the orders that the hearing authority gives, but the owner-keeper of a dangerous dog must notify the police department and the ACO when the dog becomes loose, which can happen in the best of conditions, I understand that. Worse than that, attacks a human or a domestic animal, or is no longer under the authority of the town. And that lets our police department notify any other police department that the dog is deemed dangerous.
That was gonna be my question, is I see F says that it's the owner's responsibility to notify the police department if they've moved into town with a dangerous dog, or a dangerous dog has moved into town under their care. But is there any official onus as far as like, that's the responsibility of the owner to alert the town? If a dangerous dog is moving out of town, is it still the onus of the owner to alert their new town that the dog is going in, or?
We can't do that, so it is certainly the moral requirement, but I cannot make it a legal requirement in our bylaw because we can't tell any other town anything.
Right, so, but is it a requirement that our police department notifies another municipality or our ACO notifies another, because
How do we know what it is?
right, or where they're moving
Where they're
to, right?
moving to.
They may just say like,
Well, if sold, given away, or moved to another address, in all cases, the police department and or ACO are gonna ask, where's it being moved to or given away to?
See, but, I mean, playing devil's advocate there, I would say, I'm notifying you that I'm leaving with my animal. Am I under a legal obligation to give you my new address? I don't think that's,
And provide with any requested information. Once the dog is deemed dangerous, there are new requirements on that owner-keeper, period. The owner-keeper if the ACO asks for the new address, they have to supply it. If the ACO asked, to whom did you give that dog? They have to provide an answer. Because it's a dangerous dog.
It's curious that it has risen to the level that the dog is declared dangerous, but you can still keep the dog. We're just gonna put new requirements on you.
yeah.
That's not at all unusual. The usual response to a dangerous dog is more strict kenneling. Usually. The
whether it's
kennel is,
muzzled all the
the
time.
kennel
or-
is
yeah.
dug into the ground 4 feet, I'm making numbers up here.
Yeah.
Kennel is dug, including the fencing, is dug into the ground 4 feet so they can't dig their way out. It's got to be a certain size, it must be made of this material so that the largest German Shepherd or Great Dane, whatever, can't chew through it, or, pick your favorite dog breed, can't chew through it. That's usually the first response to a dangerous dog, historically.
Is that the ACO says this is what you have to do for a dangerous dog, or no?
Well, it's what the select board does in the hearing.
Oh,
But I think in the past, the ACO has provided a list of recommendations
That's
based
Okay.
on, these are the, this is why the dog may be deemed dangerous, these are the mitigations that could be, and some might be, if it's outside of the house, it needs to be muzzled. Because it's a bite risk, and so even if it's in its own yard, or if it's leash, if it's outside the house, it's supposed to be muzzled. Or it could be, to Peter's point, more strict kenneling or more heavy-duty kenneling or whatever. So in my limited experience, it's very much been recommendations from the ACO. It's not like the 5 of us sat up there and just made a
with-
decision. There was a lot of information back and forth with the owners and the complainant and the ACO and everything to try to be as fair and reasonable as possible. Because again, to just automatically authorize, you have to euthanize your dog,
yeah, oh,
becomes very heated and contentious and everything. And so,
the reason I say that is most dogs, in my opinion, that seem dangerous are the ones that go after other dogs. They're gonna attack other dogs. So if they bite the dog can be declared dangerous, but the owner still has the dog, the owner can still walk the dog on a leash, but there's still the chance the dog can be dangerous to other dogs. So I found it curious that if your dog is declared dangerous, that you can still walk, that you can still do all these things. But if it's on the property, then it has to be locked up in a cage or something according to what the AC.
As Leah says, it would not be unusual to say that any time the dog is outside the residence or the kennel, the dog must be muzzled. For example, if that were the risk for this dog. It all depends on what the dog does. The conditions are going to be tailored very tightly to the specific danger that a dog promotes, becomes, whatever.
And that's the ACO letting us know what their recommendations are. Okay.
It is very likely you would get a good set of recommendations from the ACO. The totality of your authority is listed in 157.
All right.
Is this information kept anyplace, any of this, like, do we keep track of it? Do we do anything with it, or we just ask them for it to, as a verification method that they're doing something?
Well, there is a paper trail. There's always, I mean, as soon as it goes to hearing, there is a paper trail.
Yeah.
Well, I would assume that there's a paper trail before it becomes hearing, simply because the ACO would be involved. So the ACO has his or her own paper trail, ACO/police officer, it's all under it's all under the authority of the police department. So there would be naturally a paper trail that could be followed.
Okay, well, when we get into F, I have a question, okay.
Well, let's go ahead to F.
Jen brought up a question about if they leave the town, do we have to give an address of our new address? So if they're leaving the town, any town, and the dog has been declared a danger, they notify their police department, but the police department there has no requirement to notify the police department where the person is moving to, unless they give them the address of the new person and the place where they're moving.
So F has nothing to do with the dog moving out of Rutland. F has to do with the dog moving into Rutland.
Right.
So what the behavior is of our police department when given notice that the dangerous dog is going to be moved to another address, whether in town or out of town, this bylaw is silent on what our police department does with that information other than writing it down. And
Does the ACO need to be notified of the same thing? Only the police department?
well, the police department would, since the ACO is part of the police department,
Okay,
I would imagine there's a natural flow of communication there.
That would be
I
shared.
assumed
Okay.
that. And we did make this, we did say, and I'm not sure this is any different from what it was before, but it's the police department. They can go to the center, the public safety building and say, here's my form, we're moving. And that is considered sufficient notice.
okay. Is there any more to F?
No.
So what then, they get notification that a dangerous dog is moving into town. Are there any restrictions on that dangerous dog, or do we wait for some incident to
You
happen?
have to wait. You as a select board cannot take action without a complaint.
Okay.
However, another thing I would expect is not only, hey, this is declared a dangerous dog, it's also what the restrictions were. Or, for that matter, the police department can go and contact the ACO or hearing authority in whatever other town they moved from to get that list, I suppose.
Do the restrictions from the other town, are those applicable when they move to this town, or are those just?
That's
just like
that's
any
a
other
good
dog?
question, and I don't know.
Because otherwise you've got a notification that you've got a dangerous dog coming into town with absolutely no restrictions on it until there's an incident, in which case we go through this whole process again for our town.
Interesting, because a lot of these laws are MGL, so do they carry over from town to town?
See, my gut tells me no, only because one town cannot tell another town what to do. And that has come up in concert with a few of our bylaws.
But it'll be interesting because the penalties are all penalties that are described within MGL.
That's
So
correct.
it's MGL driven already.
And
So-
should something happen, then the prior history of this dog could easily be given into evidence during the hearing for any future event.
Okay.
Which could bring up escalation of the penalty. I don't know.
But it's a good, because it's almost like saying, we know something is likely going to happen if there's no
Right.
controls in place. Depending on what the situation is, what the situation was that
Well,
got the dog declared
that's
deemed
another interesting
dangerous.
thing is that
Right.
dogs don't have rights, if you will. Humans have rights. And so if it were a human, you can't lay out a punishment in advance of an offense. There are some interesting questions here about,
But there was an offense.
I'll ask counsel.
Right, I was gonna say, but there
There
was
was
an
a
offense.
It just wasn't in this town,
Right.
so.
And it's similar in humans, if they've had incidents with law enforcement
Right.
and are paroled or on a list or something, they are still required to notify their town for which they're moving into or working in and still meet those requirements that are laid out by the,
Right, and that's because Mass General Law says that.
the penalties would be already described in MGL, so for the dog. So it's not that they're these arbitrary penalties that another town has deemed. I would imagine they still have to be rooted in MGL, so it's not like and then you could say, I have a really dangerous dog and I don't wanna comply, so I'm gonna move.
Someone moved to Rutland.
Right, right.
So, again, I don't know.
Okay.
And I have one last question, sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
And if this was covered, I know I missed a little bit of the beginning of this, but if there is a dangerous dog, deemed dangerous, is there any requirement to notify, I'll call them abutters, other than the person that brought the complaint? Like, thinking, like, if me is living in a neighborhood or on a street, I would wanna know if one of my neighbors, even on the other side of the neighborhood, had a dangerous dog, so I could be on my guard if I'm walking my dog, or just kind of like, is there any way to find out if there's like, is there a list in the town? Even if there's not like a push notification if something like that's? Are we allowed to share that information?
Posted in accordance with select board posting policy, what is that?
Well, that's the hearing.
Oh,
So would that be it? Like, you'd have to
File a
keep track of
complaint,
hearings and?
protecting and shall order one or the following. You're not allowed to say, you shall get this dog out of town. That's not allowed to be a condition. That can also go to the district court. I forgot, I did not remember this. Subsection I of 157, orders issued by a hearing authority shall be valid throughout the Commonwealth unless overturned under other sections, basically going to a court. So, any select board that defines a set of orders, the orders follow the dog.
Okay,
I say select board, any hearing authority.
okay. So they move into town, any of their restrictions or whatever was
They
deemed.
have to
they-
follow.
So we need to know what those are if we're notified of them.
Correct.
Okay.
So then the only way to avoid it is to move out of state.
I remember in our dangerous hearing, or our dog hearing that we had, one of the recommendations was to post beware of dog or dangerous dog, or I forget what the word, definitely beware of dog, but something else on the property, so anybody that was coming onto the property or whatever would know to beware.
Yeah.
But I don't remember, if there was like a push notification that went out.
To other surrounding homes.
I don't see anything, I mean, this is a quick scan. Let me just take a look at surrounding sections.
I mean, I'm not sure it's something that necessarily needs to be in a bylaw, but again, just for public here, if there is somebody able to go to the town clerk's office, for instance, and say, can I have a list of dangerous dogs? And see if there's any in there.
Yeah,
Is that something that, is that
I
public
don't see
information?
anything in there that would suggest, that suggests a requirement to do that.
But can it be
again.
requested? Is it public information?
I can see I hate things that run across the First Amendment, and that's what requiring the posting of a dangerous dog could be considered. But I also see a reasonableness to it, so in my mind, I go through not only what do I think is reasonable for the town to impose, it's also what do I think the courts are likely to rule on, and that becomes a more complicated problem in all of our considerations. So I don't know, actually, let me look at something else. Where are, wrong, right. Go back.
I know we're looking at town bylaws, but if a board deems a dog dangerous and it follows throughout the Commonwealth, and that is under MGL, it would seem like the owner has a bigger issue than the town bylaw following, because now it's violating state law.
Well, yeah, well, that's one of the important things about the way that we rewrote this, is we refer to Mass General Law. So, yes, you are violating town bylaw for fining purposes and things to it, and with the way that we define a nuisance dog, what can cause a hearing. But we leave to MGL completely all of the effects of it. And in fact, a lot of the things about dangerous dogs are completely MGL, so that we don't interfere unintentionally with the Mass General Law application of these things. The only reason we list nuisance dog things is because the current bylaw does, and we think it makes sense because Mass General Law is virtually silent on what makes a dog a nuisance.
So I can see why they're required to report if they're leaving, but I don't see anything that says, like Jen said, that they're required to report where they're going. And yet, if they go somewhere, they're violating Mass General Law, which has a different set of legal and punishment issues related to it. So how does the Commonwealth track that override to there? Which is not our concern, but I'm just curious of how somebody declares a dangerous dog and then it just falls away?
Well, again, when the dog is moved to some other place, that owner keeper is obligated to notify the police officer. And the ACO may ask for anything, including the address it's being moved to, and they are obligated to respond. And if they don't, it's a violation of the law.
Okay.
And to really answer a sort of lower level question, or maybe higher level question that I hear you asking, Harry, Massachusetts doesn't track dogs. They don't.
Right, that's what I mean.
So it's a violation of MGL so that the conditions can follow the dog. And then it's up to individual towns and municipalities to have that communication.
Yeah.
Because even when somebody moves in to town with a dangerous dog, or moves a dangerous dog into town, all they're obligated to say is, here's a dog that was considered dangerous. Oh, where was it dangerous?
Yeah.
What were the conditions? We'll go and ask the other people, because we know we'll get the right answer from, I wouldn't trust what the conditions are for a dangerous dog from an applicant,
Right.
because there are too many risks involved with that.
Okay.
Okay?
And, sorry, I lied, I have one more question.
That's fine.
I don't know if this would be for our bylaw or.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow it, go ahead.
Or if there's something in MGL, but is there any process or would it be a scenario that could occur where you've got a nuisance or dangerous dog, deemed nuisance or dangerous, to take that designation away from them? Like the owner has made steps, done training to rectify the situation. Is there a way to,
MGL is not really clear on that at all.
okay,
Because, I mean, it's an interesting point because one of the things that can be ordered is training.
Right.
And assuming that the training is complete and successful,
those restrictions shouldn't follow the dog if they're,
so I would imagine, I mean, the fast answer is, I think it's another hearing
okay.
to remove it.
Do we need to have something that,
I don't
are we
think-
allowed to do that in our bylaw? Again, is what, I don't know what MGL
Again,
says.
everybody's silent on this point.
Okay,
Usually, so let me speak about dangerous dogs. The likelihood of a dog being declared dangerous and becoming not dangerous is extremely small.
Yeah.
agreed.
But for the I grant that it is a mathematical possibility, because it's not a probability of zero. So it is certainly a possibility. We'll talk about this with the committee.
Okay.
But-
I know we have other bylaws where like, yeah, maybe it's more of, our committees that we've been talking about where you can remove a person, like,
Right.
if it's applicable, should we have something to remove a designation as appropriate based on hearing, evidence,
Yeah,
whatever?
and actually, I would think it much more likely that the nuisance dog designation could more easily be
Yeah.
removed, but again, I see a hearing. So let me take this to the committee.
I think like even for the dangerous dog, I see not so much as like a dog being dangerous for biting because it's attacking, but more those dogs that have behavior issues that do it because they're scared and it's like if they get rehabbed from that way and the owners really are showing that
I mean,
work on that.
I'm not gonna bring up MGL, because
Yeah.
nobody wants to read that, but I happen to notice there is in fact a specific note in MGL that a dog is not dangerous if it was protecting itself.
Okay,
You know, a child comes up and whacks it with a stick, the dog is defending itself.
Yeah.
that's a, yeah,
That's,
natural instinct
there
response.
are extenuating circumstances
Okay,
to
that's-
everything, and I think that's, again, we're back to reasonableness.
Yeah, okay,
And I would not personally expect a dog to be deemed dangerous from a single event unless it were particularly egregious, and I can think of some of those.
yeah,
So I would expect that the norm is that a dangerous dog designation occurs because of a pattern of behavior, not because of a single event.
Yeah.
Usually.
that all makes sense.
Okay.
And I guess I would caution any municipality or licensing or hearing authority that considers removing a dangerousness designation, that then if there were a reoccurrence,
Yep.
that then what's the liability on
town.
the town for removing that dangerousness? You know,
That's-
like,
That's a very good point, and something we will need to talk
So-
about in the committee, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm looking at it from like the protection of the town side, like.
How do you prove that this dog won't act out again?
But which is why I agree with what you said, Peter, it's more likely to apply to a nuisance dog versus dangerous dog. If we were to remove that, yeah. Okay,
And sufficient evidence is always gonna be subjective anyway. All right, moving on. So the ACO discovers a dog or cat that has been injured and needs treatment. The ACO brings it to a vet, and so Chapter 140, Section 151B specifically talks about veterinary costs only, but the ACO may incur other costs. So the A is just saying all the costs incurred to care for this dog or cat are the responsibility of the owner keeper. Notice, we have a cat. It's not just dogs.
Yeah.
And again, that extension was put in because of MGL.
Does MGL only talk about dogs or cats? I'm thinking like domestic animals. in
Dogs,
general.
cats, and ferrets are the primary sections for the first 15.
Yep.
And even that, they're mostly dogs.
Yep.
But dogs, cats, and ferrets are the only ones that could be licensed. And, go ahead.
To Leah's point, this wouldn't apply to farm animals?
No. Well, nothing would ever apply to farm animals. Agriculture is exempt from so much.
Okay.
But a domestic, a horse that you keep for riding
Yeah.
yourself, that's not a farm animal, but it would be subject to some portions of MGL.
Okay.
And again, one of the weaknesses of this bylaw is that it is focused virtually entirely on dogs. And that was some of the discussion you did miss, Jen, that one of the duties of the new permanent bylaw committee will be consider extending this to many other animals and the more broader duties of the ACO. And this is so 9 is a carryover from the current bylaw. We amended it ever so slightly.
I got a question on 8, Peter.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, then.
So, no matter who you are, you are responsible for all veterinary costs, first and foremost, whether it's the ACO that takes it in or not, doesn't matter. So if your dog is attacked and you want treatment for that, you are totally responsible.
Yep.
And according to this, you have no recourse to go after the animal that attacked you to get the payment unless you go to civil court, is what it would say to me.
That is exactly correct. That is generically true.
Okay. And the town, the board, whatever, has no buy-in at all to help you seek recompense.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that would become a police department, file a report with the police
Yeah.
department, whether or not it gets to a dangerous nuisance
Right.
less dangerous hearing, but it would still be the civil side documentation through the police department and everything. If I-
Right, which could, so, I mean, back to Harry's point about the money, the costs, yes, the owner or keeper is always responsible for the costs. And the owner keeper always has an option to sue to recover those costs from any party that the owner keeper believes is responsible.
And
That's
one of the subsections of MGL, when I was skimming through it, one of the recommendations during a dangerous dog hearing is one of the options that the hearing authority could issue is an increased insurance policy. That the owner keeper of the dangerous dog has an increased insurance policy to cover any potential things down the line.
Because it wouldn't surprise me, Harry, I mean, as a practical matter, that before a suit, someone would try to go after the insurance of the owner.
Like homeowners
Yeah.
insurance.
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But if there isn't any, I would imagine it would then flow for whatever.
But as a board, we have no authority,
Mhm.
if the dog is declared dangerous, to authorize that owner to pay the cost of the injured dog. We have no
Correct.
authority over that. Okay.
And I honestly read 8 more as if a dog or cat is hit on the road.
Yeah.
Like hit
Right.
or injured while it's not under the care and control of
Yeah.
their owner keeper, that, somebody calls, I just hit a dog or whatever, and they take it to the emergency vet, that those costs are then incurred back to
The owner.
the owner keeper.
Yeah.
Now, this is actually, it's a very small change that we made, but it's pretty broad. It used to say, due to injury in a public right of way. Or on a public way, something like that. So it's only in a road that the ACO, if the animal is in the road, the ACO can pick it up.
Yeah.
But if it's off the public right of way, the ACO has no authority to even pick the animal up. And that's cruel,
I was
in
just
my
gonna say, that
opinion.
doesn't
So
make
we
right.
took out those extra words, but in a public way.
Yeah.
So if a homeowner finds or sees an injured animal in their yard, but it's not their animal, they call ACO and says, hey, there's a dog that seems to be injured in my yard.
Yeah.
Can you come?
And I don't know this dog, so I don't want,
Right,
yeah,
I'm not a
exactly.
dog person, or I can't take it because I have, like, whatever.
And then if the ACO does, we simply bill the owner.
Yep.
Yes.
They can find the owner.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, since all dogs are tagged, right? I mean, everybody obeys the law. How hard can it be?
You're funny, Peter.
I know. All right, so anything else on 8?
No.
9. This is in the current bylaw. We amended it ever so slightly because of our other sections that we thought should be included. The reason I'm uncomfortable is I'm not convinced that this will pass the AG's review. But if you're found guilty of violations of lots of any of these sections that define cruelty to animal, you forfeit the right to own or keep an animal within the town.
Forever.
Forever.
Okay.
And if you have any animals, guess what? The ACO takes possession.
What is your concern about, which piece are you concerned about it not passing?
I am unconvinced that the town has the right to say, you may never again own an animal. We put it in there because it's past AG review once. But it's unclear to me that the town has the authority to do that, and it's unclear that we don't. So,
Is
we
it
left it in.
stipulated anywhere in any of in any MGL that, because I thought that was a broader kind of
Yeah.
common sense thing, that I was wondering if it was more that the ACO would immediately take possession of any existing animals.
I would imagine that if the town is allowed to declare that someone may not own any animal,
you can take
that
that.
possession only makes sense.
Right.
It's
No, I don't
it's the
disagree
natural
with that.
follow-on. So it's that declaration, it's the forfeiture of a right. It is unclear to me the town's ability to say it, especially since this need not be consistent across the Commonwealth.
And is a individual who is moving into town or even found guilty of cruelty to animals required to notify?
Not to my knowledge.
So again, there's that.
Yep, I believe that there are holes in the legal structure, the framework.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it should stay in and see if it passes. Because in my brain, it makes sense, but I think that the whole legal, and like I said, I have not gone through it and read all of the MGL sections, so I don't know how they all speak, but I did think that MGL was taking a stronger
And for some of them, I
Stance on
believe it
cruelty.
has, for some of them, I'm not certain. Again, there are a lot of sections here, and we went through a lot of sections to see which ones make sense to include and which ones don't. You know, we added the one that said that if you drowned a dog, it's cruelty to animal, and it wasn't in there before. Or if you electrocuted a dog, that wasn't included before. We added these things because we reviewed all of them, but there are a lot of them that we say, we don't think this makes sense in, this particular violation makes sense in our town.
So I guess leading up to this is that first, any person found guilty of a violation, who finds you guilty?
A court. That's all criminal.
This has
Every one
nothing
of
to
those is
do with the
criminal.
town, the board, or anybody then?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
I believe 10 is our
So-
last. Oh, go ahead, yep.
Sorry, I just looked at chapter MGL, whatever, 272, section 77. In addition to any other penalty provided by law upon conviction of any violation of this section or of sections blah, 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 the defendant shall forfeit to the custody of any society incorporated under the laws of the Commonwealth for the prevention of cruelty to animals or for the care and protection of homeless or suffering animals, the animals whose treatment was the basis of such conviction. A person convicted of a crime of cruelty to an animal shall be prohibited from working in any capacity that requires such person to be in contact with an animal, including a commercial boarding or training establishment, shelter, animal control facility, pet shop, grooming facility, commercial breeders.
So I will also say that that last clause at the end, unless otherwise directed by statute recorder, was our addition. Because some MGL says you have to go to an animal protection organization, and some are more silent than that. We've just given a fallback for all the cruelties, so we're not gonna worry so much about it. And should someone be so convicted, we worry about where the animal goes afterwards, but we have a place for the animal to go, no matter what MGL says.
Right.
And no matter what a court order says.
But I guess what I'm saying is it does seem that MGL doesn't explicitly say that they can no longer
Right.
hold, but they definitely seem to lean that way. So, because if it's the animal for which the conviction is associated, they have to give up ownership of that said animal. So, I don't know.
Well, I think they have to give up more than just that animal, because it's also someone who is convicted of cruelty to someone else's animal still has to forfeit his animals.
But what I'm saying is, if you have concerns about that piece passing, MGL does seem to lean more towards,
Yeah, you're right.
Creation of
Again,
animals.
it's unclear that we have the ability to say that that person may no longer possess animals. That was my concern. I don't have a problem with forfeiture at all. I think forfeiture, again, makes sense. And philosophically, I think that losing the right, because conviction of a crime forfeits certain rights, period. So I believe that this is not unreasonable. I just don't believe it's gonna pass muster. That's my only concern about it.
So if we go back to the very beginning, the animal control officer goes around, looks at all these places.
Yep.
Somebody reported to her that there could be a possibility of cruelty to animals. She investigates it, or he investigates it, then that gets turned over to the police for prosecution.
Yes.
Okay, so the town does have an initial impact in cruelty to animals through the ACO, basically.
Right, for an event that occurs in town.
Right, okay.
What this says, or what's important about this, is that somebody who moves into town, that based on something, a criminal background check is performed on that person is discovered to have been convicted of, the right to any animal that they have is forfeited, even when they move into town, because that person should not have had possession if the law says so. So as I say, there are complications. The police department is good at reading and understanding all that.
I guess I'm looking at it saying, okay, we have an animal control officer, and yet we're looking that, they go out, they check kennels and everything, but they have a much larger responsibility in that they could, part of their directive is to make sure that if there is cruelty to animals, they now have to take it to the police department. So they have a lot of responsibilities, and we have one that's a regional that goes around to a lot of towns, so it's a massive task.
Fundamentally, you're right. Anytime, for any reason that the ACO suspects cruelty to animals, that ACO is obligated to cause an investigation. I mean, I think that's implicit. I'd have to dig through all MGL to point to the specific one that says why, but the ACO is a sworn law officer.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not sworn to the same oath as was what we normally think of as a police officer or a detective, but still a sworn officer of the law.
and I believe, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, reporting structure wise, the ACO reports to the chief of police.
In this town, that is absolutely correct. And so, again, I expect a normal flow of communication there between the investigative branch and the animal control branch of the police department.
Okay.
Anything else on 9? 10, I was going to change this to be the chief of police after, with approval of the select board shall establish the schedule of fees. Nope, MGL says the select board establishes the fees. So practically speaking, the police chief will come to you, or the ACO will come to you and say, we would like this schedule of fees for our work, and you, the select board, will define what they actually are.
So jumping to fees, not here, but is there a maximum limit that a board could put on fees by MGL?
It would vary from fee to fee. Most of them don't have limits.
Okay,
It turns out to be what is a practical, reasonable limit? That's really what MGL, it's unfair to, that is the philosophy behind MGL. And I cannot think of many fees that are established by MGL. There are some, but those are the statewide fees. For example, fingerprinting. There is a state fee of whatever the number is that is apportioned in a very specific way to the town and to the state and to the federal government. But it doesn't say that's all you can charge. It says that this has to be part of the fee. So, in general, MGL does not state what a fee is, which is why you have the ability to set inspection fees every year. You can increase them every year if you like. It's up to anything that you believe is reasonable. Submitted by the building inspector or the electrical inspector, whatever.
the reason I ask is that I didn't see a date on here for when this was last updated, so I can only assume this goes back many, many, many years.
Well, 2012, when this bylaw came into effect, I haven't looked at the
Right,
dogs
but-
bylaw from 41 to know.
But the fee bylaw, I don't see a date on.
Well, the fine bylaw.
Right, the fine bylaw.
Oh, there's another page beyond that that has nothing more than history. We'll show it to you when it gets there. but
Okay, so my question is.
The fine table has not been significantly updated frequently.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so has it kept pace with society today?
It has been reviewed by every authority that can fine.
For this.
This fine table
Yeah,
that we are
exactly.
submitting has been reviewed. So the Board of Health, which has fines, their fines have been reviewed by the Board of Health. Building inspector has reviewed his, police department has reviewed, chief of police, they've all been reviewed.
Harry, to your point, I think that the town has not been maintaining the schedule of fees. Well, I think there's a difference, schedule of fines
Right,
versus
and
schedule of
fees.
fees.
Right.
And I think the fine table is in here, but the schedule of fees, I think the boards and commissions that are responsible for the fees need to be more on top of what the cost of doing their business is, so that they're recovering the cost in their fee setting. And also the select board obviously needs to be in better concert with all of the fees. And so but I don't think that the select board should be the one, dictating all of it, but having the conversation. It came up a few years ago that with the ZBA, that the fees for ZBA weren't covering the bare minimum or even posting
Costs,
requirements
right.
and everything. So there was discussion, and then the board had discussion with ZBA to kind of say, what's your process? What's the cost associated with these processes? There needs to be a little bit of overage for staff time that needs to do all of this.
Right.
Not to make a ton of money on it, but so that it's not costing the entirety of the tax base money for a single issue.
Exactly.
And
So when I get the fine thing, well, this thing hasn't been reviewed in a long time, let's take the last 10 years. Inflation has gone up 40%, the cost of doing business and having these people paid what they're paid. So why are we still looking at prehistoric fees or fines when the town has been subjected to all these increases? And that should be looked at, that's what I'm saying. So even though we've gotten requests from these people and say, this is what we like, I think we need to ask them, is this really? Because the townspeople shouldn't keep putting their money out when the fee should be paid by the individuals to take the burden off the rest of the town.
Right.
That's my concern.
Yeah, and I think that there are some, I think in the past few years, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, there's been a little bit more of a concerted effort to review the fees. Again, I wanna piece out, there's differences in
Some
fees.
boards have been, yes, let's leave fines aside. I have a lot more to say about fines when we
Right,
get there, but.
but, so if we're talking about fees,
Yeah.
and I think, but for instance, for this, is the cost of licensing a dog paying for the cost of the actual dog tag? Like, that's,
Is the cost for inspecting a kennel appropriate? in alignment with the fee to inspect a kennel.
That's exactly my point.
That's your point,
Right.
and I don't know, I do not personally remember the last time that the chief of police came in with ACO fees, but the select board are the ones who have to approve the fees, so that may be an ignorance on the police chief's part. They may be keeping up fines and the select board just hasn't approved them. I don't know, and I don't wanna.
Right.
So I mean, as from a broader context question, I think it does make sense for the select board to reach out to all the boards and all the departments that charge fees to understand their fee structure, understand whether it's dictated by MGL or if it's made up by the town, and when made up by the town, that the costs incurred do not overshadow and take more than the fee. Yep, that all makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Austin, do you think that there's a way that kind of starting with the new year and everything, the communication can go out from our office to the boards and commissions and departments and just ask, as people are, working through the budget season and everything, that they take a look at their fee schedules and review those? I think we usually set fees in the beginning of the fiscal year generally, I think.
I think so.
I've seen it happen at the beginning of the calendar.
Okay.
From time to time, there is no set time.
I think if there's a blatant mismatch, like when
Yeah.
we had the ZBA issue, then it became a much more kind of, but
It's more urgent, yeah.
if we can, Harry, to your point, look holistically at the entirety of all the fees and not just one-off here and
Yeah,
one-off
I'm not saying that, if the fee is 20, we're gonna jump it to 200. What I'm saying is, it has to be realistic with today's times.
Right. And I think for the boards and commissions for which, like, Tamika has been responsible for postings and everything, I think that those have maintained that level because she has that continuity and knows what to look for. But for some of the other boards and commissions that don't have necessarily posting fees and just issue a fee. But we also know, like, the Board of Health had asked us to increase their fees a couple months ago. And so, for building, I think in the past, we've had conversations with the building department. Are your fees covering the work that you need to do and your time that you're spending for that work?
Right.
And everything, so.
Right. No, absolutely, I think, it bothers me if we're not charging appropriate fees, then we are taking the rest of the townspeople's money of the hard taxes they pay
Yeah.
towards offsetting those, and I think that is an injustice that should be corrected.
I agree.
That's just my personal feeling.
And I don't think anyone would disagree with you, Harry, but I think departments or boards have just treated the fees as, yeah, that's what it is, okay, whatever, without consideration for what it costs. And I think this communication could cause people to think through.
Well, and in fairness, I
And
don't
that's the
think.
thing, it's the thinking about it that
Yeah.
becomes the important.
Right.
And in fairness, I don't think that there's been a clear communication or directive that, we need, it's been as things have arisen for those ones, but for some of the smaller, I wanna say smaller ones, but more that it's more staff time than it is like legal posting requirements or something like that you're writing a check out, but it's more time, staff time that is spending to do whatever.
Are you having your professional spend an hour to review a plan to make sure that the well is sited properly and the septic is sited
Right.
That all takes time.
Right, and the fees should cover.
I mean, some of that is you sort of trust the builder to meet the law, but I mean,
Are
as a
you-
practical matter.
Yeah, use the health department, for example. If it takes them an hour and it costs $60 for the hour and we're charging $25 for the fee,
Yep.
that is being absorbed by the rest of the town, and why?
Yep.
So,
Is there a state board for each of these individuals? Like Board of Health and, so on and so forth, that sets, okay, this is a rate that would be charged by.
Some MGL sections define fee structures. I'm thinking specifically about Concom right now.
Yeah.
Every fee is laid out in Mass General Law. And until we have a wetlands bylaw The town cannot charge anything other than the fees as defined by Mass General Law. There are the fees specifically around kennels, not defined anywhere, which means that the town gets to set it, and, well, the select board has to set it. The police department has a particularly challenging task here with fees, because they're so broad in their enforcement and their fee structures. Some of them are going to be defined by MGL because there's criminal stuff and background checks and whatever. Some fees are very well defined, and I imagine there are a number of fees that aren't defined that the police set themselves. But these animal ones are going to be different and have to be reviewed and adopted by the select board, because that's what MGL says. So, again, I don't know that the chief has changed the fee structure in the last 20 years, and I don't know that he hasn't. I know only that when it's changed, the select board has to do that.
So, okay.
Madam Chair, the only thing I would add is I think this would be a good, some good language to add into policy. I think anytime, especially right now, as we're talking about the budget, for example, with some of our revolving funds, one of the things when looking at expenditures, one of the first questions I'm asking is, do you believe your fees will be sufficient to cover these costs, right? So I think, by policy, this is a good practice to have, and we can determine what the schedule looks like. But it's not just fees for the cost of posting, but I think we need to really look at some of the practices. So for example, you mentioned staff time. We spend a lot of time, especially in your office, stuffing envelopes. That's actually not something that the town is mandated to do. That's actually something that we can mandate the applicant to do. So there's practices that also we can change to make sure that we're being efficient on top of the fees as well.
Yep.
If I had an analogy, is how much has your automobile inspection gone up?
Yeah.
Okay, you're paying more this year than you paid 2 years ago.
Thanks, Austin, for kind of including that in your discussions, your budget discussions, and also, I think it's something that we can be more mindful of. And to your point, Austin, efficiencies, and if our office or any other office is doing it, then there should be a cost and fee associated with that versus the onus becomes on the applicant instead.
All right, that's the end of animal control. Any other questions or comments?
So can we take a pause? It's 11:30.
Absolutely. All right.
And we're back,
I put the audios up, we're back online.
It's timely. I just had a solicitor come to my house.
Interesting. Well, actually, what used.
Apparently not, because we're on a do not solicit list.
Did you call the police department?
I did not.
So what used to be Article 2 was the fingerprint-based background check, as we have spoken about before. That bylaw is intended to be repealed, and the important sections are moved into this bylaw. So if you compare this with the current door-to-door, you'll find this has quite a bit more in it because it's got all the fingerprinting pieces. First thing that changed is the title. Used to say door-to-door solicitation and canvassing, and now it says peddling. Canvassing actually has a connotation of usually political speech, which definitionally is exempt. I say definitionally is exempt by Mass General Law. So there are lots of things that people can come to your home, political, nonprofit, I forget what else, but there are several classifications. Religious, that's right, that's another one. Those are all exempt from this. They don't have to do anything. They can just come up to your door, and you can't prevent them from coming up to your door. You can obviously never respond, but there is no legal recourse to them coming up to your door.
Even if you put a sign out front that says no solicitation?
Yes, because that's not solicitation. Political canvass is not solicitation unless they ask for money from you, which is inappropriate in a usual door-to-door kind of thing. Religious, absolutely not solicitation.
Okay.
Nonprofits are probably solicitation in one form or another, but again, nonprofits are exempt.
Okay,
So now, that is different from no trespassing. No trespassing is different from no soliciting. Because no trespassing means you're not allowed on the property at all. And so you need to be you have to have permission to enter a private property.
Yeah, okay.
So the point of this was both to allow reasonable access to those trying to sell goods and services, and for a way to prevent that for those who don't want any. We're trying to find that reasonable cross point, if you will. Yeah, we have lots of general law references. The chief of police and designees are responsible for implementation and enforcement. Let's go to here. Click. The police department is authorized to receive and utilize, and these last two are added because of the fingerprinting, but the police department is authorized to receive and utilize state and federal records in connection with background checks pursuant to this article. The word such should go away. Hold on. Let me take a note. This is to see. And the police chief may, after public hearing and approval of the select board, establish fees and promulgate regulations to implement this article. That's it. And again, as I actually already mentioned this before, the fees, MGL sets fees for the state and federal part of fingerprinting, but they can add fees on top of that because the police officer has to take your fingerprints. There is a time and a paperwork side to it. But the MGL does apportion fees, so there we go. We did try, I don't have those underlined. I need to go through all of these to make sure that our formatting is consistent. So I actually list them as we talked about. Religious, charitable, civic, or political purposes, even if they would otherwise constitute soliciting, those are all non-commercial. Now, civic is an important adjective here. So somebody who goes around town saying, hey, just so you know, there's a town meeting on February 16th. That's legal. That's a civic duty. It's a civic activity. Chief of police is the registration authority. That's always been that way. And a solicitor or peddler, basically anybody doing anything with commercial stuff, whether you take orders for goods or services, whether they're delivered immediately or in the future.
So the kids that go around my neighborhood trying to sell their raffle tickets for their sports events, that they would fall under this?
Probably not, because it's nonprofit, so it's considered charitable.
Okay,
same with Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, any of those.
Exactly.
okay.
Okay.
Charitable is very broad, and it doesn't just mean charity, and I suppose that it's not strictly limited to 501c3s, but fundamentally, if it were up to me, I would say the intent of this does not cover those
Cover those
activities.
activities, okay. Yeah, cause they're doing it for their sports, they're trying to raise money for those events, activities. Okay,
Girl Scout cookies as well.
It's the same, that's
Yeah.
right.
okay.
Yes, Girl Scouts make a ton of money, that's all okay. The fact that they make money does not make it a violation of this bylaw, in my opinion. So, no solicitor or peddler. Well, we'll do that in town without first obtaining a certificate of registration. Now, the word in the previous bylaw was almost always license, but it's not a license. By MGL, it's a certificate. So we changed everywhere where it said license, it's become certificate or certificate of registration throughout this bylaw. And there is a background check for the applicant, including fingerprinting. And as we said, the exemption for non-commercial purposes. And that is why I believe I could easily say, with the definitions up above, that Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, sports teams, any sort of fundraising drive that's not intended to make money for a single commercial organization. So I think anything to do with the schools, if the schools want to send out people to do candy drives, that's all, to my way of thinking, a non-commercial purpose. Each person who performs the soliciting or peddling submits an application. I'm not gonna go through everything that has to be there, but it's gotta be at least 10 days before they do it. What's that?
Thank you.
So it's each person, so say
Yes.
a company, like,
Yep.
I'm gonna just say a solar company decides that they're gonna target Rutland
Yep.
in a weekend or
Yep.
whatever, and they're gonna send out, let's say they're gonna divide Rutland into fifths, and they're gonna send out 5 people. Each one of those 5 need to go through the application. It's not that
Yes.
the main entity is doing it and then
Correct.
that covers for
So-
everybody.
This used to say individual or organization, and we stripped out or organization. Because, number one, at the end of the day, an individual is responsible for obeying the law, not the organization takes some responsibility for who they hire, but fundamentally, if someone is violating this law, the individual gets ticketed, not the organization, because that person has made a choice to violate.
Well, and I think that was some of the questions and concerns even on the fingerprinting bylaw
Yes.
when we had the conversation, as far as ownership is one thing, but then the individuals doing the day-to-day
Yes.
are something different. And so I wanted to just make sure that I was understanding correctly.
Yes, exactly right. So if an organization sends 5, 20 people, they need to submit 20 applications 10 days before they start.
For the person who is
For
going to be
each
doing
person
it,
who's
and
going
not
to be
just
doing it.
saying blanket,
That's
we're
right.
gonna have 10 people out. They need to know in advance who those 10 people
That's
are
right.
and though.
And get the fingerprints and get everything else done. La la la, that information. I actually hate section 6B2. I think that's much better policy. But in the absence of policy, we've got to say it in law. I would much rather not have any of this in a law.
And the registration can't be longer than a year.
That is our definition here, yes.
Okay, town definition. Can be a week, can be a day, it doesn't matter, but it can't be more than a year, okay.
Is there value so for all the requirements, if this were to if this were to pass in February and then be accepted by Attorney General, essentially, let's say.
Call it May, yeah. Call it June.
I was gonna say June, let's say start of the fiscal year.
Sure.
The board could have until the fiscal year, essentially May fiscal year, to create a policy that would outline this if we wanted to strip that portion out.
Absolutely.
And have it in policy.
But to be fair, it's not the select board who would establish this policy, it is the chief of police who would establish the policy and get it, and I would imagine, but I don't know this, get it approved by the select board.
Did Chief Monaco have any concerns about it being in the bylaw versus, I mean, I do think
He didn't mention any of it.
I do think in some ways it's very. I think in some ways having something formalized in law is, but I understand to your point. 'Cause
The level of detail in this list is crazy to have in law, in my opinion, because I'm gonna go, I could get into serious details. I think there's too much detail here, but in the absence of a policy, we have to put it in law. If Chief Monaco said, we'll make a policy, then I'd say, great, we're gonna strip out these 4, 6, 8 things from the list and you get to do it. And I would instead, sure, I'd leave name, physical description, date of birth, maybe a home address, but it's not clear. It's weird. Again, I don't know what I'd really want in the law, because that's got to persist for a long time.
the advantage to me of having a policy is that it's easier to change than a bylaw.
Exactly right.
So therefore, what of those items that are there are mandated by MGL?
Well, and that's what I was wondering.
Very few.
If,
Okay,
In fact, I'd have to look, honestly, it's been a while since I've looked at it, so I'm not certain which ones are mandated.
but not all of them,
I don't believe they're all there.
okay.
and I was wondering if there's a way, I had a note to ask Chief Monaco if he would be amenable to doing a policy, pulling a lot of this out into a policy. Because I do wonder if having, what's the bare minimum, name, address,
Description of nature, goods and services. What are you selling? That's worthwhile
and I
having
would
as
say
a
a statement of conviction of
Yep,
crimes
sure.
or anything like that. But then for some of the other stuff, I think it could be better put into policy.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Peter, if that's a huge significant change.
It is not a huge change. If Chief were to say, we will make a policy, I would negotiate with him and take care of it.
Okay, so I can ask Nick.
Yeah, because my thought is, this is something that changes over time.
Mhm.
So as communities change, as laws change, it becomes so much easier to adapt to a policy than it does to a bylaw.
That, and this is a broad, I view it as a broad, there's a lot of different companies, businesses that may be applying, and so some of it may not be directly applicable.
Right.
And so to make sure that there's a way that things are covered, but not, mandated if it doesn't pertain.
And if we get to the point where all our policies are online, then it's easy for the chief to say, look at our policy, rather than go back and look at our bylaws.
This goes back to transparency of government
Right.
and accessibility of information by the public. And searchability of information by the public. I
Yeah.
mean, it's all,
Right.
a lot ties together with communication.
Austin, do you think that you can reach out to Nick? If not, I can, but to see if he would be amenable to doing more of a policy for this, and then work with Peter to strip out what would be policy versus bylaw?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Your thought on that, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree. I mean, I think with the sentiment of if we can make things a little bit easier to manage, oftentimes that's done through policy. And I think the overarching goal of a bylaw, or if it's in a charter, makes sense. But as all of you know, you often fill in the gaps with policy. So some of these may make sense operationally at the department level for policy initiatives. So I'm happy to see what the chief thinks as well.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. This is the stuff that we pulled out of the other bylaw. Police department shall conduct state and federal criminal history checks in accordance with that section of, Chapter 6, Section 172B.5. Not even a half. Normally they put halves, now it's 0.5. Why? Whatever. And there is a policy. Again, a lot of this of 7B could easily go into policy, but there are sections that should not, because this describes the overall process.
Yeah.
And
So this could not be put into the fingerprint bylaw.
not completely, more of this should stay here because it puts the onus legally on the police department for notification of certain things.
Okay.
And I think we, as a board, kind of decided to guide the ad hoc bylaw committee to remove the fingerprint bylaw and
Yeah.
incorporate it all
Right.
in under this, because I think the fingerprint bylaw became very difficult to try to manage on the business side,
Right.
so.
Okay, so
Okay.
lots of pre-fingerprint stuff to do, work to do. Fingerprints, transmit, and then it follows into whether or not the certificate is issued or denied. There are a few specific circumstances that will cause denial. But fundamentally, the decision is subjective by the chief that the applicant is of suitable character. When a certificate is issued, an identification card is generated which each solicitor must carry with him or her at all times he is performing the activity.
So we actually issue that as a town.
Yes,
And that's
Absolutely.
required to be on his person that we can see.
yes, at all times.
Okay.
Any person engaged shall display so that usually means on a lanyard, though it's not strictly necessary, while soliciting or peddling, and present the card to any police officer or person solicited upon request.
Usually they have it on a lanyard.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I always thought that was like from their company.
Oh, companies may provide lanyards as well. And in effect, how the person displays it doesn't matter, but it needs to be displayed.
Yeah.
Not just on the person, they can't be in a pocket somewhere. Shall display the identification card.
Yep.
Peter, you have the question mark under 9A, identification question mark, comma, and expiration of said certificate.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I wasn't sure about. I need to talk that over with the chief, because I think we reworded this, but I'm not certain what is on the card, on the ID.
Yeah.
And I don't wanna force something onto the ID that isn't there now. Police chief will already have identified what goes on the card. So this may be another thing that is best left to policy about exactly what's on the card, though I agree having the picture on there should be in the law, and the expiration date should also be in the law. So that anyone can look and say, this doesn't belong to this person, or this is no longer valid.
So instead of identification, I guess I would say name. I would want the picture and name and the expiration.
But again, it depends on what's on the form. I don't wanna dictate to the chief something that he feels is inappropriate.
Yeah.
So so in fact, let me do.
And I might also, just as a conversation point, the entity for which they are doing the solicitation,
Oh.
because you could have an individual who is soliciting for one company, and then it's the same individual soliciting for another company. And does that, if they have an authorization to solicit in town for a year, let's say, and they switch companies,
New identification, because one of the application requirements is what you're selling.
Right.
So
Yep.
now
what if
it
you're
is,
still selling the exact same, like, I'm saying like solar
the
and you're
company.
going, right,
and the company is also one of the things that is required. So if they change company, if they change good or service, it's a new application and a new license, new certificate, excuse me.
but maybe that's a consideration just for, and again, maybe it's in policy better, but that the name of the entity for which that person is tied, I think, and I'm thinking about the people who advocated so strongly for a door-to-door solicitation bylaw in inception in the first place. And I think that there could be value, because there could be people that say, well, I have a solicitation for a year, doesn't matter what company I am, I'm still just going to solicit because I'm authorized to solicit.
Right.
Where that's, I think some of the intent is to ensure that
Yeah.
it's linked to the company as well as the individual.
It's not just a general solicitation
Right.
certificate,
Right.
it's per company, per, yeah.
And this is where it also becomes tricky as things move into policy, because how does an individual know that if you move too much into policy?
Well, and that's why I wonder if some of it needs to be explicit, like, we know in the application, but also then I think for identification, because then if somebody goes to, a solicitor goes to a resident's house, they have that additional layer of question that they can ask or confirm, like, oh, I'm selling for ABC Solar, but, oh, well, your tag says that you're selling for XYZ Solar, like, what's going on?
I understand what you're saying. The reality is, most of the people, in fact, I'm gonna say all the people involved in this, getting this bylaw passed, don't want any solicitors, so they're on the do not solicit list and they don't care, and most people will never look at my suspicion is most people will never look at the details on the ID. But I'll let the chief make some decisions about this.
And I just wanna, I think you're right, that the people who were super involved are on the do not solicit list, and also they still have a very strong concern for the protection of the people who aren't on the do not solicit list, that they are not being, that they're being provided all the relevant information, and that there's a level of safety and protection, so I just wanna.
Okay, moving on. Yep, there's a do not solicit list maintained by the town clerk. Anybody can go on it.
Do we know what register in writing means? Is it a form that has to be filled out or simply a letter from the applicant?
It's actually a web form, last I checked. You
Okay,
just fill out some stuff on the web and that turns into whatever request is necessary, but that's considered in writing.
But it just
Okay.
needs to be some sort of documentation other than a verbal, I want to be added.
Okay.
Is it worth in authority or something, describing that the do not solicit list sits with the town clerk? Because so much of it is in public safety, and then this is in, I don't know, see what your committee says or
Yep.
how the rest of the board feels, but because that was one of my questions, is the do not solicit list also available from public safety, or does it only sit with, it all has to be filed with the town clerk? It
And the
sits
town
with-
clerk supplies it to the chief, to the police department so that they can distribute to the,
Right,
do we have an electronic form where the chief has access to that? So, yeah, the town clerk is the keeper of it, but does the chief have access to that?
he gets access to a copy as sent periodically by the town clerk.
So not an electronic copy, so you
I
can.
can't say that, I'm not gonna say that, I'm gonna
Oh.
say that the chief of police is sent, can be in hard mail, can be inter-office mail, can be email, I don't know, I'm not gonna dictate that.
We were trying to cut down on costs, so having the chief access it is,
I would assert that it is naturally done through email, but I don't know that, and again, I'm not gonna dictate.
okay.
and I think, sorry, I don't think we have a specific town clerk bylaw,
No, we do not.
because it was like, I agree that this should sit here, but it's all describing a function of the town clerk.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, trying, like I think previously the committee had taken out kind of different things and put whoever owns it in that bylaw.
In that town official's bylaw, that's
Yeah.
correct, and since there is no bylaw for, we've talked about in the past, the moderator, or in this case, the town
Right.
clerk, we have nowhere else to put it.
And I think in a lot of ways it makes sense because it's talking about door-to-door solicitation, so having it there also.
Yeah, and having this entire function is specific to this.
But I do wonder if having it in the authority also somehow listed that the town clerk has some sort of authority in a portion of this also might be
Understood.
helpful.
We leave it upon each certificate holder to make sure that he or she has the most recent copy before beginning activities. Okay, don't go to someplace in the do not solicit list, what a surprise. Oh, Harry, here's the answer to your question. If it says no soliciting, you're not allowed in, which makes sense in every case that I've said. But again, those other exemptions are exempt.
Yep.
So it's no trespassing and no soliciting, and I would maintain that no trespassing includes all of the non-commercial activities defined above. Now, we changed the hours. We purposely did that because one of the purposes is to give reasonable access to the residents to solicitors. So we didn't limit it like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 is what it used to be. Doesn't make sense as people aren't home at 5 o'clock, so that's not reasonable access to residents. So we extended it to 9 to 8 PM. I believe Saturday, Sunday, and holiday, 9 to 5 is the same.
I kind of argue that because there's a lot of businesses out there that have standard 9 to 5 hours, and I still work all day, and I can't necessarily get there because I work full time. So why
Right.
should we offer this courtesy when you're coming to my home uninvited,
In the middle of supper.
Or
putting kids to bed.
putting
or-
kids to bed, or in the winter hours after dark, if somebody's home alone, if younger kids are home alone? I don't know that I like that
I
extension.
cannot perceive anyone seeing a limit of 9 AM to 5 PM as reasonable access to
Standard
residents.
business
Even-
working hours, standard
Right,
business hours.
and even given that then there's also Saturday, Sunday and holidays that,
exactly.
like, to your point, Jen, like oftentimes banks or something are 9 to 5
Yeah.
and very limited Saturday hours, no Sunday hours, no holiday
Right.
hours, post office or something of that nature, so
But the point is for them to be able to get to you in your residence. And so if you're not there from 9 to 5, they have no access at all.
but they have Saturday, Sunday and holidays.
Right. And we don't know what people work nights and are home
So,
during the day,
Yeah,
people
it's-
work weekends,
It will never be
not-
all-inclusive, but there is a reasonableness quotient that concerns me.
I don't think 9 to 5 is unreasonable for Monday through Friday.
The other thing is, maybe that's great in the summertime when it's still light out at about
Right.
8 o'clock.
Right.
But when it gets dark at 4:30 or 5, you got somebody coming to your house at night, knocking on your door
Yeah.
at 7:30. That to me is not appropriate.
Yeah.
So, you know, not that you have to answer
Tom's not here.
the
Okay.
door, but we shouldn't have to ask the public to be wary of a knock on your door at 7:30 at night.
A resident who's gonna be wary at 7:30 at night is gonna be wary no matter who is knocking at the door.
Right, but at least they have a expectation that after 5, they don't have to expect somebody to knock on your door at night in the winter time, because this doesn't specify.
I'll bring it up with the committee. But this does, however, bring up an important point, and I wish Leah hadn't just walked out, because I do wanna make one thing really clear. The words that the committee does its best to work with all the review committees, but at the end of the day, it is up to the ad hoc bylaw committee, the words that get proposed at town meeting. Okay? So there can be plenty of disagreements, and there will be. And
What?
floor amendments are always allowed.
As weird as it sounds, I would think maybe Sunday starting at noontime, but you know, there are a lot of
Yeah.
people who go to church in the mornings.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That also means they're not home to answer the door.
Just a thought.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, that,
I
I just keep thinking families that have young babies that go to bed and they got dogs that start barking and wake everybody up. That's happened to me before, and I can't tell you how angry as a parent that makes you. You just tried hours to get that kid to go to bed, and now somebody
you know,
knocks on your
many,
door.
you're right, many times I'll come home and I've been solicited, but they left it hanging on the doorknob.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean you can't solicit me. It just means that these are the hours that you can. So
That also means that they're not allowed to go up to your door after 5 PM to hang that thing on your doorknob. So they don't have that access at all. I'm just taking the opposing position here for a moment, I'm not.
Right, and I'm saying that if that is your goal, in that you can't reach me, I was in the sales business for a long time. If I know that these are the parameters I have, I better work very hard to get it done between this hour and that hour.
Yep.
I'm not giving you the option to go later than that. If you can't get it done from 9 to 5, if you can't get it done in 8 hours, then I'm not gonna give you a few more hours to do it. There are people who work from home now more than ever.
Again, I will
So-
talk about it with the committee.
I mean, if it's not MGL and it's a town thing,
It is.
okay. I wish we
MGL
could-
just says we can set the hours.
I wish we could say to the town, when this comes up in an article, which does the town prefer? 9 to 5, 9 to 8?
No, that you can't do.
That's what I mean, so,
All we can do, so let's just say for a moment that it comes up 9 to 8 and that somebody makes a floor amendment to make it 9 to 5. Okay, I mean, that's what you can do at town meeting.
Okay.
The alternative is to actually have multiple articles and then you have much
No,
worse
no,
problems. And
No.
I'm not going down that path.
no, we ain't going there. It's bad enough to have 20 articles, we're
Yeah.
gonna go through it.
Moving on, whoever continues, now this is actually very important and carried over from the current bylaw. Whoever continues to solicit or peddle after being informed by a police officer to cease and desist may be arrested without warrant. That means that it's not just I as citizen say, you're not allowed to be here because I'm on the no solicit list. It is up. This is why it becomes important for individuals to call the police when they see someone who is not conformant with the law, to call the police so that the police officer can issue the warning. And if they're already violating the law because they don't have a license, a certificate, they're already off. But if they do have a license and they've been told, this is do not solicit, you don't do this, and they go to another one, off to jail. But it requires a warning from a police officer before they may be arrested. Now trespass violations, that is to say entering a location that says do not trespass, covered by 266-120, so we stripped all that stuff out. And then there are reasons that a certificate may be suspended. Fraud, misrepresentation, false statements in the application, or discovered while they're soliciting, or any violation. Change in status, somebody is added to the sexual predator list in Massachusetts after they already have the certificate. And anybody doing anything in the unlawful manner or using high-pressure tactics and harassment are specifically said that's a violation of this bylaw.
Peter, it looks like we're talking about individuals.
Yes, we are always talking about individuals.
What about a street?
What about
Sign that says no solicitation allowed on this street.
that can only happen on a private way, that cannot happen on a public way.
Okay.
So if you have a private way, then the owner of the way has the authority, if it gets complicated as usual.
Take, for example, Nate's Way.
Yep, which until this past town meeting, the owner of Nate's Way was the developer, the Lucier business.
Right.
And so they could have put one up as long as they put it in their right of way and not on someone else's private property.
Okay. All right.
Could they do that with permission of a homeowner?
Yes, absolutely, that could be done that way. But again, only for a private way.
All right.
So Nate's Way now isn't eligible for that.
Right.
Any certificate issued under this may be revoked after investigation, notice, and hearing.
Again, when we talk about a registration authority, we really are talking about the clerk.
No, the chief of police.
Oh. Okay,
The registration authority, defined up above, is the chief of police.
okay.
Or his designee.
Can we, I know there's a difference between the wording, but I'm C and D, like suspended versus revoked.
Yes. So anything can be instantly suspended because they perceive an issue.
Okay,
And then one would imagine that the police officer who caused that suspension
Yep.
would submit paperwork to the chief to start the process to
To
revoke.
revoke the, okay, got it.
I would imagine, again, reasonableness.
Yeah.
Somebody screwed up twice because they didn't look at the list twice.
Right.
I can see mistakes that are not bad enough to cause revocation, but certainly suspension.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then registration authority holds a hearing, blah, 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 process. Results of the hearing are delivered in writing to the certificate holder within 10 days. So that it says either it is revoked or it's, your certificate is revoked or your certificate is reinstated.
Okay.
Unsuspended, whatever. And then, somebody doesn't like what happened with the investigation and suspension and or revocation, they can go to the select board. And then they hold a hearing. And it might be an executive session, but normally in public. Now, this is the opposite of some of the other hearings that we've had in bylaw, where many of the hearings turn out to be personnel issues, and so they turn out to be best handled in executive session.
Yeah.
Misbehavior of a board member, for example. But this is a case where it's public and we make it public, usually unless the appellant specifically requests executive session. You have your discussion, you make a decision, and you notify the appellant and the police chief. It is also important, I'd forgotten about one sentence in E deemed granted. So if someone applies for a certificate and is denied, that process can also be appealed to the select board.
Okay.
So it's select board either upholds the denial, upholds the suspension, upholds the revocation, or grants or reinstates. And this is an important thing, constructive approval of licenses. This is the general way of the law, which is if you folks don't make a determination within 10 working days of the conclusion of the meeting in which the appeal was heard, then it is then the request for licensure is constructively approved. So don't dilly-dally on your decision is the lesson here. Which is, again, generally the truth. It's the way the planning board works, it's the way Concom works. Most of the licensing, if the authority does not act, then the request is constructively approved.
Mhm.
And keep records for 3 years, okay?
Makes sense.
Any questions about solicitation and or peddling?
Can you go back up a little bit? Sure. Appeals, enforcement and penalties and restrictions. It is in there stating that you should contact police if you have. Is that just
Like any other crime.
registration authority?
Yeah.
Okay, contact, okay. If you have to report someone that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I was just thinking, Leah, Austin should have told us to stop when you left the room.
Why?
Quorum.
There's
There's still quorum, there's still three.
When you're in the room, there's quorum. When you're out of the room, there's.
No, there's three, Harry, Paul, and.
You're right, I can't count today. I apologize. Moving on. Hey. So shall we stop for lunch? I mean, we just finished door to door. So if you have any specific questions about this, Lee, I'm happy to answer.
No, I was good with that's why I kind of bolted when I did, cause I was, okay. But I don't know how the board wants to eat now, wants to eat through discussion. I'm amenable.
I will, if the town doesn't mind watching us eat, I would just assume.
Working lunch?
Working lunch,
Yeah.
just to get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah.
I think it's just Lynn and Austin anyway, so, or anybody that watches it
Well,
on
I'm gonna say,
video.
anybody who watches the video.
Anybody that watches the video.
Why
I don't
people
mind
would
watching
punish
you eat.
themselves to watch this fast, I'm sorry, what was that, Lynn?
I don't mind watching you eat.
Okay.
Thanks, Lynn.
You say that now, you haven't watched me eat before.
Well, you're just a little tiny, square on my screen.
Okay.
Oh, that's.
That's the cracky, thank you.
I can't see your table manners.
Your bag.
Thanks, that is actually very helpful.
All right, so I'm gonna take a
Have fun,
minute and
folks.
rearrange
Thanks,
things.
Becca, I appreciate it.
I'm just gonna take a minute and rearrange things so that I can look and control.
I have an extra fork and knife if anybody needs. I have chips, so I couldn't find paper plates in there, so we'll make do.
Pile of
I
napkins
was gonna
over there.
say, I have a giant pack.
Thank you, Leah, for picking this up.
Oh, yeah, no worries. And I brought chips.
M&Ms, those are dangerous.
I know, I figured maybe we'll need some sugar after, cause the donuts aren't enough, right? And I do have a bag here that I've kind of been doing for trash, so that way we don't leave food trash down here.
Please. He says, speaking as a cable guy, not as a,
To invite all the little critters in. And I just have water, I didn't figure
So good with
Yeah,
sodas
water.
and everything, but.
Thank you.
none for me, thank you, but I'll put them here in case. Harry wants some with his salad. Oh, and you brought chocolate. Oh, you naughty girl. Donuts, cookies, chocolate.
Cookies were bonus, I wasn't expecting them, and she's like, here, have some cookies too. Okay.
I know me, so I can only assume that other people will also need.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just had to have a pseudo argument with a solicitor. I was in the middle of a dog training at the house, and I saw him park across the street and start walking up to the front door, and I was like, it was another solar, and I said, I'm in the middle of dog training, I don't have time. And I forget how he got onto it. It's like, oh, we're on a do not solicit list. He's like, oh, can I come back at another time? I said, no, we're on a do not solicit list. He said, oh, well, we're legit. I said, he's like, oh, well, you know, if you're that, you can put a sign out that says do not solicit, which normally my husband usually has one out. I said, but if you were legit,
You would know.
you would know because I'm on a do not solicit list that you're supposed to get from the town.
When you said said, I'm legit, where's your certificate?
Yes.
Where's the ID card,
Right.
excuse me, is,
Yes. So, yeah.
There was a rash of solar people running
Oh, yeah.
around this fall,
Yep.
and I looked at every one of them. And one guy kind of looked at me like, no, I just want to make sure that you're registered with the town.
and by the way, that's one of the benefits of, I hope, in doing all the bylaws, hopefully more people will read them and recognize all their rights.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As we get started with the emergency entry systems, this is applicable to not only town-owned buildings, correct? This is commercial and other.
Oh, this is,
Entities,
yes,
right.
when you talk about applicability, so, let me, before we dig into the meat of this, this bylaw has been substantially reworked because the chief read the last one that we had, and before we really got into it, he said, hey, there's a new model bylaw out there, would you mind using this? We said, sure, we used it, so we went through his suggestion, I have some, thank you very much. So we went and went through that bylaw and used that as a template for what we need on here. And the chief has, as usual, we did run it past him, and he's actually seen this a long time ago now, so he'll be very happy when it goes into effect. This used to be something like master key security boxes, which was, well, I don't know how much better emergency entry is, but I think it's a better title. Because the point is is for the fire department to enter a building when there's an emergency. That's the whole point. And so, and fundamentally, buildings with either, apartment buildings or business buildings that have, especially a variety of residents, if you will, or occupants, but a single fire system is important for them to get to. They have to be able to get to it. So, this article applies to any building which has a fire department, a fire alarm, or other fire protection system, and does not apply to residences fewer than 3 dwelling units, unless there is a fire alarm system.
But doesn't code require a fire alarm system in a residence?
Code in residence requires local smoke alarms and CO alarms, but there is no requirement that they talk to the fire department.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
Goodness, the way ours go off all the time, the fire department would be,
oh man,
Cooking bacon? Yeah.
no, bugs that get in them in the middle of the night, 3 AM, like.
or the ones that hit me a couple times is when they hit end of life and they just start going off periodically. Oh, that's such fun at 2 AM.
So I have a question on that.
Yes.
To any building which has a fire alarm or other fire protection system, I'm thinking for us on the historical commission, if Rutland were to get called to the prison camps, we're looking at putting up locked gates. If something were to happen and they need to get into those, there's obviously no fire protection system out there. Is that
Well,
not applicable here?
it certainly does not apply to this because it's not a structure.
But there are structures out there.
There are some, but none of them are none of them have fire protection systems in them.
Right.
So none of them are going to be apply. This bylaw does not apply to them unless and until there were a fire protection system built in that would alert the fire department.
But I think, Jen, to your point, there needs to be access for public safety,
Yes.
the
Right.
gates and
That-
everything.
that
That's a
is
separate.
that's the other side of your question, which is,
Yes.
of course, the fire department should have a way to get through any gate in town that makes sense.
Yep.
How you do that, does there need to be something that specifically complies with this article? Not necessarily. For example, it is possible to just hand the keys to the fire department so they have have a copy of the keys.
Right.
And that would, for that kind of purpose, meet the need. This is really about structures that are sufficiently complicated and that have fire systems that the fire department needs to get to. So if I pretend for a moment that the library were an apartment building, the fire apparatus is behind that door. It's actually behind another door, behind this door. So the the fire need to be able to get into this building to get to that so they can diagnose and deal with the fire or the emergency.
there's an open box on this upstairs floor as well, coming in that door, okay?
Yes, there is, yep.
Okay. This sits in general bylaw and not with any of the planning bylaws, because I know like recently with the grow manufacture facility, there was conversation about how they would have the emergency entry system set up and everything. That all came up through planning board though, through their
Right.
site plan review and conditions and everything like that. So, but this still sits in under general.
I can't answer why this is a general bylaw, because I can, this turns it, I mean, its applicability turns into land use, and therefore why isn't it zoning? I don't know.
There's a couple that sit that way.
Right.
What was the one that we talked about last? I forget last.
Right, you're right, one of the things, it's clearly a land use question, but there's a general bylaw instead of a zoning.
Yep.
And whether it's because they didn't wanna meet the 2/3 threshold, which is one of the reasons you do it, or one of the reasons it has been done historically that way. I don't know, that's a good reason, but it's a reason. And B is where it gets why it would be here. All existing commercial buildings not normally occupied at all hours shall be required to comply.
"12 months from the effective date of the original article, so the 1991.
It would depend on, I'd have to look at the old one to see, because if the old one had this provision, then yes, 1991 is it. If the old one did not have this specific provision, I expect it did, but I haven't looked. Then this is just a carryover.
Because I think if it's not currently a carryover,
Then it would become the new effective date of the.
exactly.
Yeah.
But also, I think we just need to be aware that it could potentially, hopefully, any commercial buildings have had it.
It suggests that a review should take place to ensure that it has been done in all commercial buildings.
And also, it could come with a very significant cost if it dollar cost to the business.
True.
So just as a board that it's, and I'm looking now at the bylaws to see if I can find it out of curiosity, but
Yeah, and if some review needs to take place of all the commercial buildings, you can't do it 11 months later and give them a month to comply.
Right.
So whether is there notification to the businesses to say, hey, this passed, make sure you're in compliance, this is your notification, and leave it up to them.
I don't believe historically it's been done, but
it hasn't, it's not in the current bylaw.
Oh, okay,
If it's master key security boxes, it's the current.
yes.
I don't see that it, anywhere that it stipulates that any, that there needs to be any retroactive fitting.
Right, so therefore, that was a provision in the new model.
Okay.
So all town buildings should have easy access, key boxes or keys with the department, fire department. Every town building should.
I believe every town building does. Well, in that, they don't have boxes, but they do have, fire department has keys to everything, every town building.
Okay.
Now, understand, the reason we talk about entry systems rather than keys is the state of the art has advanced. If you use card keys instead of physical keys, that's okay. If, where the old one had to be a physical key to get in.
Or it's a number punch or something.
Right. That's right, codes, whatever it is, any way to, so long as they have a mechanism to get in, that's what's important. It's not important that it is a physical whatever.
Okay.
I followed an officer into a building one day, and he had a wampum card. And they're doing, we went in. Okay.
Interesting. Alright.
I feel like this is common sense,
Yeah.
but also, does it need to be explicitly stated somewhere that it needs to be access that is able to allow access during an emergency? Because some of the electronic stuff, I mean, if they're like do all of the electronic accesses allow if there's an active fire or something going on?
I mean, do they just lock down
Well-
and don't let you in?
Right.
There are practical limitations to everything. If you have a card key system and your computer that is running the card key system is on fire and not functioning, how you get in is a very interesting question if there is no backup.
Stacks, I mean, yeah. Boom.
And I agree, I look at it as an extra, shall we call it an extraterrestrial event, where something happens,
Well, extraordinary certainly, I mean.
Right.
You would, but it's not unheard of.
where we lose electricity in the whole town.
Right.
And fire start, how do they get in?
And I'm looking at it more from the point of, with the stipulation that all existing commercial buildings need to retrofit. And if people, commercial building owners are looking for a, quote unquote, cheap and easy way to do it, that it's done in a manner that is of good standing still. Does that make sense?
Would that be something the zoning board,
Be something, what, I'm sorry?
zoning board would implement?
No.
No.
I would imagine the fire department would be fundamentally responsible for it. I think they could use the building inspector to help to inspect, but I don't know that. I have not asked the chief about that, so I would not want to speak in his stead in this regard. Let's also, let's go a little further, because this talks about some things. Applicable buildings shall be equipped with an approved security box. So approved is very important. Because it's not what the owner of the property thinks is appropriate. It's what the fire department believes is appropriate. So keys, codes, and devices and information to allow access to all doors, elevators, fire alarm controls, and to operate or service the fire protection systems.
Maybe this does address my concern also, that there's some sort of,
Also, when an engine company pulls up to a building, the first officer out of the truck is going to have something in his hand that will open the door regardless.
Certainly true.
Is it part of where location is noted, but
it has to be approved by the fire department.
That's right.
Or their designated.
so they would know if they're responding, they would have access to that and know exactly
Yeah.
where to look.
That's right. So where it goes, how you get into it, how they, would get into it.
Okay.
If the fire department doesn't approve it, it doesn't happen, it's not approved, and that would, I would presume, would stop the certificate of occupancy. That is never stated here, I know that, because again, we're crossing the boundary between zoning and general bylaws, but that is my presumption. I would hope, in fact, that would be part of viewpoint.
Well, I do know, and I know the recent example that I brought up earlier was the marijuana grow manufacture facility. I remember there was a distinct conversation with the fire chief on one of the planning meetings when they were doing, and I don't know if it was site plan review or what they were reviewing, but it was a very pointed conversation about having the access and where it would be, especially for a facility of that nature.
Right.
So,
Nope, what am I hitting? I don't know. Whoa, I don't know how that, I must have hit, holy cow, what, I hit page instead of step. Let me go back. Oy, sorry about that. Violations. Subject to fine is published in the schedule of fine. There you go. Now, that's also, A violation of this would mean that the building is occupied when it doesn't have an approved, what means one of a couple things. It could mean that the owner never got the approval and yet still got occupancy and occupied. That's one possibility. That one's not particularly bad. The really bad one is that the contents are not up to date with with changes to the system. And there's no way you can force that, but if it happens, it's gonna be discovered because there's a fire in the building and the fire department could not easily, quickly get into the building, and the repercussions of that are much more harsh than any fine we would ever impose, because among other things, it is very possible that insurance won't pay for fire damage.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm curious about like a commercial building under construction that hasn't gotten a CO yet. What happens if there's a fire in that case, but there's no lockbox, there's no,
That's also very possible.
maybe subject to fines if they just hadn't gotten to that point yet.
It's not clear because if I don't know enough to really answer your question.
Okay.
Because I don't know where I don't know if the box is supposed to be up before the building is weatherproofed.
Right.
Because if it's before
it's
it's weatherproof,
enclosed.
there's nothing stopping. But I don't know enough to be able to say when exactly this happens in the process.
Yeah.
It also says that it's for apply to any building which has a fire alarm or other fire protection system, and I don't know, a little bit, I guess, to your point, is at what point does that become installed?
Active, yeah.
Right.
And active, and so, until that point, it wouldn't be a requirement.
Okay.
And in truth, a fire during construction, it doesn't matter if it's a residence or a commercial building. It's just, and I don't mean to minimize this, but it's just the entry to the building.
Right.
And that could be very difficult, I don't dispute that, but
Yeah.
maybe trying to come up with that again, it's not part of the model that we looked at, so I hesitate to add it. Because we know there could be problems, I don't argue that.
No, I hate to see somebody getting fined for something that they just hadn't gotten to in the process yet versus clear violation, they just
Right, but
knowingly didn't
to
do
Leah's
it, you
point,
know?
I don't think they're finable because
Yeah,
if the
makes
fire
sense.
alarm or for notification system isn't there,
Right, it's not gonna be,
then they're not subject to the,
yeah,
And just because they're subject to the fine that's published doesn't mean they have to
Have
be
to, right.
fined. And so I think
That's
that
true.
that's at the whim of the board and everything as to whether there's a fine or not. I think historically, town in general has been not quick to fine. I don't think that we live in a community that wants to see everybody,
Right.
live under the fear of getting fined. And also, there's the opportunity that if it's severe enough, that can be.
yeah,
again, the ramifications of the fire are going to so far outweigh any fine that the town would apply if it chose to, it's insignificant.
And I do think in our, and I don't know if it's in the license renewal process, but I know for sure in the initial providing the licensure, there is fire, like public safety review of everything.
Right.
So it's not necessarily explicit that they review it, but it is a condition of the application when they're applying, reapplying, whatever.
Right, if we look at other sections of MGL, there is a requirement to periodically inspect every fire system. They come in every year and look at every smoke detector, every pole, all the annunciators, they look at everything here yearly because MGL says that's part of their job, they're part of the fire department's job. So I expect that the same rigor is applied to commercial buildings. I don't know that, fire chief could answer it. I would hope it's subject to periodic review.
My experience is that the building inspector and the fire chief pretty much do this hand in hand. Okay, so as they're going through and the building inspector is inspecting a particular phase of the construction, that involves the fire chief will be with him.
If I leave your box.
All right, that is the end of emergency entry systems. Moving on, right to farm.
Yeah. Boy.
Now, there are quite a few changes to this bylaw because the intent of the bylaw, even the original intent, was not made really clear. And so this committee has tried to clarify it considerably. The original intent of this bylaw, and I got this from one of the people involved in writing, taking the model bylaw at the time and getting it through the system, was that it applied not only to commercial agricultural activities, it was also intended to apply to what I'm calling citizen farmers. My neighbor who has chickens next door. The intent was to allow those as part of right to farm, even if it's not a commercial activity. If they keep chickens for eggs for their own use, that's still farming to us. And so a number of the changes that you see to this bylaw are to make clear that expanse. I will also mention that some of the discussions that have gone on have sent in town with some of the conflicts that have occurred recently have centered around the fact that right to farm is supposed to be that expansive because it is a right. It is a right as expressed in the Massachusetts Constitution that can be applied to individuals and not just corporations. But that our intent has always been to make the meaning of this broad. Certain sections are applicable only to commercial businesses, large vehicles, which we'll talk about when we get there.
Peter, I have a question.
Yes.
And this is nitpicky. In purpose, part B, second line, economic opportunities, protects farmers by allowing agricultural uses. Not everybody that has chickens considers themselves a farmer. And so is there, the way this reads to me is someone who just defines themselves as a farmer and more of that commercial or larger scale entity versus a backyard.
Yeah, citizen farmer is what I
Citizen,
consider.
yeah. So I don't know if there needs to be any clarification or even in definitions that a farmer
Yeah,
is,
citizen farmer.
right, is
definition.
includes citizen farmers or
Yeah.
or even people that have larger amounts of land that hay it, or that they don't necessarily hay it for significant profit.
Yep, okay, we'll talk about that.
In keeping with that, when we get down here, it's the definition of farm that troubles me.
Okay. Okay.
Used primarily for purposes of agriculture. Not collaterally, not secondary, but primarily.
That's correct.
Then you can't call yourself a farm if it's not used primarily for agriculture.
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're not farming. So we have a specific definition of farm based in Mass General Law, by the way. Because a farmer does not have to operate on a farm. Farmer can be wherever he or she is. Again, a residence that has 5 chicken coops is a residence. It's not a farm. because it's not primarily used for agriculture. So I don't think there's a conflict there. I think that's right. I think that you can have a farmer who is not operating on something that is legally defined as a farm. I think that's possible. I believe you can have farming activities that are not performed on a farm.
And that's, in my talking with individuals in the town, that's the problem they have. Is that, but he's not a farm.
So,
He has one chicken coop
Yep.
on his land.
Yep.
That's not a farm.
So-
No, it could be a gentleman farmer, but it's not a farm.
yeah, but I don't see a conflict there.
That's what, well, I think that's what you're getting at, Peter, is
Right.
we're broadening this
We-
bylaw to incorporate those non-farm people that have those residences with chickens or other.
To more explicitly allow it. It was
Right.
intended to be allowed in the original bylaw, it's just not stated broadly enough that way.
Right.
We're trying to state it in a way here where you don't have to be on a farm to still be performing farming activities. You can perform farming activities at a residence, you can perform farming activities on an otherwise empty lot, you can.
And this will just refine what your, what am I looking at, rules
Yeah,
are for,
exactly.
in those scenarios.
To a limited degree.
Right.
And all of the other restrictions that people are talking about, too many birds on this residential lot. That will end up should be, a question for the animal control bylaw and not for the right to farm, because you should not have a bylaw that defines a right and then puts limits on a right. In our opinion.
I still have a problem with it. Farming is use of a farm.
Those words.
It isn't, but what is farming?
Farming is defined right there. So F, keeping and raising of poultry, rat heights, camelids, bees, etc. That's all farming.
However, farming is a derivative of farm.
Yes, they are related
So
words.
therefore, how can you have all those and then say that primarily for the purposes of agriculture?
Because the noun is different from the verb. They are related, but they are not so integrally related that they can only be used in conjunction with each other.
You know, I spent a lot of my life on a farm, so for me, it's hard to understand the definitions. I know what farming is. I know that it's hard, it takes a lot of work, and it's dedication. So to say that farm is only applicable to a chicken, one chicken, if you have one chicken, you have a farm.
Hold on.
You do not.
I don't
So
think
if
we're
you
saying
have
that.
a
We are not
We're
saying
not saying
that,
that.
Harry.
Yeah.
We're saying that a farm is this parcel of land used primarily for agriculture. That's what a farm is. Having a chicken as a residence does not make the residence a farm. We've said that.
Okay,
And these are just definitions that are used farther in,
That's right.
in the bylaws, so it's not that we're defining.
oh, I think that if somebody wants to set up chickens or raise pigs on their, that's great, I have no problem with that.
But they're not considered a farm.
But I have a problem with the way the town looks at what they're doing in this bylaw. And that you have a house among residential houses that's allowed a pig to be raised, and the smell is going around. You can't say that this guy is farming or a farm when, so how do we judge that?
I disagree with half of what you said. I agree that it's not a farm, but that person is farming.
Is doing agricultural farming.
Farming activities.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's doing farming activities. That's what he's doing.
Right, so what right do the rest of the citizens then have if he chooses to do that with the smell of the pigs?
And the answer, we'll talk about that when we
Okay.
get down below and we talk about what right to farm means and what it doesn't mean.
Okay,
Is this
Pigs
also
are also
like,
covered by zoning, aren't they?
That, yes, you.
500
picked up
feet
a
from the property line?
yeah,
Right, so that, you picked up a particularly interesting example, Harry, because there is zoning bylaw about pigs.
Yeah.
And since zoning bylaw trumps general bylaw, the zoning bylaw about needing 500 feet in all directions around the pigsty, that still applies. This would not supersede that.
Okay.
But 501 feet, if you can still smell it, you can still smell it.
I know that, but, and it's the same with chickens. If you know the ammonia smell from chicken, you know,
I'm rather familiar with that.
that's another, does that have a 500-foot limit?
No.
So, okay,
So is this also inclusive of like people that have planting boxes that are growing vegetables, and is that also considered under producing, cultivating, growing,
Yes.
harvesting?
Fast answer, yes.
Okay.
so I can, if I have a thing in the backyard where I'm growing vegetables, I can consider myself farming,
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
farming activity.
Yeah.
You are not
Absolutely.
a farm.
but I am farming.
Yeah.
If that's the case, we have a lot of farming in this town.
Yep.
Yes, we do. And by virtue of the bylaw, we have a right to do it. Okay. Farming may encompass commercial or non-commercial activities, including but not limited to operation of slow-moving vehicles, control of pests, application of fertilizers and pesticides, processing and packaging, operation of a farmer's market or farm stand, operation, repair, or storage of seasonal equipment, on-farm relocation of earth. Those are that is basically what an agricultural activity is, that can include.
So similarly, your people that do, residents that have chickens that offer them for sale at the end of their driveways, or their produce, they've got their own little farm stands.
Right.
Yep.
It just brings up, if I'm considered a farming, and I'm allowed to control pests, put down stuff for weeds, shoot predators, I'm a farm. Do I have to abide by zoning bylaws?
But you're not a
I'm
farm,
farming.
you are farming, yes.
Do I have to abide by zoning bylaws?
Of course you do. You always have to, because zoning bylaw always trumps general bylaws. Always.
And if shooting predators is, you're just shooting a predator for the sake of shooting a predator that has no impact on your farming activity?
Then that's probably a violation of law.
Right.
What I'm
because
saying
it's-
is, if I'm growing vegetables and something's eating my vegetables,
Well, how close are you to another house? Because you can't discharge a weapon
Right.
within so many feet of a house by general law.
right, but if I own 3 acres of land and I'm farming, I have a right to do that. Do I have a right to do that without a license? Because this says I can do predators.
This asserts that
So
there
I'm
are
just,
licenses.
it's just so confusing because like I said, I grew up on a farm, so it's hard
Hold
for me
on.
to fathom. Okay.
I think you're asking one question that has sort of something implicit, which is that the right to do an action does not assert that you do not need to meet all the legal requirements of taking that action.
Okay,
So the fact that you have the right to shoot a predator really means you're doing everything in conformance with all the laws about firing a weapon
yeah,
and all the general bylaws about licensure and all the laws about everything related to that weapon. They all apply.
okay.
And there's certain seasons, like you can't kill a mink outside a season.
Right. The general laws are fascinating.
You can't discharge a firearm within 500 feet of your residence.
I know that, but say I own 50 acres and I have deer that's eating my crop. It's destroying my crop. And it's not deer season. I'm a farmer. Do I have a right to protect my crop?
Probably not, because I don't think shooting the deer falls within the scope of the law. Because Because it's this, there are alternative methods to protecting crops to shooting animals. And because there are alternatives, and if the shooting of the deer would normally be called illegal, then it doesn't matter that it has to do this in concert with a farming activity. The action you're talking about, if it's illegal, is illegal. You do not have a right to take an illegal activity at any time, under any circumstance.
Unless the law allows you to protect your farming activities. Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think that if you fire off
And I'm not
within
saying,
I don't
I'm not
believe-
saying shooting the animal. I'm saying is you could capture the animal. There are things you can do, but you're allowed to protect your crops.
within the limits of the law, because there are limits to traps, there are limits to snares, there are limits to virtually any activity that you would use to protect the law. I mean, to protect your crops. If you were to use something that the FDA has said is illegal as a de-weeder, then that's still a violation of law. Even though you're using it for a farming activity, it's still illegal. If it's illegal, it's illegal. The right to farm does not say you can break the law. The right to farm fundamentally says you can use legal actions to implement your farming activities.
There is this supremacy of laws.
Yes.
And our bylaws, general bylaws, is about the bottom of the list.
Pretty darn close.
General laws take over. They trump our bylaws.
Yep.
And federal laws trump the state laws.
And federal regulations trump state law.
Yeah.
And state regulations trump local law. I in fact believe I have the supremacy listed here in this list somewhere, because
Somewhere
the old
in there.
bylaw was wrong.
I don't want to belabor the issue. I just find it interesting that I can grab manure and throw it in my garden and there's no problem.
So, any jurisdictional land, and it talks about that up above in the definitions, may be used for farming, subject to restrictions in the general laws, state regulations, and local zoning law.
Are these all general laws or some of these town laws that we're doing? Are these all?
Everything that you've seen that I've presented has been a town general bylaw.
Okay.
And when it says general laws without any,
You'll have it listed as.
that means mass general law.
Okay.
General bylaw means a town general bylaw.
And who wrote these bylaws to begin with, originally?
All kinds of people. They come from all over the universe here.
How far back did we go on this?
1940, oh, this one? This one
2006, I think.
sounds right. Yep, 2006 and never amended.
Okay.
Benefits and protection shall apply exclusively to those operations and activities conducted in accordance with generally accepted agricultural practices. Those are normally but not exclusively defined by the state. They can occur at any time of day. They may produce incidental noise, odors, dust, and fumes. That is to say that these things are created as a function of the activity. Impacts to others caused by generally accepted agricultural practices is offset by the benefits of farming. So, let me give a couple examples. I know every time Randy Jordan spreads manure. I know. And it is a natural effect of a farming activity. In fact, it's an agricultural activity, even further than that, and as a right to farm town, we, the citizens, pretty much have to accept it. But there are things that we talk about where someone can bring up and say, this is too much noise. This is too much odor for too long. There are ways to go through that. There is a conflict mechanism.
Yeah, cause I'm curious about C here, that any agricultural activity can occur any time of day. I don't know why anybody would be running heavy equipment.
In the middle of the
In the
night,
middle of
it
the
is
night,
unlikely, but it's possible. But in order to run a large, big activity, you'd have a, to Harry's point, a farm and not something
True.
in a residential neighborhood.
Well,
But that is to say, somebody could be running a tiller at midnight.
Right.
Yep, for example.
Because we do have farms in residential areas, so that could,
Well, we do have farming activities. Within residential, yes. Yep.
Does that include leaf blowers?
I would not think that that would be considered an agricultural or a farming activity.
Well, it could depend. If you're gathering the leaves in order to
To mulch them, to use them for fertilizer.
compost them or something, that's an agricultural activity.
True.
it's been just about anything.
I spread manure for a number of years, working on the farms around town. I have a very good sense of smell for it, and I can, like you, know when Randy Jordan is out spreading in the spring.
I personally have verbally spread so much manure in my life. So this, I don't know what town council is going to think about section 6 because it is in fact virtually duplicative of the way things are done. But I felt like stating it explicitly, or we, the committee, felt like it. So precedence is always federal law and regs, general laws and state regs, town zoning bylaw, that should say general bylaws, or regulation concerning public safety, public health, wetlands, or water supply protection. So those have supremacy over this article, and every other town bylaw and regulation is below it. Now, I think 4 is where it gets interesting because we specifically have a carve out for things that have supremacy over this article. And so that makes it interesting.
Okay. So they can file a grievance with the select board or the zoning enforcement officer or the board of health. depending- Okay.
So you wouldn't go before this, I would think. You wouldn't file a grievance with the select board to say, this person is causing problems with my septic system. Practically, I mean, that's a board of health issue. This person has pigs within a lower limit than the zoning bylaw. That's a zoning enforcement officer.
What about rodent concerns, Board of Health? Rodent concerns, Board of Health?
I would first think so, yeah.
So do we have a policy or whatever that says if somebody's gonna put a chicken coop in the back or raise a pig, that one of these individuals is zoning or board of health or has to go out and inspect the property?
Nope, that's not here, and it never has been.
But we do that for dogs, but we
permits
don't
or
do that for.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because dogs specifically say, dog kennels by Mass General law specifically require a license, where a chicken coop does not.
But it doesn't mean that somebody can't go out and look at it to see if it's appropriate.
Except that no one, that the owner of the property is not forced to because there's no permitting,
Yeah.
then.
Because it's a right, it's an action that's
Exactly,
a right.
so it is possible for the owner to say, no, you may not enter my property to look at you, and the town has no recourse.
Unless it gets filed through zoning or, you know, if there's
Until
stuff.
there
Unless
is a
there's
complaint, there's
complaints
something
out
else,
there.
right?
Right.
Okay.
Now, what about the welfare of the chickens?
That's what I was thinking about, Lynn, and because I think some of the animal control stuff is also
Yeah.
concerned about the
Yeah.
welfare of the animals, where right to farm does not touch anything about the welfare of the animals and the way the individuals
Yep.
are
How they
treating
do-
the animals.
And I agree, I know that the Agricultural Commission, because I've asked them to at one of their meetings, is developing the best practices for chickens and other fowl for what's the best density, how much space should they have in each coop, what's the right amount of yard to have. That body is responsible for developing those standards. And then the future bylaw committee will work on incorporating the standards into the bylaw as is appropriate at that time, so that the town does have the authority.
And
But today,
also-
the town doesn't.
And also, I think, and Lynn, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that there are federal and state regulations for how livestock animals are kept.
Yeah, I think so too, because Nevin's farm goes out and takes horses away, and
Yeah.
but people may surrender them voluntarily, so I'm really not sure.
I guess that's my issue. I have no problem with farming, but to blanketly say, okay, here's you can do that, and now we have no controls.
We have never had controls, and so it's up to somebody to make those. Again, that is in my opinion, is outside the scope of the ad hoc bylaw committee, which is why, one of the reasons we didn't go after it. And that was even before all of the issues have come up in the last 6 months.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know the express authority that's provided through general law. I do know, and I think I mentioned it just briefly in an earlier discussion regarding animal control, that through the Board of Health, there is the animal inspector's duties. And I know part of the annual requirements of that position is inspection of barns. I don't think, or I don't know if that applies to chicken coops, for example, but barns that I think that have, horses or other animals in them have to be inspected annually by the animal inspector through the Board of Health.
Thanks, Austin.
So yes,
It's
there's
worth
going to
it.
be a lot of work to do with these bylaws, even after we're done. But it gives us a base. I'm sorry.
Seemed to be that there must be a committee, whether it's ag or somebody out there who can create a little oversight over time on some of these issues we're dealing with on right to farm.
Yes,
See.
but there needs to be explicit legal authority for
Right.
a body to do it. So if MGL does not have, let me just take the chicken coop example. If MGL does not confer authority over chicken coops to animal control, Board of Health, whoever, if there is no authority defined, then the town doesn't have any ability to regulate that without a bylaw. You can't do it by policy, you've got to do it by law to create an authority.
Well, chicken coop would be a structure. Doesn't the town have something to say about building with structures?
Not very much unless people are going to occupy it.
Yeah.
It's when people occupy it that zoning takes effect, in general. Now, it can certainly apply to barns because people occupy barns from time to time, but individual people do not, as a rule, occupy chicken coops.
Well, don't structures have to be so many feet from the property line, or?
Yeah, and again, I don't know with the current state of law if a chicken coop is considered an accessory structure.
And I was gonna say, I'm not sure because chicken coops, majority are not permanent. They can be
They're
transient or whatever. So even if it's a non-movable structure, I don't know that it's considered a permanent structure, the way a shed or something would be considered. It's a good question, Lynn.
A shed, I was thinking specifically about barns.
Yeah.
People go into barns, people go into sheds, and so I understand how zoning takes effect there, but I don't know. So, the answer is, Lynn, is a remarkable, I don't really know. I can spout all I like.
I don't know either.
This goes to verbally spreading manure, as I said earlier.
I mean, we see a lot of individuals raising chickens. A lot of it is because of their perception of the world, so we see a lot of them getting into that. So I'm just wondering if that's why I'm curious, is that we call it a farm, we don't call it a farm, but we call it farming, but we have no oversight on that. So I'm
Our
trying to
oversight
think-
is limited by MGL, is what I
Right,
would say.
so if we have all this stuff going on, should there be some oversight? So,
I leave
Higher
that to the
authority.
future.
Yeah, higher
Yeah.
authority to.
Well, and also, I think I had brought up at one point, is there zoning that should zoning address some of this, that certain activities aren't allowed in a subdivision or in a high density whatever?
I don't,
Or
well, you have to be
minimum lot
careful because
requirements to have something
zoning
like that.
can't say isn't allowed in the subdivision. I don't believe that would be a legal thing to say because the use of the land after it's sold by the developer is not up to the developer and is not subject to subdivision rules. Subdivision rules and regs can say lots of things, but I don't believe that they can restrict future use subject to.
And this, I think, is some of the conversation about is like homeowners associations or whether they're official or not official or whatever, because you hear residents say, well, why can my neighbor have a chicken coop, but I'm not allowed to have a clothesline? And I don't know where that says, but there's these unspoken, unofficial conditions.
Yep, because, and perhaps below on the precedence list, no, I really don't want to put in homeowner association rules and regulations because that's not a legal authority, but it is an authority in the deed. So that's a question of the owner understanding
Right,
the
but
deed.
what I'm saying is for zoning bylaw to say that in zoning, like, whether it's, I'm just gonna say like town center zoning, which is supposed to be higher density, more economic development, whatever, there's allowable uses, and then anything above and beyond that needs to be special permitted. And would the right to farm piece come in under that? Or could the right to farm piece come in under that? I
I
don't know.
don't think the right to farm piece, I think animal control sections could come into it. Again, I'm trying to separate those. But more importantly, zoning could say something like, for a lot, this is where the Ag Commission's best practices are going to be very helpful in defining it. They might say for a lot of less than 3/4 of an acre, you can't have chickens. That's a possibility. I don't know that because there isn't space. I don't know that that's reasonable, but let's just assert for a moment that it is. Then we could pass zoning bylaw that makes that so. But if zoning says you got a 1/4 acre, you want to put 2 coops, best practices say you can, go ahead. I don't know what would happen if someone challenged that, because we have a right to farm general bylaw.
Well, and I think to Harry's questions kind of about ways to address some of the concerns and the kind of authority or enforcement piece or whatever, is there a way, I very much personally see it as coming in through zoning, because a lot of the concerns are based on the smaller lots or residential based lots or something of that nature. And so I think that there's a lot of pieces that need to be looked at, to Peter's point, that we really need AgCom's input and.
We need a lot of
Yeah.
guidance, absolutely.
And it would
Yeah.
have to also be a very close and collaborative relationship with the zoning bylaw committee and legal to make sure that what we're doing is I would imagine allowing some avenue for special permit or special consideration, not a guarantee that it would automatically be allowable, but that there could be a process for which.
Oh, it gets funky very quickly. I mean, imagine that the animal control bylaw said that if you have a 1/2 acre lot, you can have 4 chicken coops, but you have to be fenced in. Except that the fence has to be on one side of the property line, it can't be along the property line, so that technically makes the lot a lot smaller than the 1/2 acre lot that it is. Then what applies? What is supremacy? Boy, those are questions I don't want to think
There's
too
a
much
structure
about.
limit that has that 10 feet. If you're gonna put another structure in your property, from your property line, it has to be at least 10 feet.
But it depends on whether or not a chicken coop is considered a structure from a zoning point of view, and I don't know that it
don't
is,
know that.
and I don't know that it isn't.
Yeah. So I guess these are things that the next,
Somebody else, some future group of people will get to think,
Yes.
spend a lot of time thinking about and wrangling.
But see,
It
what-
turns into, it's an extremely complicated issue overall, and I don't mean to minimize that.
and my only thought is, okay, we allow this stuff, we allow people to put a chicken coop in, but what other things don't we allow because it becomes an abutter issue? Should abutters be allowed to make a decision on whether chicken coops go in or not? and we have a right to farm. So
Well, that's why, like,
you're looking.
I don't necessarily have an issue if my neighbor wants to put a chicken coop in. What I might have an issue with is if you let them out roaming and they start wandering into my yard. I've got dogs, I don't wanna have to worry about my dogs attacking your chickens in my yard, or,
At the intersection of Campbell and Brentnall is a location, I'm gonna call it a residence, that has chickens who are free range. And they run in the road.
yep. I have one at the end of our road.
Oh, and boy, does that owner not like it when their chicken gets hit by a car. I have heard.
Yeah, and then same thing, like a rooster. I don't wanna be woken up by your rooster at 4 AM every day,
Right.
just because it's right next. So what are some other,
So we have no oversight
Considerations.
for the rest of the town or the rest of the citizens in that.
Right.
We simply had a quick bylaw that says you're allowed to do this
right?
without any other considerations for the town.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, like, around resolution of disputes, like,
That's-
me as a neighbor, can I bring it up to say, I'm tired of listening to this rooster, what can we do about it?
Right.
Type thing. But is that the only recourse? There's nothing to be proactive about that. It's more just we wait for the complaints to file.
Today,
it.
it's all gotta be retro. It's gotta, if whatever occurs that is offensive must.
You're allowed to do whatever you need to, and then if somebody has a
And then if
problem.
if someone else is
submit a
offended
complaint
by that, then there is recourse then.
at that point.
But you can't proactively stop
Say
someone
no.
from taking an action. I mean, that's also, again, the nature of the law is
Yeah.
you don't stop someone from doing something you don't like or that is illegal. You have repercussions for performing an illegal action.
Yeah, but I agree to your point here. I think that's where some of these questions come in, where is there a minimum lot size to have a chicken coop? Is there a certain, you have to be X amount away from a lot line to place that, which those are the questions we don't know. If we can,
Some of those turn out to be zoning questions and some of them turn out to be simple, general bylaw questions in terms of how you manage it, how you enforce it, how you inspect it,
Yeah.
how frequent inspections are, all of that, that's all, and what the fees are for managing all this.
So that's where I just think that future board or future organizations need to consider the growth of the town and what impact those individuals will have on the surrounding abutters, communities, and how their quality of life could be changed.
yep.
Okay.
All right,
Luckily, I don't have that problem, so.
Yeah, and luckily, I don't care about the chickens that are on my neighbor's property. That may not even be there, I didn't hear them this year. So when there is a dispute, you raise something with the appropriate board or office official.
is there one point of submitting this, or is the person just supposed to know which board is the one that they need to,
I don't know how they would get guidance, there's nothing here that says guidance, you've gotta,
yeah?
you kind of know. But I would also expect that if somebody submitted it to Mika for a select board and she said that's a Board of Health issue,
She could pass, okay.
either forward it on and tell them to forward, I don't.
I was gonna say, I would think that the boards listed here would be able to work with the complainant to
Right.
say, this is better suited
Submit
in
to. Okay.
the zoning
Or, I mean, and it is also possible that an issue could cross multiple boundaries,
Yeah.
not multiple boards or officials. Town authority shall forward a copy of the grievance to the Agricultural Commission or its agent. Town authority may request Agricultural Commission review and facilitation to resolve the grievance so that it doesn't have to leave a permanent paper trail with the Board of Health, for example. And shall report to the referring town authority within an agreed upon time frame so that, again, zoning enforcement officer says this is an AgCom. Go look at this, and they have to investigate it and come to a determination. And they say what their determination is back to whoever the original authority was.
But that's a may.
Yes.
So if something,
So if Board
They
of
have
Health
to-
says this is only a Board of Health issue, and AgCom has nothing to say about it.
yeah, then that's, okay.
I mean, really, it's up to each authority to know what their scope is and what they are willing to delegate and what they're not willing to delegate.
But no matter what, the AgCom needs to receive notification of any grievance.
Yes.
No matter
Yes.
what.
So
And
I
then
would
it's that referring entity to decide, we want to work with AgCom.
Right.
AgCom, can you take it, or
Exactly.
we have this, but we're letting you know about it. This-
So, yes, so there is in the original authority, they will forward to the notification. And in that notification, they'll say, we are asking you to investigate this on our behalf. Or they're saying, we've got it, but no matter what, they have to notify
Just
AgCom.
notifying you, okay.
Because AgCom is going to end up being the overall town board that will collect all of the conflicts for right to farm. Because there needs to be a place that does that can say, here are the kinds of things that are happening. We're noticing a pattern. We need to address this. Or determine that there is no pattern. That's all possible. But I think that's a reasonable duty for AgCom.
Does AgCom have a bylaw, and does that
Yes.
is that explicitly laid out in their bylaw that they are,
The answer is not, I don't remember if it is at this instant. I know that that intersection with right to farm was brought up when we discussed their bylaw.
yeah. And just, I think explicitly saying that they are responsible for, I don't wanna say holding the right to farm bylaw or,
Whoa, what is happening with you?
but to your point, Peter, about collecting and reviewing, maybe periodic review of the right to farm bylaw or something of that nature, with taking in available or applicable complaints and feedback or whatever.
And then, this is also important, C, the filing of agreements does not suspend the time within which to pursue any other available remedies, because there are court-based remedies to all of these conflicts. And what we're saying is, you can start with a right to farm, but if you do, your timeline for interacting with the courts is not suspended. So if you're gonna go that way, the time limit is the same, whether or not you go through Board of Health and use the AgCom. None of that. Again, fundamentally, this is taken, I believe, philosophically from the current bylaw. I don't think there are any significant changes here. Disclosure, this is a new one. Prior to sale or exchange of real property or prior to the acquisition of a leasehold interest in other possessory interest in real property, the landowner shall present the buyer or occupant with a disclosure, which states, this is a right to farm community. And all kinds of things happen because of it. So it is our intent. Now, something like this is in a lot of right to farm bylaws. The whole point is that we're making sure that anybody who moves into town knows this is a right to farm community.
So I struggle a little bit, I don't disagree with this, however, we don't do it for a lot of other things that I think would be much more of value to people purchasing property in town. And so I think if we're looking at it as we're trying to protect the town, or we're trying to alert incoming residents, I think there's a lot of other things that we should be doing to alert them of situations, and we don't.
I can guarantee you, I didn't get anything that said this is a right to farm when I bought my house.
Oh, that's because this provision does not exist in the current bylaw.
I know, but who's supposed to do that? Like, what if the homeowner that's selling the property doesn't know?
I think it's up to the real estate broker.
But
Yeah.
that would be,
But if
that,
it's a
I feel like
private
that's
sale-
mass general law or something that would dictate that you have to disclose right to farm, not.
See,
There are signs coming into town that say it's a
Right.
right to farm community.
Right.
But
the only statement I think that is really important there is that a purchaser or occupant should expect and accept these conditions as normal and necessary aspect of living in Rutland. They bought the house, it's not there, there's no chicken coop next to you. but it could be. That's the thing they need to be aware of.
Yeah, and I like that as part of the bylaw instead of, like, this to me suggests that me as a homeowner, I need to have a document that I have to give to a potential buyer that states, or have a disclosure with my real estate agent that states this is a right to farm, and
Well, and I think even just
I
maybe
don't know that that's too much for.
even
too
more
much.
prominently putting on the website that it's a right, you know, town of Rutland, Massachusetts, a right to farm community or
Right.
something that,
It is,
But
it was
most
our
people don't know.
intent.
Right.
It was our intent that when this passes, assuming it passes, that the town would reach out to the big real estate agents in town to let them know about this, so that they would take on that responsibility, because most sales go through an agent. So if the selling agent knows that the selling agent can do it on behalf of the actual landowner, but at the end of the day,
It says the landowner, so
It
it's
does-
still
it-
putting the onus on the property owner.
and at the end of the day, that's who you have to put it on.
Which I understand that, I don't know that I like that it's mandatory that they have to, were you saying, Harry, like, just some sort of a disclosure that it's understood if you're purchasing, this is right to farm and you need to be aware of?
Let's take a cul-de-sac,
Yeah,
okay? Development area. That person under right to farm could put a chicken coop there. You're buying a $700,000 home, but the person next to you could be raising chickens and you could be listening to a rooster at 4 o'clock in the morning. You need to understand that possibility is there when you're buying a house in Rutland.
and also I think that it's also, there used to be a whole lot more open space in Rutland than there was. And there's no formal policy or disclosure that says just because this is a farm now doesn't mean it's going to be a farm in 15 years or whatever. And so I think some of it is, again, people buy homes on our gravel roads and then are upset that they bought a home on a gravel road.
Yeah.
Like, it's it's a little bit of personal responsibility. And I feel like if
Yeah.
we're going to alert individuals about one thing, then there are a whole host of additional things that the town should be alerting prospective buyers of, and we don't do that.
Maybe this is a start. You know, put the onus on the real estate brokers to make sure that the people know that whether or not how hard they disclose it or how hard they push it, but that it can happen in town. Because I don't know, I think I know 4 or 5 instances where there are chicken coops or animals being raised that were never there when the people bought their houses.
Yeah.
So,
I don't disagree with the sentiment, I think I just disagree with the requirement that the
That's a
homeowner
bylaw.
get a signature from the purchaser that they understand
Oh.
this.
Yeah,
And then
Yes, I
it's,
think-
and
I think it
it's-
should be a requirement that it's disclosed. I don't know if it's part of the P&L, purchase of
That's-
P&S.
I don't think I
don't
don't know
know.
that I even agree with that, I
Yeah,
just,
I don't
I
know.
feel like it's just, you're
Or
moving
it's
into the
The
town.
problem is if you don't require a signature, you have no evidence that the receiver of the property knew.
But that's,
How are we
again,
gonna
to Leah's point,
enforce it?
It's what?
How are we going to enforce it?
Well,
Right.
we'll talk about that in a minute there, Lynn. You and I know the answer to that question.
but
Yep.
it's, to Leah's point, there's some onus on the property owner. Even if I had no idea that this is a right to farm community, if I now all of a sudden my neighbor puts in a chicken coop or has goats or something and I have a concern with it, I go to the town and I'm informed, right to farm, they have a right to have that. Here's what you can do if you have a complaint. But I don't feel like there should be a requirement to have a signed disclosure, because again, what happens to that disclosure? Is it put on file with someplace in the town? Like, who maintains that and says, I signed this, so I know?
and just, I feel like there's a lot of buyers/sellers agents that we have
Yeah.
some big ones, but there's always new ones or
Right.
private sales or whatever, and so the onus there, like I said, I would have no problem kind of on the website, because I think a lot of people that are looking to move into communities do some personal exploration as to the community that they're going to, and oftentimes the website is a first line of defense. So maybe more predominantly on the website, on the homepage, saying, Town of Rutland, a right to farm community or something. And then even a link to what that means, or this bylaw or whatever, so people have that information. But I think it's.
So you're saying
So I also want to say that the format of that notification came straight out of the model. We didn't change a word because we know that that has passed legal muster.
And I guess I'm saying if we're gonna require disclosure on this, then I feel like there should be a lot of other disclosures that,
Sure.
hey, you're on town water, and you know what, that's a pond, and
Yes.
it turns over every August through October, and you might have whatever,
Yeah,
or.
I would not disagree that.
So, but we don't have that, and so I don't think that I don't know.
when you have A&R property, that's not a big issue, because you have a lot of land. But you go to, I'm talking about you have an acre and a half where you have, but you go to a development where the houses are 50 feet apart and you put a chicken coop there, that's a different story to me.
Well, and that's where I think.
And that's where, how do you know?
And like I said, I think it's a little bit, I often advocate that we should be disclosing a lot more than we do to anyone moving into town, and we don't. And so why are we picking to disclose this piece when I think there are also many other pieces that should be disclosed? And maybe we start somewhere, and if that's the case, then I would say take this out and hold it for the bylaw, the permanently seated bylaw committee, and say, hey, we want disclosures in all of these places, and that's how it's done.
Right.
Because I feel like it's very much kind of picking on this piece when there's many other pieces that.
And I also think of disclosures as we're disclosing this information to you. It doesn't necessarily have to require a signature for somebody for it to be out there and people to understand.
I don't think we've had
That's fine.
a problem at this point where somebody puts a chicken coop up and says, well, you never told me my house was gonna be next to that. I don't think we've ever had a problem with it.
I think there's been, I don't know if there's been
There's been
formal
a
complaints,
couple.
but I think there's been
Things have-
chatter.
There's been a couple with regards to that in town, yeah.
And again,
I know of other areas where, there could be an issue where you're moving in, you move into a beautiful pond, and before you know it, other things go up there, and then that obstructs your view to that, so there are other issues, but I don't know, I just think if that's what we're gonna do is provide disclosures, then this may not be a bad place to start. I don't know how
I don't-
we'd enforce it, I don't know how we
Right.
would do it.
And like I said, I don't disagree with the sentiment. I think I disagree with the signatory requirement. Like, can we just leave it as in here stating the disclosure is, you purchase a house here, you understand this. We're
Does
disclosing
it have
this
to be
you.
a separate disclosure, or can be part of the purchase and sale?
I was just gonna say the same thing, yeah.
But that's a legal document. We
Right.
can't change and add that.
I don't know.
There's no mass general law that states this has to be disclosed.
Austin, in your experience in other communities, do you know of disclosures such as this?
I do not. This is the first time I've seen something like this, especially at the local level. You think of other mandatory disclosures like lead paint, things like that, but I have not seen something like this before.
If you were to go hunting for right to farm bylaws in Massachusetts, you will find many that have a provision like this.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Peter. I'm sure there is. However, again, I think there's still the overarching question of enforcement. I heard you mention earlier that you have an idea. I think maybe the board should hear that as well.
Okay, we can come back to this. I mean, well
Yeah.
thought out, Peter. I think your team did a great job of looking at that. Just questions on it.
So, you'll notice this is the very end of the bylaw, because we had quite a discussion about who tracks these sheets of paper, and who enforces, and who makes sure that it's done, and who does the match against the property sale records. And the answer is we came up with nobody good that we could just assign this to, because there's no office that's going to have the bandwidth to add this to their list of work to do, which is why we took out enforced by the town clerk or the board of assessors or the building inspector. We took all of that out simply because we don't have a good way to enforce it. We know that there isn't a good way to enforce it.
And so I guess to my point, I personally am very strongly in favor of taking this out, at least for this iteration, having the conversation, document that a permanently seated board, that there may be considerations for disclosure, not only in this, but in many other cases, and working on that, and then how it's tracked, maintained, whatever. Because again, for this in particular, I think the information can be very easily readily made available on our town website.
Yeah.
There's other pieces of information that I think could be more beneficial to disclose to incoming potential buyers that is not as easily found on the town website, where this, I think, could very easily be found on the town website. And to Lynn's point, it's posted at the entrance into
Signs
towns that
everywhere.
it's a right to farm community. And I know when I moved into town, I Googled, like, what does a
Exactly,
right
what
to
does that
farm
mean?
community mean?
Yep.
Like, I grew up in Amish country, like I'm used to the smells and the sounds and all of it, so it wasn't a hindrance to me, but I was curious what a right to farm community meant, because I didn't know if it provided different opportunities than what, and I actually had hoped that it was more in favor of preserving farmland than it was. And so,
Maybe that new farmland piece that came out by the state will help.
All right. Well, we're at the end of the bylaw.
so I guess the rest of the board, how do you feel? I feel like this is a little bit of a contentious piece, so I want the board's kind of consensus to kind of dictate to the ad hoc committee what to do with this piece.
Excuse me, you don't dictate what to do.
Sorry.
You can give us your guidance and
Guidance,
that's fine.
but
You
that's- I
missed-
didn't mean that like
You
that.
missed earlier a statement that I made. We were about some other bylaw, probably door to door, when I made the point that the bylaw committee decides what's in the proposed bylaws and anybody can make a floor amendment after that, but.
Right, but
And we are certain, we've worked with a lot of boards and sometimes we come to common conclusion and sometimes we don't.
I just, sorry, I didn't mean.
That's
to,
okay, no, I want to make sure those words are out there, so.
I guess, again,
So also, by the way, that also means that the ad hoc bylaw committee completely takes blame for everything that's in there, which, that's the other side of it, so.
I don't like a lot of that verbiage. I think it's too busy. And just something that reinforces that it's a right to farm community. For example, a purchaser or occupant should expect that Rutland, as a right to farm community, it is a normal and necessary aspect of living in Rutland.
Right.
But you're not
Period.
describing what that means to the purchaser.
But see, that's up to the individual then. If they want to know what right to farm is,
But a disclosure that doesn't disclose anything isn't actually useful.
And I was gonna say, my whole struggle is the fact that there's a disclosure piece at all, because I think that information currently is readily available. So if we're going to say you have to have a disclosure, then I think the verbiage is fine. But I have a struggle, A, requiring that it's a disclosure, and B, that it's on, I understand that it has to be on the owner of the land, but also that the town is therefore somehow tracking and at
Right.
some point going to enforce that or something.
And
That
we're
there-
already saying that there is no mechanism for that, so
Right.
what's the point of having
Right.
it to begin?
I mean, like in all real estate things, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware.
Right.
We can't disclose everything to them. It's up to them.
Right.
If they're gonna buy a house to know some things. So
Right.
like I said, the only thing, if I were to disclose, make it somewhere known that this is a right to farm community. I don't care what paperwork. But if that's not part of the disclosure, then I'd say, at this point, I don't know what value it has if we've got so many other ways of telling them that it is a right to farm community. And they do have the right to appeal if anything happens.
Yeah, and I agree with Leah's sentiment. It might be better to take a more holistic view of anything that should be disclosed within town. And I in all honesty, the whole town water thing, I think would be a higher priority of a disclosure for residents with some of that than right to farm. You know, I
I
mean,
mean,
how
I
many?
can think of 1,000 disclosures, like,
Right.
you know, please be aware that our roads are where they are because we don't have enough money to pay people in the DPW to fix them.
You're buying a house on a scenic road. Do you know what that means? Is there a disclosure
So
for
there's a
that?
thought.
It's,
Peter, what was the
Yeah.
reason again that you guys thought that should be there? I guess I lost that.
That is in every one of these that I've seen.
Okay.
it's
Peter, from what you've seen in the other communities that have this disclosure requirement, is there a party that is assigns responsibility on the town side to
More often
enforce
than not,
that?
it's the Agricultural Commission. But I've
Okay.
also seen it in,
Amherst is one of the towns we went to.
Right.
Found that.
yeah, I think I've seen it to town clerk. I think I've seen it, I'm very sure I've seen it to the assessor's office. I think I remember seeing it going to, no, it doesn't make sense they would have gone to building, to the inspector's office. But just as a place to track paperwork, but I have certainly seen it AgCom more often than not. And by the way, I'll also mention that when we ask some of those towns who does it, most of them, even though they have a file it with the town, most of them don't enforce it at all. And so why even, I mean, why have a provision to enforce if we don't have anybody to do it and there's no actual teeth to enforcing it?
right. And so if there's a decision made down the road that it's AgCom that is the enforcement agency for this, is that something that should be in that bylaw as one of their duties? I feel like it's kind of, call it unfinished.
Right.
Like I said, I get the sentiment, but there's gotta be more to it to make it really make sense to include right now.
The other question I have is, if you have a buyer sign this and they understand it's a right to farm and the conditions with it, does that void their appeal process? Because now they already know.
I was gonna say, I feel like it's a way to basically make it so that there's no avenue for filing grievances or a much stronger bar to file a grievance. And so I don't know, I think it could cut down on some of the unnecessary grievances that are filed, but also I feel like it could be a hindrance for hearing valid actual
You already
grievances
signed
also.
this, tough luck.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not convinced that this would waive any right to grievance, but I would hope, as Leah said, that this would cut down on the unnecessary.
it's just,
I'll use the word unnecessary ones.
and I come back to a purchaser or occupant should expect and accept these conditions as normal. So that means you've accepted them, so you can't complain about them now.
I actually disagree with that assessment of this because the fact that, so me trying to complain about Randy Jordan's spreading of manure is not reasonable because it is a normal part. But me saying my neighbor's chickens smell every hour of every day and I cannot possibly enjoy my property, that's a different grievance. And that one I believe I could make reasonably, even if I had signed this. It's the normal and necessary and reasonableness that's going to eventually, that drives every grievance irrespective of this of this disclosure.
I guess, I like your thought, I like the committee's thought, but there's so many gray areas here
Yeah.
that I'm not so sure we
It's
should
unfinished.
do it at this time, yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly where we don't know who's gonna enforce this thing.
Or even where it's gonna sit, where this copy is
Right.
gonna sit, like, and is it better to, should every deed then be tagged that it's in a right to farm community? Would that be a better notification as a deed, not a deed restriction, but
Yeah,
that it's deeded, anything that's deeded in town has a note that it's a right to farm community versus,
that was where the assessor would come in,
right.
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
More discussion to occur.
That might be more challenging than you think because deeds could be considered a covenant, I suppose. I mean, the primary purpose of the deed is to describe the physical layout of the property, the physical attributes of the property.
But there's also,
But there are, as I said, there are covenants, there are restrictions that go into deeds, so.
yeah, I don't know. In my head, that's an easier way to ensure that
That's-
it's getting covered in all bases and not just, how do we alert to every landowner that this is a requirement? And then we can say, oh, we're gonna talk to the big 5 real estate agencies that work in town, but there's clearly a lot more than those big 5. And
Could be out of town ones that are used as
Right,
well,
right.
so you can't go to everyone in Worcester County and.
right. So I think those are.
All right, so we'll talk about it in the committee.
Okay.
Okay, here comes everybody's least favorite, signs. I've said this before, I'll say it again. This is modified only to ensure that the meaning of the words day and working day are consistently applied. I am not gonna review them here, so we're gonna skip over, I think it's 16 pages.
And I have
It
a
is 16 pages.
And a couple just questions, comments on this one, and it's not the specifics of it, but for the sign by law, this was the one that I asked why it sat with general and not zoning, because it's been historically been a planning view.
Yep,
And I think the feedback is if individuals follow the bylaw, it's clear and concise. I'm clear, maybe not concise, it's 16 pages. But that it is clear what is allowable and not. Now, whether or not there wants to be considerations for changing the wording as far as what's allowable or not is an
Yeah,
option, but
There's a lot there. I had a complaint brought to me on a sign issue where the individual changed a time on the sign. And because he did that, he had to request a whole new signing authority. Because he changed the sign. That to me is a little onerous.
Excessive, yeah.
So that's something that I'll have to read through, I guess, and just, if there's an issue, I'll bring it up because I don't think that's appropriate.
yep, I'm washing my hands of that one.
Yeah.
But like I said, my comment was, I think when we were talking about why it sits with what the other one was, I think it was the sign one, cause
There are a number of people who believe it should be zoning, there are some people who believe it shouldn't, I'm not even gonna fight the battle.
Who would it be if it wasn't zoning?
What do you mean, it's zoning or it's
We have a
general, it's
separate
one of the two.
department? Or make it general, you're saying?
It's
Yeah,
general
it is
right
a
now.
general bylaw today, it's not a zoning bylaw.
But right
today.
now, all the review for it goes through planning board.
Yeah.
And then if there's
And the
any,
enforcement is entirely the zoning
right,
enforcement officer. And that's just the way it is. All right,
And we've got one left.
we have 2 left. We have stretch energy code to start with.
Yeah,
And that's fast. As I explained to Harry earlier, there is a baseline building code that says, here are the energy efficiency standards any new building must meet. And when we became a green community, one of the elements that made us a green community is that we adopted a bylaw that says that any new building must meet a higher level of energy efficiency than the baseline code. That's all that this says. Yes, if you were to go digging into 780 CMR Appendix 115.AA, by the way, that's the biggest change in this bylaw, because the appendix identification changed in the regulations.
Same question here, how come this isn't zoning?
Everybody made it, started with Margaret, I don't know the entire back law, but this is a general bylaw and is everywhere a general bylaw that it exists.
Interesting, okay. And is this for which an application for a building permit is filed on or after January 1st? So any developers that have had permits,
Yes, for the past 4 years, yep, absolutely.
but before that, nothing, they're not required to.
Correct, because this took effect January 1, 2019.
but B, do you need to update the CMR appendix AA, cause up above it's 115.AA?
Oh, yes, yep.
And same with the subsequent places where it's listed in 5A also. And is there any, I think we do need to reference the code, but if the codes can change, how frequently do the codes change
Every
in?
3 years.
Sorry, not the code, sorry, the appendix, I guess, the CMR appendix you said.
The appendix identification should not change very frequently.
Okay.
But
Cause I think that that's some of this has been an ongoing question, right? Like, what are we, and the new bylaw committee would do this, review anything that is referenced to ensure that it's a current and relevant reference, because is there a way to ensure that we can talk about it and just not have to worry about it versus periodically saying, oh, MGL changed or Mass Building Code changed their numbering system or whatever.
yeah, that's a little tough. When they change the appendix identifier, that I think becomes more difficult, because I can't just say anything that defines stretch energy code wherever it lives.
Right.
That's impracticable to enforce. I'm gonna have to look. It could be that it changed from 115 to AA, just AA. I think I messed up the first definition and not the others, but I will make sure.
Is some of this changing on, next year, statewide? The building code is getting a lot stricter on energy.
Yep, and the stretch energy is even more strict, and yes, it does change. Their regular schedule is every 3 years they update the standards to everything. Now, we do say including any future additions or amendments or modifications. So that means that however it changes, that it's incorporated, that it is the baseline performance standard.
And I think if I remember the conversation around when this was adopted, because it was right when I was coming on the board as one of those green community requirements, the conversation was a majority of the work being done already, like more than a majority of the work being done was already meeting the stretch energy codes, so it wasn't a hindrance to do. And then knowing that it was going to, that every 3 years that they're under review and reevaluation and everything.
I mean, it is my understanding that this has impacted a number of buildings in town because they had to meet a stricter standard, which is why we stopped. It's not that we disallowed oil burners, but when this took effect, oil burners became very difficult to put in, which is why there are so few of them in new construction. You always see gas or electric or whatever. That was one of the side effects. So the usual infrastructure inside a house has changed substantially because of this. And how much of a hardship it created for the purchaser or the builder, I can't say. But I know that it's impacted things. And that was the intent of it when it was passed, so.
Well, the intent was to make things more energy
Right.
like.
Energy efficient, yes.
Right.
Which changing over to gas would have been nice if Rutland had a gas line.
Well, that's why there are a whole bunch of gas tank leases in this town.
I don't want big old propane tanks out on my property.
Well, a lot of people bury them, where now you just see the lid. Okay?
Good.
That's it for bylaws. I will briefly forget repealed, who cares, moving on. Schedule of fines is our last new thing to examine.
Yeah.
Now,
Mary's ready.
I passed this table to everybody who has an authority to fine. And they've all reviewed them. So this is the way they're going to be, either because MGL says so or it's what the fining authority believes is appropriate.
And this, again, for past discussions, includes any labor work to determine whether or not a fine is applicable?
I'm not so
To
sure
cover
we
the
know that.
expense?
No, I don't think we can know that. Because, I mean, investigation is investigation, and it takes whatever form it takes, which will vary obviously from
Oh,
offense
and-
to offense.
And that was more fee versus,
That's correct.
fee
That
versus
was-
fine,
that was-
fee versus
yes.
fine, okay, yep,
But
So this is only
are
fines where we
fines.
know that something has been done
yep, okay.
that violates a bylaw.
I mean, if you look at the cost to have a town employee go out and investigate this, these numbers are ridiculous.
And again, some of them, like the public ways interfering with snow removal or emergency services, guess who defines that? Mass General Law. So we are not allowed to fine more than $50 for any offense plus actual towing and storage.
So some of these that we are allowed to,
Gesundheit.
Bless you.
because some of the, allowing a dog to become a public nuisance. Is that MGL? Because the first offense is $20. And I guarantee you, for somebody to go out and deal with a dog on that, spend an hour on it, is a lot more than $20.
And what I'll say is, I have no idea. I don't remember anymore.
Then my point is, did they take into consideration the costs of this in applying these? So we don't know
I
that.
cannot possibly answer that. That is up to the police chief to say that he considered it, or that MGL dictates.
So I don't know if we can even do this without getting that information.
As I said, it was not my intent to review each and every offense. I think that is not a good use of this meeting time. My intent was more to say, here they are, and here's the format of the fine table is now split into quite a few different fine tables.
And I think some of a lot of these finable actions are by job description, a job for which an entity should be doing anyway. So if they need to go out to look at obstructing a public way or that they're doing that anyway, and so
part of
then
their
they're gonna,
salary or
right,
whatever
as
it
part
may
of
be.
their salary and the part of a town. So I think in my head, the fines are more incorporated into existing job functions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think there are occasions that we, the select board, will dictate the zoning enforcement officer send fines or somebody else do fines that takes more time that they might not necessarily do. I don't think that historically the town has been a very fine-heavy town, and I don't know that the town wants to become a fine-heavy town. And also, I think it's hard to try to say that, okay, the zoning enforcement officer needs to dictate, this is how long it's gonna take me to research this, but I can only allow a fine of maximum, or I can go up to this, but every instance may be a little bit different. So I think some of it is a function of the job description.
But I look at these fines, and I don't think we're even close to being a fine-heavy town. We are probably the reverse, because these fines go back years. So therefore, everything has gone up. The cost of having, yes, it's part of their job, but the cost of having to go out and look at somebody for a fine issue when they could be doing other things with their job, and we have to deal with this, the fines.
We don't have to, we can. All of these they may be finable offenses. They're not mandated to be finable offenses. And I think my point too, we haven't been a fine-heavy town is meaning that we haven't been a community that says, oh, well, so-and-so has X number of unregistered motor vehicles, so we need to fine them right away. It's more of, hey, when you're out and about, can you have a conversation with them and see what's going on and do it that way? I just use that as an example, but I think that there's plenty of other examples where we haven't been a town that is looking for individuals or opportunities to levy fines and then have done the fines. And I don't know.
I agree, I don't think that's the case. I think that if it comes up and I look at it as, we have so many things in this town that have to be done, that we take away from positive work environment to get things done in this town. to seek out individuals or thought that have been brought to the attention that now we have to take our time away for an offense, that is that offense cost reasonable for the town because we are allocating resources to something else? Over the last 10, 15 years, this fine has been $25. Is that the reasonable amount to apply to somebody who has to go out of their way to do this? Is that fine appropriate? I don't say we want to be a fine-heavy town. I'm looking at time to do things for something that shouldn't have been an offense in the first place. That now we have to deal with it when we can't be dealing with anything else. Because we have limited labor, we have limited resources.
But I think to Leah's point, that's, in a lot of these cases, part of the job. So my opinion is if we start where we haven't maybe been great with enforcing any of these things, if we start doing that, hopefully that comes across and people start to see that reduction if there is more enforcement where previously maybe there wasn't. But I don't disagree with Leah where it's part of the job to go out
How do we
these
know
calls or.
that? How do we tell them we need better enforcement on this stuff?
I think that's the big question.
Well, I think they might argue offense versus occurrence.
Well, and I think in some cases, they're gonna say, I think where the town has, I guess not maybe only been lacking, but I think of it more in the zoning enforcement, that we're not a proactive zoning enforcement. It's when a complaint is filed.
Complaint, exactly.
And some of that is because we don't have a dedicated enforcement officer. We don't whether it's zoning enforcement officer, it's part of the building inspector's job. The building inspector is not even at 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
So at 32 hours a week, part of that time is then also allocated to zoning enforcement. For other things, we don't have dedicated zoning like a dedicated zoning enforcement. We have the primary enforcement officers, but it's not like there's the town has funded an enforcement officer that then can say, go around and spend 40 hours a week and exploring all of these and then saying, okay, this is a police issue, this is a DPW issue.
I don't think we should hire somebody dedicated to seeking out problems. But when we find a problem, if we take obstructing a public way, that $25 has not changed for years. Everything in life has changed. But having that DPW superintendent go out, do that, write the warning for $25, when that was what it was, maybe 10, I don't know, I'm looking here, I couldn't find the date on this. That's been there forever. So why shouldn't that be adjusted along with everything else in town?
But it depends upon what MGL says about the fine, and I don't have the knowledge, and you don't have the knowledge. The only people who would be DPW, and they've already said these fines are okay. Whether they're okay because MGL says this is what they need to be or not, this goes back, I'm just gonna re-raise the whole fees thing. Having all departments and all committees evaluate the fees is a worthwhile thing to do, and I think evaluating fines is exactly the same in terms of reviewing it. Now, having said that, let me complicate everything. Because there are criminal fines and there are non-criminal disposition fines. They're enforced under different sections of MGL. These are non-criminal fines. We do not define the fines for criminal offenses because criminal offenses will naturally have higher costs because you need to go to court. You need town council, you need all kinds of support.
And I think I think we also need to, like we've kind of been saying in other types of conversations too, that, Peter's gone to the primary enforcement officer to have these reviewed. We need to trust that they know the scenarios. The DPW knows how many times they've had to call to have a car removed because they can't plow or something like that. So if it was If they saw that, this is a significant problem all the time, if they had the ability to charge a higher fee, a higher fine for that, because it's a common occurrence, then I would assume Chris would know that and would suggest something like that. So I feel like that's part of this too, is we need to trust that they know the scenarios, they know how frequently they happen, that what they're
And-
saying is
And
appropriate.
I agree with you on that perspective. I'm only looking and saying is, if we are doing this, are we being fair in the fines that we charge to the rest of the taxpayers for the activity for which we're paying tax dollars to have this done?
And if
Are
MGL
we
defines,
being, and some of it may be MGL, some of it's not. And all I'm saying is, we're not gonna change this today, in my opinion, but should it be looked at in the future? Some will be MGL, some's not. But the taxpayers should not be paying for the effort of an individual who violates an offense. If it costs $100 to have that done and we're charging 25, is that fair to the rest of the taxpayers?
well, I'd be careful with that, Harry, because if I take it to its extreme, if the MGL limit for violating speed limit costs more than enforcing it, does that mean we should not enforce speed limits in town?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, but you're asking for and all you're asking for is an evaluation, and as I've said, I agree with the evaluation, but don't go too far down a path suggesting we shouldn't enforce something, cause it costs too much.
And I think
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying where we have the ability to enforce an issue without putting a burden on the taxpayer for that enforcement cost, should we keep that enforcement cost so low because that's the way it's been for 10 or 15 years? That's what I'm saying. And I don't think it's gonna be an enormous amount, but should the taxpayer be burdened with that?
And I guess I view it as, again, like I said, a function of a job description function of a lot of these departments. I'm not even gonna say the primary enforcement officer, but departments. I also, and Austin, I don't know if you can speak to it or not, I caution about making the fines unattainably high for people to pay that legitimately can't afford to pay, because then it can become an additional expense to the town if the town wants to pursue legal action to obtain $300
Right.
for a fine that the per individual can't legitimately afford. And then it continues, and a lot of these are per offense, and as we talked about, an offense is per day or per occurrence. So just because it's obstructing a public way, the first offense is $25, but if there's a vehicle sitting there for multiple days, it's, I assume, $25 plus a written warning, and then it goes to $50 the next day, and then $100 the day after that, and then subsequent days are $100. So that first offense is $25, hey, I didn't realize I was blocking the way, or whatever, sorry, it won't happen again. Where if it's a habitual occurrence and people aren't moving it, then it can easily become $175 in 3 days.
Right.
If I read it properly.
Yeah, just to so our fines budget for FY '23 was, or actual receipts was $6,400. That doesn't even pay for one part-time employee. The highest it's been for the past couple of years was in FY '20. It's $30,000. Again, that may pay for 1.5 employees. Fines will not. We're not going to ever be cost neutral on enforcement. Even our local receipts budget is $4.1 million. That's half of our budget for the general fund. One of the things that I think, obviously, if there was an increase in the fee structure, the fine structure, do you use those resources more towards education of the laws and bylaws? And if there is any additional enforcement that's necessary, that is one of the challenges, though. It's such a small staff. You do have a building inspector who's the zoning enforcement officer and several other responsibilities as well. But it's not going to, we're never going to be cost neutral on something like this. And while I agree in some respects that, we should have kind of a business mindset with some things, again, that does also have an impact. And just remember that most of government is a subsidy, right? The building department, though he makes a lot of money through building permits and fees and some fines, even still, we're subsidizing the rest of the general government. So that's implicitly, I think, what all taxpayers agree to when they reluctantly send in their tax payment. It is subsidizing some of the things that happen, and unfortunately, with limited resources, don't happen, like comprehensive enforcement strategy.
I guess I'm an individual who doesn't believe that the taxpayer should subsidize beyond a reasonable amount. And I'm not saying we change obstructing a public way to $200. But if we haven't made any changes on that for a long time, that should be looked at if it's allowed to be done by the town. So if it's $30, it's 30. I'm not saying we are going to be cost neutral. But to stay where we are and expect the taxpayers to be okay with somebody being fined that we are subsidizing more maybe than we should, I just don't think is fair to the taxpayers of this town. And I'm not trying to make it such that the individual who's being fined, it gets out of sight. But everything in this town has changed, and I think the fine structure, if we're allowed to talk to the individuals to see why they made that decision. If this hasn't changed for years, and they've been saying, nope, this is good, why are we putting that burden on the taxpayer? That's all I'm saying.
Would it be wise to, with that definition, ask the department managers and chiefs to review their structures?
Peter did.
Yeah.
They all
Well,
did.
without this specific
Yeah.
direction, but
Right.
yes.
And I think a little bit to piggyback on that is also maybe not an immediate, but an ongoing consideration is to have department heads, boards, commissions, whomever the primary enforcement officer or officers are, when they look at these again or review them again, is also make note as to if it's an MGL stipulated fee or not, just for our own information and future that it is, the limitations are MGL, or then we know future boards
Why-
know they can't touch it.
Right, my question is, if that hasn't changed for years and years, why?
Well, and I
Well, it could be-
Raise the question, possibly.
Or it
but
could be
anyway.
an MGL
An MGL.
requirement.
And it could be MGL. I mean, I can't believe 100% of these are MGL. So I might be wrong, but I can't believe they are. Some of those are our leeway.
I'd also, again, just going back to the enforcement piece, putting more effort into enforcement of these fines, because if we're not enforcing, we're absorbing 100% of the cost of whatever this is, and we're getting
Right.
nothing, even through the fines to put towards it, so.
Right.
And I think
And I'm just saying, let's take a look at it and be more realistic of what these fines should be. If they stay the same, if they're MGL, that's great. But we have to be, as a board, more realistic to the taxpayers in this town, not to over-subsidize some of these things.
Okay. I'm just gonna let everything pot. I think we've said it enough
Yes.
times now.
Yes.
What I do wanna point out is that the fine table that used to exist is now multiple fine tables because we have different tables for different things that are violated. This whole first one is town bylaws. Which goes on for a while.
I
And
thought
then.
town regulations was shortly after the town
Yep,
bylaws.
town regulations come next. That is to say, regulations adopted by certain boards in the town. There are some that had to be stripped out, unfortunately. Specifically Board of Health, holy cow. Did they lose some of these? Actually, they came out in the next section, but there we go. And again, I can't speak to the efficacy of these fines with respect to how much it costs to make them. However, now there's a goodie. So
Yeah, I just looked at that one, Peter.
So let's back up. Remember I said these are non-criminal disposition fines, and usually non-criminal disposition fines are limited to $300. The stormwater laws that we are using as our, the EPA regs and the state regs, that the state laws in fact and regs, specifically allow a $5,000 fine for each offense. There are small humana about exactly what offense it is, but basically there is a mechanism for fining $5,000 for every offense of stormwater. And that's why that one's so high, because if we think about, remember this is actually probably needs to be renamed. This has to do with illicit connections and discharges into our stormwater system. That's a very, very big deal. I imagine that the fines for failure to meet pre-construction practices for stormwater will have very, very different fines, because it's not related to connecting. It's related to how they manage it on their site during their construction. That's my imagination. We'll see what comes out of it. We'll see if any, and by the way, since there are no regulations today, then we can't even fine other than pure violations of the law. And then we have sections of Mass General Law that the town defines fines for.
Right.
And finally, violations for state regs. The reason things get interesting for Board of Health is that Mass General Law says in a couple sections that a municipality may fine for violations of regulations promulgated under a law. Therefore, if you don't have regulations, you cannot fine.
That makes sense.
And there were a couple of those, I don't remember what they are, I'd have to dig through the current fine table, and I could find them. Board of Health is not allowed to fine on some things because we don't have regulations, period.
The town or the state?
The town.
Okay.
Well, the town is always the enforcement authority for these things. And even the state couldn't, because the law says you can only fine for a violation of regulations promulgated under that section.
Okay.
So if one of those was Title V, we have regs, so we can fine under that. But if one of those was wood burning appliances, which are some other section of law, Board of Health cannot fine for that because we don't have regulations about outdoor wood burning appliances. Finally, a building inspector wanted us to fine for many violations of building code. And so this whole table was set up based on that. And yep, you can see all kinds of things that are not, I don't know how often this has been done, though I have heard about illegal swimming pool being enforced within the last couple of years, and I am very sure that heat, smoke, and carbon monoxide detection devices are enforced, though probably without fine. But I don't know that.
Yeah.
But those are all IBC, International Building Code. Which, now, to be clear, our building code references Massachusetts Building Code, whatever CMR it is, which references IBC. So everything is included by reference. IBC is included in Mass General Law, in the Mass Regulations, and the Mass Regulations are included in our law.
The illegal swimming pool
I
is
know.
interesting one. $50 for an illegal swimming pool.
First offense is a written warning.
Hello?
How much does
I'm
the
gonna put up
permit,
a
Hello?
20-foot pool.
how much
with
does the permit cost to do a
I think it's
swimming
50.
pool?
I
think
don't,
it's
I don't
50.
know.
Cause if the fine isn't even as much as the cost of the permit, that's
Yeah, but if
It's
they don't come in and get a permit the next
actually,
day,
and the
they're still,
first offense is a written warning, so there isn't even a fine for
I
doing
know,
it. There isn't
I
even
know.
the cost of making them pull the permit and have it inspected, or is that something the building inspector would make them do that's not part of? If they discover an illegal pool, what's the process?
then the first thing is they send a written warning, the next day they issue a $50 ticket, the next day, and every day thereafter that, they issue a $100 ticket.
But that's my question is there a process for if they discover this outside of the fine for addressing,
Yeah,
that still forcing them to get a permit, making sure they get it inspected?
Well, I
Is that-
imagine,
What if it remains, what if after the warning, it's so illegal, they can't make it legal?
Right.
Do we continue to do the fines every day then, until they really tear it down or what? I don't know. Yeah, I know, some of these things.
now, to be clear, a swimming pool is a hazard, and so it makes sense to do daily fines. If the fine is you installed it without a permit, fill out the permit, fine.
Right.
If the problem is they never installed a fence and never got the permit part is fast and easy, the fence part is not.
Yeah, or like an old in-ground pool that's not used, that's all broken, not like they haven't
That's right, but they never
removed it.
filled it in, they
filled
never
it.
actually
Yeah,
got rid of
something
it,
like
yes,
that. Yeah,
things,
okay,
things like
yeah.
that, there are real dangers involved with some of
Yeah.
these.
Yeah, okay. So I think it's almost a case by case. I would assume there's probably procedures in place that
Yep.
would make them do.
Go back a second, Peter. Buildings, the blocked or impeded egress.
Yep.
Is that to a building, or access to a building, or access in the
Well,
building?
egress is the ability to leave the building. So if a door is blocked or locked and cannot be opened, that is a violation, like what happened at Coconut Grove.
Yeah,
That is this violation.
so he gets a warning.
Warning first day,
Crash bar.
Huh?
Crash bars,
Yeah,
yeah,
and no chain locks.
true.
okay. Now, these were things he requested, or were
Yes,
there?
a building inspector requested these be put on. I couldn't tell you which one anymore,
So these
because it does
fines,
predate me.
these fines were or weren't there before?
These are in the current,
Mass general law?
no, bylaw.
Oh, so these were, oh, they were in the current bylaw?
Yes.
Okay.
So we carry them forward.
What about things like, when we had the issue with where we had the building inspector go out to check site plan,
What, conformance with the plan?
yes, and there were fines issued there. Are those part of this, or are those more zoning?
Those are all
fines?
zoning.
Okay. So something different.
and I think you talk about zoning enforcement.
Somewhere. Right there.
Oh, up at the top on this, right before the town regs, zoning bylaw, any violation, zoning enforcement officer.
Right.
There.
It's
Oh,
regs.
okay,
Right at the
alright,
top.
so
Oh, yeah,
any
right, the last
violation of a
one.
zoning bylaw, and those are the,
Right.
I think, Leah, that this probably proves your point that we are not, when we write a written warning, we are not really a heavy fine town. Because we're getting a lot of written warnings here too.
well, and that leads to the question too, who's keeping track of those so that you know they've already gotten a warning? And is it per occurrence, or is it just you've got a violation this time, so you get a written warning, but you do it again? Is that a fine now for a second offense, or is that still considered?
Well, it would depend on if it's the same offense, then it's a recurring offense, and it's a second offense the next day.
And again,
Because a
all,
violation of zoning is a state of being, it's not
Right,
an event, it's the state of the
okay.
building. I'm sorry, Aaliyah, go ahead.
No, and I was gonna say, just as a reminder, like all of these are fines that can be implemented.
Right.
They're not mandated to be implemented
Right.
by any entity. So I think oftentimes in town, it's been more of a conversation like, hey, like,
Most of the time, there is no fine necessary because a quick
Right.
conversation solves the issue,
Right.
most of the time.
but I think that there is an avenue for if it's a perpetual offender or an ongoing issue, or someone's just blatantly ignoring any
Right.
opportunity to work with the town. And I think that's some of the conversation is, where does the town wanna go? Does the town want to not be willing to have the conversations and just kind of automatically go to, you know, if the first offense is a warning and then that's it, and we issued you a warning and the next day you haven't been in touch or you haven't corrected it, so we're gonna automatically fine you. I don't personally think that that's where the town wants to be, but maybe I'm totally off base on that, you know, so again, it's,
You will find you will always find someone who will take any position. Whether
but that's,
it's-
but it's finding the
but you're right.
majority of like,
exactly.
where does Rutland, the 10,000 residents of Rutland feel that they want to be, like,
And
I think
furthermore,
most
just to
most-
add one last thing,
Go
is
ahead,
that I don't remember any changes, which means this is the fine table that the town approved at town meeting.
And I think anybody in town wants to be treated with respect. So to, what?
The majority,
Yeah, so to give them a written warning, or to maybe not even get them a written warning, just kind of discuss it with them,
Yeah, just a hey there.
is respect. But if they don't respect you in return, that's when the fines come into
Yes.
play.
right, no, and I don't disagree with that, I just
Right.
wanna reiterate that it's not, nowhere is it mandated that everything defaults to a fine, or
Right.
even
Yeah.
an official documentation of a written warning, because maybe it's, you know, we've had a conversation, okay, things aren't changing, then we're gonna issue a written warning, so maybe it's something that's been going on for a little while, but then that first documentation is the written warning, because
And
We're
the
not-
the other thing we don't know is, we talk about, what do you say, $6,500 in fines? We don't know if those all came from speeding tickets. We don't know how many departments were involved in that fines, and to what extent.
If something is fined under the general laws, the money goes to the state general fund. If it's under just a bylaw, the money will come back to the town.
Okay.
So for example, like police giving a speeding ticket.
Yep.
That goes to the state.
I would think so.
There are some fines, Lynn is right, that are completely taken by the state. And there are some that are taken locally, and there are some that are distributed based upon a formula. There is no, unfortunately, single answer about that. I would be a little surprised if speeding tickets were not sent to the town, but I don't know that, so I don't wanna.
I
When I
thought,
was in the DA's office, that was the rule that we used.
Okay.
And if it was a town bylaw, we had to prove that the bylaw existed, so we needed a certified copy from the town clerk every time we went to court.
Wow.
So for the most part, that, say 6,500, is roughly coming from our town bylaws.
I would think so.
Okay. Now it's a question of, where does it come from? I like to dig into details.
We could ask the police chief. He probably knows right off the top of his head.
Okay. That $5,000 one?
Is that would that be a state or a town?
Well, who's authorizing the $5,000?
It's our regulation and our fine, it comes to the town.
Lynn, I think that was, the stormwater, and I'm
Yeah.
looking to see who the enforcement,
Yeah.
DPW is
Yeah.
the enforcement officer for that.
It's the enforcement officer, but it's, whose law is it? Is it a state law? Is it a federal law? Is it? whose
It
law?
starts as a Fed law and Fed regulations. We have created a bylaw and regulations promulgated under the authority of the Clean Waters Act, and the state's Wetlands and Watershed Protection Acts.
Then it gets fuzzy.
Yep.
There may be a formula, I don't know, but it's, usually when it was just a bylaw, it would be, come to the town, and if it was a state law, it would go to the general fund.
Right, so when we passed the marijuana, or excuse me, when adult use of marijuana was approved at the state level, the Mass General Law that provided for ticketing, all money done from that law went to the state. And that's one of the reasons the chief asked us to write marijuana use into the public consumption bylaw, so that we have a local law, that we get a local
So we can get the money,
portion
yeah.
of it. Now, the
Okay.
state law has changed a little bit about that,
Interesting.
so we may actually get some of the money from ticket for the state, but the ticket would be basically for both the state violation and the local violation, so that everybody gets their taste.
And I don't wanna misspeak, but I also thought for some of the things, and maybe it was stormwater was one of them, that there could be multiple agencies that are issuing fines. So
Oh,
it could be a federal, you could have a federal fine and a state fine and a local municipality fine as well, if the violation is severe enough or
That-
significant enough.
That is exactly correct, because the feds will always fine under the Clean Waters Act and its regulations, and the state will always fine based on its two acts. And then our own stormwater law gives us the ability to have something from that bylaw.
I mean, the bottom line is if we don't collect any fines, that's great. Because we get a town where nobody's breaking the law. Nobody has to be fined. So that's a
Or that
super.
nobody violates it so
And
badly that we feel like
right,
it.
so I mean, that's a great thing for the town,
The
but,
truth is, writing a ticket and enforcing that and getting that to the courts is a process.
Yep.
I mean, even non-criminal disposition still goes to the courts. And so there is action the town needs to take to make that happen. And that is one of the reasons that you don't find very many fines imposed by the town, because the overhead of imposing the fine is sufficiently large.
right. So are you saying, Peter, that we kind of should look at this and say, okay, we're all
I
set with
mean,
it?
it's up to you to look at, review to your heart's content. It is up to the fining authority if these fines are okay, as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
that's what I would say.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if we have the time to go back and talk to these people, is this what you did? Nah, this is for a future discussion.
Yeah.
So I'm okay
Yeah.
with these at this point. I don't know how anybody else feels.
Yeah, same.
Now, this last page may not, oh, that's interesting. I thought I put in more than that. No? Shame on me.
Good thing.
No, I'm just thinking, I thought I had more history about the history of, of this bylaw from the non-criminal disposition bylaw. I guess I didn't bring that. I can look at that at some point. But anyway, that is our first passive review, all done.
Okay.
Now, if only we were finished.
Yeah.
Does the board wanna take a brief pause before going into, I think we're gonna go back to some of the outstanding questions or comments, is that correct, Peter?
That is
Your follow-up?
That is my intent.
So does the board wanna take a,
Oh, yes.
A 5
No,
to
it's
10
time for a break.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do something like, nope, wrong guess. That one? Oh, that's why it's not showing it. Oh, well, I don't care. All right, so this is documentation. So I'm not sure what sort of clarification we need about employee in the general provisions. Because I see, because our mention, excuse me. Because we have a town official as town officer, employee, or member of a committee, whether elected or appointed. And yes, a member of a committee is a statutory employee, but we found that leaving the definition of town official like this without a definition of employee was more clear to the average reader.
And I think my question was, in some bylaws,
Mhm.
it speaks about an employee being able to serve. I think FinCom and CIPC are the two that come to my head, and I don't know the current language. I'd have to go back and look. But
Yeah.
that was my original question
Right.
when we had this, was that they specify not town official, but employee.
Yes.
And so somewhere should we define what an employee is?
Well, in fact, what I'm pretty sure we say is someone not employed by the town. I believe that those are the words that are used, so I don't believe we use the word employee.
Maybe it, yeah.
And
I can't
'cause-
remember.
Because again, when we get down to FinCom and CIPC, we'll look at the language to see if anything needs to be tweaked. Because I believe you're right, those are the only two bylaws that have any restrictions for serving.
But that was that's
Yep.
why I keep coming back to, do we, in our definitions, should we include employee and define what an employee is? Which I would assume is similar to a town official in a lot of ways, but maybe not. And so that's,
Well, that's just it. I don't know that I would want to, because that would point out very clearly the inclusion of member of a committee as an employee, because because that is a statutory employee, unless you're trying to come up with other adjectives that we would add to employee.
well, I would say something about employee, define it however, and include as special town employees, because I think that that's what elected and appointed members are considered, special employees.
No. Special employees are a designation of the select board upon certain board members. For example, the cable committee, the entire cable committee was designated as special town employees some number of years ago now, so that some of us could be paid, which we would not otherwise be eligible to do, so that Paul and I are both members of the Cable Advisory Committee and for special town employees, so that we can draw a wage from the town.
Ouch.
So as I say, it's complicated.
And I think that that's I think why it may be worth including in, and I understand that it's gonna be a lot more work to piece out, but because there are, like, elected boards have stipends that they may or may not be eligible for. It depends if if town meeting allocates those funds, right, raises and appropriates those funds. And also for ethics and conflict of interest and everything, appointed board and commission members and elected board and commission members are considered town employees for those purposes, I believe. And so
I think for the
that's
conflict of interest, everybody is considered an employee.
That is correct.
right. And so I think for some of that clarification and continuity is because I know that there's, in the past at least, there have been board members that are like, well, I'm not a town employee, I don't need to do this, or and not necessarily that they're not adhering to it, but participate in it or whatever. And so I think that that's,
Are you looking for a specific definition of employee to be included in the
Yeah.
definitions, Leah?
that's what I'm wondering if there should be.
That seems to be a very broad.
That is going to be a very challenging thing. It is a challenging thing to do, but I have on my list of things to discuss with the committee.
And maybe, I
I
mean,
was gonna say tomorrow, but this isn't Monday.
and like I said, that's more my impetus is that, and maybe it is the language in those two particular bylaws are employed by the town versus employee, but also for the purposes of ethics and conflict of interest and those.
Except that if the term employee is never used in a bylaw, I would not define it. Period.
Is it
You
used
only
to-
define terms that you use. We use the term committee and day and licensing authority and town official and working day throughout the bylaws. If we never reference employee,
So Control F, the bylaw document, and look and see if there's an employee mentioned.
Because, I mean,
other than
normally
here.
we think of employee as somebody who is hired by the town, who works a normal hour schedule, and who is paid a paycheck. That's normally what we think of as an employee. We don't think of an employee as a town official, but it's defined here as an official. So is there several definitions to employee?
And I think that's my question is,
Generically, I wouldn't think so, but it gets there is going to be a difference between the common standard English use of the word employee and the strict definitions in law, and that's where things, if we try to define employee in a way that is consistent with law, it's long and it's complicated and doesn't help anybody if we don't use the term. If we just use the way that is used here in town official is solely to be the usual English language version of the word, so that we don't have to worry about, is it a statutory employee, is it a special employee, is it really an employee or somebody who just draws a stipend, and who does that? It's like, I'm not gonna worry about it.
You see, in my perspective, I have a hard time where the select board appoints a member to a committee and we treat them as an official, and they're not an official.
We are officials.
but they're
We
doing
absolutely
work
are.
on
We
behalf
are
of the
doing-
town.
In the strict sense of the word, like somebody who can, like a town administrator is an official. Well, a select board, a committee member doesn't have powers
Yes.
other than that committee, so how are they an official?
But that by itself, a member of Concom is doing town work as an official and a representative of the town.
Okay.
That makes the Concom member an official. Ditto for planning board. Like, every single commission does activities on behalf of the town, representing the town. That makes them an official.
So it makes them an official, but not necessarily an employee,
Correct.
or a town officer.
An employee as
Classically defined.
classic, yes,
Right.
that's a good phrase. Thank you, Leah.
Okay. So we gotta see if there's any employee if there's any
We'll
employees
take
in
a
the
look.
bylaws.
And that's that's just been my ongoing question.
Yep.
And maybe there's not
As
an
I said,
answer.
I've got it on the list, we'll take a
Yeah.
look.
Okay.
Now I have to go to,
So
This-
let me just look at
come
one
on.
here too about,
oh, that's the one, it's this one. Resolved. Moving on. Excuse me. Posting of minutes, that is not jurisdictional to this meeting, I'm gonna just skip it.
I saw
would be more policy.
Tamika
Yes, I agree. And by the way, there is an enforcement piece that, for lack of anybody else's, either the town administrator or the select board need to get on everybody's butts to actually post minutes. I
Yeah.
don't argue
Yeah.
that. Town meetings, proposed date for annual town meeting.
Do we have to have a date in there, or can it just be general to state annual town meeting will be scheduled annually? Do we have to specify a specific?
You know what, I don't remember what Mass General Law says about this, other than it says that it will be held between, February and June or something like
Right.
that.
I thought the annual was determined.
But I don't know the Mass General Law dictates that we must specify the date. But
Cause I know that's been the contention of the date. Is there a way that we could open it up so that if there's an opportunity, it could be not a Saturday?
That it's more policy, that maybe it's more broadly said will be
Right.
held in maybe a month, in the month of May.
In the month of May.
Or something, and then it becomes a policy decision. I don't know, it's a
Yeah.
good question, Jen. I always think of having it in bylaw form, some sort of continuity, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
and certainty for that matter, so it
But-
doesn't, when you're planning your next year vacation and you care about town meeting, that you don't want to be gone, but if you don't know when it's going to be, to say, oh, then you can't take any of May off.
True. Yeah.
It becomes a scheduling problem for someone who, Lord knows I created my own set of problems this November, I don't dispute that, but I knew it going in when I scheduled it.
For the maybe 150 people that
Yeah.
attend town meeting.
But I do think having it in bylaw to some degree is important for, especially if there's contentious items, whether, regardless of what it is, that it's known that it's set and there's less opportunity to play the game as to, well, if we can, if a board wants the vote to go one way.
We do this, maybe we won't
right.
get so many from the side that votes for this.
Right,
That kind of
right.
politics, right.
Right, and so if it's just always known, cause I think some of the conversation, right, is that Saturdays in general, Saturdays in May are hard for families because there's so many sports and other activities going on, and so then they can't vote on things that they feel they are important, whether it's a school budget or, whatever, but it shouldn't be a one issue thing. So.
Well, when we have the town election in May, the town election in May follows the town meeting. Okay, so in other words, the town meeting is on a Saturday night and the election is on the following Monday, so.
Well, the proposed change is to have the town election on a Monday and the town meeting the Saturday following the election. That's the proposed change.
And we did that too for umpteen
For
years.
most years.
And then we decided to change it because certain members grumbled about the fact that they had to come in and defend a budget that they didn't believe in.
Yeah, but I think we had the discussion on that you can always recuse yourself from certain discussions, stating.
Well, I realize that, but I mean,
Yeah, if you're at a town meeting and you don't like the budget, how do you excuse yourself in front of the town?
But
You
more
didn't- or
than
voice your opinion that
that,
you
remember,
did.
it's not the select board's budget.
Right.
It is the town administrator's budget, as we've discussed.
Do you need a second, Jen, to go?
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, from a historical perspective, it used to be on the Saturday after town meeting. Let me see when, sorry.
And then it got moved to the Saturday before.
yeah. Monday after.
To me, I guess it does make sense if you're going to throw the budget out there and the select board, finance committee, everybody has worked on it, why would you make it a new select board then that has to defend that?
Well, that was, that was a major point of it, yeah.
The select board doesn't defend it, the town administrator does.
I know,
It's the TA's budget, it's not the
Town
select board's.
administrator at that point in
At
time.
that time, that's true.
right.
Well, and I think that since there's been a town administrator, it's maybe in some ways less important. I do also think that having less important to have, whether it's the currently elected board that has been involved in setting the warrant, because I'm not necessarily saying even the budget, but sometimes there's other warrant articles.
Right.
That, so, and I think there was a case in one of the previous bylaws, Peter, that we just reviewed, that if the select board does not agree with it, it needed to pass by 2/3. Whereas if the select board was in agreement, a simple majority would work.
Yep.
And I guess the question even for that is which select board then? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If the select board that placed the article is in favor of it, but, in favor of it, but and it's placed by majority of that select board, and then that select board changes, this year there was significant change, right? It was a majority of the board changed, and so it very easily could have been a big shift in that, and we've seen a little bit of that, not on voting things, but things that the previous board had made promises to and this
Right.
board has not followed, so.
And that's why I think it's important for the current board to be able to sit up there and do what they said for the whole 3 years or whatever that they've been doing it, so.
I also see it and I know that we need to try to get away from this, but a lot of the advocacy for ballot questions that need to also pass at town meeting, and I'm thinking whether that's a budget override or if there was conversation about even some debt exclusions that, it might be allocated in in the budget pending, you know, but if it doesn't pass at the ballot, then it doesn't. And unfortunately, the way town is, a lot of that advocacy and information comes out at town meeting. So having town meeting before the ballot that may have ballot questions, and I'm thinking down the road, if the town is, you know, there's been a lot of push for the town to adopt CPA, Community Preservation Act, that involves a town meeting as well as a ballot. And, you know, charter, if we go the route with the charter that I think a majority of towns go, there's also town meeting and I think it's both town meeting and ballot. And so there is some level of advocacy that I think happens at town meeting for questions that are on the ballot at that time, that are relevant to votes taken at town meeting.
I can't see a situation where I would want to be a member of a board 5 days to sit out there in front of the audience and voice an opinion on something I didn't agree with initially. That has to be the old board.
Well, could it be like, you know, there's the assignments of who reads the articles.
Right.
Can it be if you weren't on the previous board that placed the article, you don't read it? And you, I mean, you still have your own vote, right?
So
I don't know if that's.
I'm not
any-
sure where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Right,
You know,
right.
There's issues on both sides, yeah.
yeah.
And I think, and then another layer of complication is there's another whole group of town residents that feel very strongly that it should not even be on a weekend day, that it should be during the week.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
Yep.
and so that's another whole layer.
That has also gone around, yeah.
Right,
Which is interesting to me, cause every other town in the district, it's all on the weekend.
Goes on a weekend.
On the weekend.
I know.
We're the only one that has it during the week.
It's
So
a
vice
little
versa.
down
We
here.
tried
I know.
and the town
It's
will
interesting
not
to
do
me.
that.
right.
Not that it can't be changed in the future, because the demographics of this town
Yeah,
are changing,
right,
but
Yeah,
I don't wanna see that for this coming May. I
Right.
don't wanna get into that, so. But for this, that's all the future.
Right, and like I said, I can kind of argue it either way, but I do, and Austin, I'm not sure how kind of as an administrator perspective you see it as, I'm less concerned personally about the budget side of things, but more any additional warrant articles or if there's bylaws that need to be addressed or whatever, that it's the current seated board that's doing that. I know the thought is with a town administrator that that office handles a lot of this now, but I think for some of the more, and I don't even wanna say contentious, but more nuanced items or something, there is value to having that continuity of a board that has kind of done that work. And you can argue that, yes, if you're running for election, you should be involved in those meetings going up to that. And also, there's no mandate that that's how it is, so.
Yeah, I agree with you, Leah, on that, but I'm gonna add a piece, and that is, the board sets the warrants. What if there's a warrant article that should have been there and doesn't get there? Because the board chose not to put it on, and yet the new board would have put it on.
But that is a
that's-
month before the meeting, so that's
The
immaterial.
warrant has to be
Really?
set,
Yeah.
what?
Oh, yeah.
A month, I forget what the posting dates are for the warrant to be set before the meeting, but
I know
that's.
that.
I think it's for ours, it's universally, they have to be posted 2 weeks before.
That's not what I'm saying is, we have 10 articles that have come before the board. The board says, I don't like number 10, so we're only gonna put 9 articles on. However, the new board would have said, if it was me, I would have put the 10th one on. So now you have a new board that's voting on 9 articles for some they would not have done in the first
But that
place.
suggested that no warrant may ever be created because a future board might disagree.
No, I'm saying that in order to avoid any kind of conflict, keep the board there that did the articles in the first place.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying,
We have visited that scenario,
yeah.
yeah.
So where there's been a group that felt strongly that an article should have been placed, but the board and some entities did not place the article.
Right.
yeah.
And, yeah,
So if you're gonna defend it as an old board. Don't try to do anything as a new board on it, because you know.
Well, and I see it less as to what didn't make the cut for the warrant, because I think that there's always an avenue for whether it's the fall special town meeting or the next annual for that article to come up again, but more so for the conversation around, and again, I'm taking kind of the budget side out of things, but more looking at bylaws or other, and I'm thinking like community preservation or charter or some of the bigger things that the current seated board has been involved in
Right.
and done those interactions with all the various entities and everything. You can make the argument that if you're running for election, then you should be involved or participating in this, but that's not always the case, and we can't mandate that.
So which way are you going, Lee? I'm not sure I'm
No,
following you.
I think I am going to keeping it how it is
Yeah.
with that it's the town meeting happens before the election.
Yeah,
Because I think that there's value to
Yes.
that continuity piece.
as much as I disagree when the new board takes over,
Yeah.
I agree that
Yeah.
it should not come before the town meeting, the
Yeah,
election.
yeah.
And I know
You
others-
need the old board there. I
And I
don't care how
know-
good or bad they are, you need them there, in my opinion.
I agree. I that's the way I felt about it too. In other words, when they knocked this around at town meetings, it was, I could see what exactly their point was, and you're reiterating it very well there, so okay.
Austin, of all the boards you've sat on, what's your opinion on this?
Well, I think, to be honest, I don't know if I have a specific opinion. I can say in terms of, and because I think there's benefits to both, right? So for example, with the override example, actually the only thing that you need to actually achieve an override is a ballot vote. You don't need to actually have a positive vote at a town meeting. The town meeting is just to appropriate the additional levy capacity that you had. So in that case, there would be a benefit to having the election before the town meeting, because then you would actually know going into the town meeting how much you can actually spend and appropriate. However, I do think that there is, in terms of presenting the warrant to town meeting voters, there is, I think, a nice aspect to having the board members that were involved in the warrant process actually present those warrants to town meeting. One of the things that I'd like to get to with this board and future boards is, talking about the warrant process, but also assigning to each board member, early on in the process, Harry, this is your article, and you're the liaison, you're the subject matter expert at the board level. So at town meeting, when there is a question, you have all the information you need. You've talked to the relevant board and commission. You've talked to the relevant department to make sure that you're informed and you can present it well at town meeting.
Okay.
And that really can only be achieved by having continuity at the board level, especially at town meeting. Now, to the board members that may disagree with an article, that would be obviously reflected in the recommendation vote, but also remember, every selectman or finance committee member or anyone has the ability to stand up and speak from the residents' microphone as well.
Yeah.
So if you would like to voice your opposition, you can do so from that respect, just like you could do the same thing at a board meeting as well. But I've seen it both ways, and there's obviously benefits to both. But that's just kind of my perspective on that.
So if anything is going to a town vote, a town ballot, thank you, and it's a matter of money, then it really would be appropriate maybe for the new board to know how much money they have. But if that isn't coming up, then it's the old board really that is in effect, I guess. So
I'm thinking of, it was just a couple of years ago where the town tried to do a 2.5 override, and at town meeting, they had the warrant articles state this amount without the override, this amount with the override, or
Right.
this is the impact. Speaking personally as a resident at that point, I did not like that at all, because I was completely confused as to what was being asked for, what the ramifications would be if it didn't have it. So I would rather have said, this is what you're asking for with what we have right now. The next week, if the 2.5 override passed in the election, Then, like you said, the new board is there, they figure out how to appropriate those funds at that point, and if you need to,
But
you
there's
have
only one
another
way to
special
appropriate,
meeting.
that means another town meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
But the special circumstances, I feel like things like this would be, are fewer than your standard
standard
and would
articles.
warrant a special town
Right.
meeting to make
Right.
sure that,
But I think the way, and I don't know how the board feels, I think the way the budget was presented this past year at annual, that it was, we needed the override, and if it didn't pass, this is what you were gonna get. And if it passed, this is what you got, so it wasn't, there was no need to go back and have an additional special meeting? Is that where you found the confusion, Jen, or
no,
was it a
because
couple
there were
years
some
ago?
things
No,
that
this
were
was before.
dependent on the
Yeah.
override passing. So
Right.
we voted on an article that could have been null and void because the override didn't pass.
Right.
And we couldn't do it, so that, to me, is also kind of a waste.
Right.
And
I
I
think it was done
at the same
good this year,
Yes.
yes.
And I think that that's on the financial policy
Right.
side and the financial budgeting side.
Yep.
Kind of moving forward, how to present both.
Right.
I do understand that going into, but the meeting is going, having it 1 week after the election is not necessary, I mean, it could, but it won't always guarantee a time, because the election is on a Monday. Oftentimes, depending on how this swearing in and everything goes, hopefully by that Saturday, the board has been sworn in and everything. You would have the meeting before that to set the positions on the board, and to go into the to go into the annual town meeting. But there's not a whole lot of opportunity, knowing if you have an override this year that there's an extra $2 million. You know, obviously you're going in and saying, we need $2 million and this is how it's gonna go. But there's a potential that it's a new board and they feel very strongly or differently about how that $2 million override is
spent.
going.
But that's why I'm saying I feel like that should take place after the elections, so you have your current new board now established versus half a board that might be on their way out in 2 weeks that's deciding how this money gets appropriated.
And I think the money side has been more and more held within, like, the budgeting process has been more and more within the town administrator's office and as kind of, and the finance team, and so it's less of that political whim as far as like, well, I really want, you know, all the override to go to DPW, and you really want all the override to go to public safety, and you really want all the override to go
I don't want any override.
but you know what I mean, so I think that there's less of that political whim.
Right.
There is the benefit to knowing that this is the budget that we're going to present. So I can see that argument, and I look at it less from the budget side and more from all the additional articles.
I think Jen said it that, and Austin said it that, 2.5s come up so rarely. Now, they may count more with our current situation, but 2.5s come up, but they haven't passed. So to base a new board on 2.5, who now has that, versus basing it on the articles, which is more prevalent at town meetings, we should probably keep it the same board rather than the new board, because we're not gonna be seeing that 2.5 come up every year.
Right.
So it makes sense to have the current board deal with all the stuff at the town meeting.
Yep.
Versus
Well,
having,
I also think that the series of meetings that Gary held, starting with senior center and then here in the library throughout the month of April, were a big plus, is also getting the points across and making people understand just what there was there to see.
right.
No, I 100% agree.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah, well, you know, I attended every meeting just to make sure that, you know, the consistency was what everybody was saying, and yeah, you know, it was all the way down the line, so in other words, okay. So I felt then that, you know, the points had been made, and I thought they were pretty well defended too, so.
So I guess as far as the scheduling goes, I think my position would be hold the annual town meeting prior to the election.
Kind of how it has been recently, current, like,
By the way, my neighbor across the street agreed with you 2 years ago.
Yeah, cause this says,
This is saying to move it till after the election.
This says the Saturday
Right.
following the second Monday, which is when the election is held.
Right.
Yeah, and I would say keep it before,
Yeah.
just for everything we've talked about. You said the board that created that,
I think the town personally would like to see the people who can defend it, who voted on it, who did it, be up there.
I agree.
exactly. Yeah, cause if somebody that wasn't on the board can't speak intelligently to,
Well, that
if
was-
questions come up or,
That was part of the problem.
Even if you attend every board meeting.
Yeah.
You still don't have,
have all the information.
you still don't.
Yeah.
So there you have it, Peter, it seems like the consensus of our group is to keep it the way it is, at least currently. I take it with what it is, but, and I think
Yep, I have my note.
looking at town as a
TM
whole,
colon date, still there.
I think town as a whole, I don't know that you would reach a total consensus from town as a whole. I think it's very much whoever shows up at the meeting has that whim. Cause a few years ago, there was the article to try to get it moved to, I think, a weeknight. And that was a big contention.
And it was a weeknight, it was in fact intended to be the Monday following
Right.
the election.
And I think the
So it
conversation.
did both of those things, and
And I think the conversation was both negative on after the election, as well as moving it off of a Saturday night. And so, again, to piece out population-wise, who feels strongly and knowing who shows up at town meeting, it's generally the same usual suspects, and they're accustomed to it being on that Saturday. And so, I don't know, I can.
Yeah, I can't read that. I mean, to me, there's one side that says, it's a weekend. Who wants to go out on a weekend?
Right.
And then it's another one that says, I got through working. I don't wanna go out tonight. And it's like, I don't know why,
You're never gonna make
whoever
everybody
comes to
happy.
the meetings, I guess, is the ones that says, hey.
If there's something important, of enough importance to a resident on that meeting, they will make the effort to be there.
Mostly it's school. If there's an issue regarding the schools there, you'll get a lot of participation coming in,
Oh, yeah.
you know? If it isn't,
When the
All
school
right.
vote's over, they all head for the doors.
let's move on, shall we?
okay. Oh, I got one, see number 3, Peter? When I had proposed a 2/3, it was not a super majority in place. It was just a majority. So I don't know how the word super got in there, but it was not a super
Yeah, well,
majority.
anyway, it says language resolved, so.
Maybe that was changed, I don't know,
No
okay.
discussion of the language related to CIPC's review of capital requests.
Oh,
And that's all that it says. It doesn't even say anything here.
Right there, yeah, B, right there under 7B. Township acknowledge none.
Yeah.
Town shall, let me actually remember to do this. Town shall take no action on any warrant article accepting citizen petitions proposing, the appropriation of monies for a capital improvement until the capital improvement planning committee has considered such improvement or 21 days have passed after referral without action of said committee.
okay. Now, I will disclose something I don't like to, but I will, regarding the language. Because currently, we can only take into consideration capital improvements if there's going to be an article before town meeting. The current bylaw does not state proposing the appropriation of monies, which is all monies, including RDIC, including anybody else.
Well, money's for a capital improvement.
Yeah, but specifically says for an article. This took that out, which I agree, it shouldn't be just the article.
What do you mean? It says, no, the warrant article is the thing. No action on any warrant article proposing the appropriation of monies for a capital improvement.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at is here, this is a one-time thing. We got ARPA money. CIPC is responsible for the capital improvements in the town, but only if it's an article money. So we don't have any jurisdiction over what RDIC would spend that money on, ARPA would be spent on, even if it's a $300,000 capital investment.
Okay,
So
but Harry, you need just a smidge of context. Remember, this is a town meeting article. So this is only about things that come up at town meeting, and ARPA money does not come up at town meeting.
That's right, that's what I'm saying, is that it's currently in a warrant article, should that be there? Or should there be oversight on all capital
That
expenditures?
has nothing to do with this bylaw, which only has to do with town meetings and therefore only has to do with warrant articles.
And town meeting is only able to appropriate town
From a
fund,
warrant article, yeah.
from warrant articles, but also raise and appropriate or appropriate.
'Cause,
For
okay,
however
Like,
it chooses to appropriate, right?
Right, but it's through essentially tax
Tax levy.
levy.
Right.
And ARPA and other opportunities are not
Don't have to go
under
to town meeting.
Right.
tax levy.
that was the
So what you're
that was the only
talking,
discussion I had.
right, so I'm not saying you're wrong about how things are appropriated for ARPA-based for ARPA-funded projects. I'm saying that ARPA-funded projects have no place in this warrant article. I'm
And it's a
suggesting,
one-time deal, I know, it's once and done, so.
And I think my concern with the wording of this is it's very, like, I don't disagree with the thought behind it, but my concern is that the town shall take no action on any warrant article other than citizens petitions, because we have no control over those.
Right.
If it hasn't gone through CIPC.
Right.
And my concern is if there are an emergency thing that doesn't, that it almost seems too strict to not allow an opportunity if it were a true emergency or,
That's addressed at, if there is an issue that comes up that needs capital improvement, we can call an emergency session. We did that couple of meetings, 2 meetings ago, we did that. When we found out there was a boiler needed by the school,
Right, yeah.
the CIPC approved that evening.
but let's also think for a minute, this is about town meeting.
right, and I'm
And
looking
in
at
order to have a
dates.
warrant article, you need to have the warrant published 2 weeks in advance and approved and set before that, which means that the capital improvement planning committee will have had 21 days to meet, plus whatever time before it's submitted. You don't get to place a new warrant article after the warrant is closed. So, since the warrant has to be closed 21 days-ish before the town meeting, then having the CIPC meet within that time period between the closing of the warrant and the town meeting, that's where they can hold a special meeting. And
How's
then if they choose, for whatever reason, to not, then the town still gets to vote on it because they haven't acted in 21 days.
So, but this is just a general process question. Say we have town meeting, the next day, boiler goes at the school that we
Yep.
have to pay for.
Yep.
We don't have another town meeting for how long? So how does that get
Then they find a different way
appropriated?
to find
To
the
fund
money
it
within
until-
our current appropriation.
Right.
Okay,
Or if it's not possible,
Yeah.
they call a town meeting for
Special
several
town
weeks
meeting.
later, which is of course going to be much too late to treat as an emergency.
it's an emergency.
Practically,
Right.
so,
What happened was, on the boiler, the Wachusett got a quote.
Yeah.
They're going to pay for it, and then we're going to reimburse them.
Right.
There's
right.
no time frame for that. So we can go to the town
Yeah,
and say, here's an article, we want to appropriate this money to pay back Wachusett.
but we're not always gonna have that fail-safe.
Yep.
So Austin, is this where your capital, fund comes in to play for these type things?
It certainly could, yeah. I mean, capital stabilization, general stabilization, free cash, those would be sources that we could appropriate from. For this particular emergency project, you'll recall that the district actually lowered our assessment this year,
Right.
but we kept the budget at the same appropriation. We may be able just to use that line item and spend from that appropriation without having to ask for additional appropriation from town meeting. But I think that would be a discussion probably at the board level to have. But yeah, I mean, but certainly, yeah, if it was, we'd definitely have to identify funding source if it was a $200,000 emergency project.
Right.
If a roof collapsed or something, and we had significant capital needs without and it was a capital request without the sufficient funding source,
Okay.
we would likely have to go to have a special town meeting or find ways to be creative to identify that, and likely it would be from that capital fund or general stabilization
Right.
fund.
But that's the intent of that, for your long-term budget, where you've got that proposed $100,000 capital line item. It would be, we could take that without having to go to town meeting to pay for something, and
You
then
could
maybe.
change what you're going to use it
Yep.
for, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, ideally, it's not. Ideally, it's also for ongoing capital. So, I mean,
Right.
that number that 100,000 should be a lot higher, candidly. But just for the purpose of having it, that certainly could be a line item that we could go to for these kind of projects.
Yeah, no, that's just more for my own knowledge, just trying to understand the process of how do we get money for something when we don't have an upcoming town meeting and we need it
Yep.
yesterday.
Yep, we need a way to do a slush fund, basically.
right.
And-
Right.
And the answer is that we play with the monies that have been appropriated, and we just shift out what
Shift
they're gonna
things
be
around.
paid for, and that's, with limitations, but
Yeah,
fundamentally.
we do that all the time. I mean, the fire department would use an
That's true.
example. that we
Right.
just
Yeah.
went through.
Yeah,
Move from X to
we always
A to
shift money
B,
within
yeah.
their budget.
Yeah.
But just for clarification, any sort of use of monies from stabilizations do require a town meeting vote, and I think it's 2/3 vote at town meeting. So the money is potentially there, but that would also require a town meeting vote. And I think there's been some conversation in the past years, the reserve fund has kind of been dwindled way down, the line item, because we've been trying to cut the budget and make everything fit. And I think there is potentially some value to considering enhancing that if there are likely to be some significant shifts, or, emergencies or whatever. Because right now I think I don't remember what the number is this current year, but I know it's been chopped down. And that's usually more
Talk about
for,
stabilization.
no, the
No,
reserve fund line item.
Yeah, that's been cut down.
And so that could potentially be another avenue to allow for some of the not super capital expenses, but some heftier emergency.
Okay. Thank you. Nice, for my own knowledge.
Okay. Just that.
So is there anything that we need to further?
I didn't hear anything that we need to change, based on our discussions here, because the timeline makes sense. The need to go through CIPC is the essence of the current CIPC bylaw.
Yep.
So we took that essence, brought it over, and added the 21-day, just one of those funny constructive approval kind of
Yeah.
condition. Select board bylaw, resolved, moving on. TA bylaw. Ratification process of town administrator appointments. All right, let me go back to and go find the TA bylaw. Here we go. Appointment duties and responsibility function as, oh gosh. Responsible. And we have a lot to go back for that, but that's another. Procurement,
That's, some of that we're gonna discuss at Monday's meeting, Leah. The appointment,
Yeah, I think that's some of the conversation for the current board. I think we had some of the conversation here when we talked about the bylaw, when we talked about this bylaw also, and how that kind of looks as far as,
I don't see anything in here about appointment anymore. So let me. Whoa, let's do
I think it's page 18, Peter,
yeah,
number 2.
Oh, yes, buying through the select board, right.
and so I think the
and
conversation.
that's the discussion issue, what, regardless of what it is, that needs to be clarified. Cause Boston's contract and other stuff conflicts. So we want to make sure if this is bylaws, we get it right, whatever it is.
So I think the conversation that, if I remember correctly, when we had the conversation here about the town administrator bylaw, was if the board needed to take an affirmative vote every time pending an appointment. So essentially that the appointment isn't official until there's an affirmative vote and how that looks. And, or if there is a significant concern with the appointment among the board, then there can be action taken. So I think that's the question.
Crux of it.
So fundamentally, what this says now is that the appointments for department heads not appointed otherwise, subject to ratification by the select board within 3 weeks. So you have 3 weeks to decide to do something with that appointment. If you do nothing, you have constructively approved it. If you take any other action, great, that either confirms or denies the appointment. Or if you prefer, ratifies and, or anti-ratifies, whatever that verb is.
There's been a lot of discussion on both sides, and I see both sides of it. And I don't want to see confusion for future boards. And to me, what you just said kind of creates a little confusion for future boards. And that if we feel, if the board feels it should be ratified, we'll get it done. If we do nothing, then we're doing nothing and it automatically gets ratified. Well, how do you have a town administrator function if you don't know what the board's gonna do? It leaves them kind of up in the air when it comes to interviewing and appointing people. So I see both sides to this.
So how does the town moderator appoint anyone to FinCom without knowledge about how you're going to act at your next meeting? I mean, that's the same question.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
Not really, because
And
The difference is the scope because it's a committee versus a department head. Okay.
it's a committee who he appoints, and then we have to ratify. Here's a question of, and there are people on the finance committee, I don't want to play that down, but we're looking at key positions in the town, which could be very hard to fill. So the town administrator is going through the process of filling them. Is it fair now, before he says this person has a job, the board has 3 weeks to make a decision? I don't know if that's fair to the town administrator.
Okay, well, let's go with the other way. The hue and cry when there was no subject to ratification of the select board was too much to bear.
I don't know what you mean.
People complained about this section of bylaw because there was no select board oversight in the appointment of department heads by the town.
Okay.
So,
So Harry, you're suggesting we don't need a ratification process in this instance?
I'm not suggesting anything. What I'm saying is, we have a duty posted on the town administrator's website that says the duty of the administrator is to get ratification by the select board.
Yep.
I don't care which way it goes.
Yeah.
I don't care if he appoints or the board appoints. What I want to do is provide black and white clarification so everybody knows going forward, this is the process. No confusion out there. And I think we were going to discuss that at Monday night's meeting.
Okay.
And maybe get legal opinion on it, I'm not sure.
I'm still missing where the conflict is that, with what's here.
Because Boston's contract
Yep.
at one point says, I'm not sure what he can do. At another point, it says he has the authority to appoint without board ratification,
But appoint what?
anybody.
Unless it's in this bylaw, then would this supersede that?
Yes,
bylaw would supersede contract, yes.
yes.
Okay.
So that's where I don't want the confusion. I don't want, whether it's Austin or a future town administrator, I want to make sure there is a complete delineation between what the board does and what the administrator does, or we know what the responsibilities are. So do I Do I think Austin's doing a great job hiring people? Absolutely. But that's not the point. The point is, what is the law? What does it say? And right now, it is so confusing.
I don't understand the confusion because it says, he appoints, you ratify. Or you choose not to ratify, which is always an option, but.
But the current bylaw doesn't say that.
There is no current bylaw.
Exactly. So all we have to go by is the duty, which is also outlined in the contract and his contract. So if the contract says he can appoint, but the duty on the website says he can't unless he goes to us, which one is true?
That supersedes.
Excuse me, assuming this passes in June.
Yeah.
This is what rules.
Okay, so now I come back to, should the board be having oversight? I know there are past boards, I've heard from people in the past that think this shouldn't be done, we should have total oversight of hiring in that. But there are reasons why we shouldn't have oversight either. So, that's why it's really an interesting discussion, and I'm trying to grab my handle around it.
I will.
And be fair to the town administrator.
I will repeat what I said before. Without subject to ratification of the select board, I got a lot of noise because of that, because this is not a town manager, this is a town administrator.
I know that.
And they function differently, and making it without select board approval makes it more of a town manager and less of a town administrator, and that was.
Well, Peter, to be fair on
what some
that.
people are saying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, to be fair on that, I mean, candidly, and I had this discussion the other night. The difference between town manager and town administrator is it actually really depends on what the duties that are assigned in a bylaw or a charter. And I'll only give you the example of the town of Hudson. The town of Hudson does not have a town manager, does not have a town administrator. They have an executive secretary. Now they happen to give that executive secretary town manager-like roles and responsibilities. Mm-hmm. So the difference between town manager and a town administrator isn't clear. It's really what you want to give the position in terms of authority, duties, and responsibilities.
And
and the perception.
So I think there's some aspects, i.e. the budget, that you have given town manager-like authority to in this proposed bylaw. I think it really depends on the board and the rest of the community what you want the rest of the position to look like. But I do agree with the principle that everyone's seeking. Is I think we really need some clarity here, because I do have concerns in terms of recruitment. So, for example, giving a conditional offer to someone and saying, "Well, the board does have and I want you to start within 2 weeks, but the board does have 3 weeks to decide otherwise." That is something that I do have overall concerns on. Mm-hmm. And candidly, that's why you end up having professional staff to do some of the personnel management and recruitment, to kind of separate that and allow for the board to work on big picture policy, talking about the benefits and things that are provided, rather than kind of the day-to-day minutia of recruitment.
So if we reduce the timeline from 3 weeks to 2 weeks as an example.
I still think it's still offering that as a conditional offer of an employment. So you have, let's say, for example, we want to hire a treasurer collector, right? Okay, that's a position that's open. We find this, we know what the municipal market is like currently, and the projections forward are not much better. That there's, so we find this great candidate, the screening committee finds them, they go through the screening committee, the town administrator agrees, everybody agrees, staff-wise, that this is the person. The administrator goes to make the offer, but it's pending the select board's vote, and it could be 2 weeks, because maybe that interview is on a Tuesday after our current Monday night meeting. That in this current market, and the way the trends seem to be going, especially across the board in employment, but especially in municipal government, that could be a big turnoff, and you could lose very valid candidates because there's that holding pattern. We've heard from some candidates also that if they think that they need to work if they are at the direction, not under the town administrator, but at the direction of an elected board versus a staff hierarchy, that's a turnoff. And so that also becomes another consideration, given the current market in government and projections for government. And so I think also something to be mindful of is there were years that, and I think we're coming out of this a lot thanks to kind of Austin's oversight, but that a lot of department heads were getting contracts. And if we're contracting with employees, then as select board, we're the authorizing agent of those contracts. But now we have an HR department with Austin, 170 page HR policy document that we will see hopefully in the beginning of the new year. And so we're hiring for job descriptions, and there's a process in place for the evaluations. And if a person legitimately is not working out, that there's an avenue for that, and it's much more job description versus contract driven. And so I think, me personally, and knowing how the market is, employment market as a whole, and especially in government and local government especially, even more so, I think that it becomes detrimental to need to require ratification for these. We have the town administrator provides updates as to any open position, how they're going to be looking to fill that position, whether it's who's in charge, screening committees being formed or not, or we make the recommendation to hire an outside firm, MRI or Community Paradigm or whatever, and then how that process is going to look, and then the notification of the number of candidates, the final candidates that are going to be, and again, not names of, because again, in the current marketplace, a lot of individuals haven't given notice that they're looking elsewhere yet, and maybe don't want to give notice that they're looking elsewhere yet for department head positions. And so I think that very recently, kind of since COVID even, the market has changed significantly and continues, you hear a lot about there's a huge shortage for municipal government, and that's projected to be, what are some of the growing areas for job opportunities and everything. And so I think we can very quickly do ourselves a disservice by needing to maintain this level of control when there are now that we have a stronger HR role and job description and everything.
Well, and on top of that, it's the select board that hires the town administrator, so they have a hand in who that person is. They effectively trust that person with the job. You need to trust this person to do their job.
And I think that's one of the considerations, if I may, that's one of the considerations that any board needs to be mindful of when they're hiring, that this is one of the roles of the administrator for whom you're hiring, so that they're going to be charged with hiring
You can't
department
micromanage
heads.
everything.
This is what I'm hearing. It's not that we give the authority to the town administrator. It's that, does the town administrator, as an individual, come with biases for hiring versus 5 members of the board who may each have a bias, who now has the vote as to whether somebody gets hired or not. So now it becomes a 5-member choice, not an individual. That is what I'm hearing a lot of.
But I also think that recent boards, and not just this board, but recent boards have been very good about goal setting, not necessarily meeting all of those goals, because I think we have a lot of high, lofty goals, but there's direction there from the board as to what the goals for the next year or longer term is. And so, in my mind, a quality administrator is going to be hiring people that are going to be able to help fulfill those goals also, that are set by the board. And those are directly linked to the town administrator's performance and contract and everything. So there is, if we're not contracting with individual employees or department heads, again, there's avenues for ongoing consultation and reviews and everything that can happen if there's a significant mismatch.
And on top of that, this is just saying we either agree or disagree with the proposed appointment.
Right.
If we wanna have more of that hand in the selection, then why is the town administrator involved at all? Why isn't it the duty of the select board to find the candidates, do the interviews, and offer the position?
And that's part of what I was getting to, is that if he finds somebody, that doesn't mean the board's gonna bring him before the board.
Right,
That doesn't mean we're going to investigate him.
right.
It just means that he needs to come to the board and say, here's my choice,
Can I have your permission?
can I have your permission? That's basically it. However, this document conflicts with itself. In part 2, it says by the select board. But if you go down to part 3, it says the town administrator by and through the select board shall be the appointing authority for other officers, the board, and so forth. And it doesn't say anything about the board.
Right, because those are not department heads. Department heads are the ones that people view are important enough to require select board ratification. Now, let me also go back in time a little bit. So we, remember that I said there was a hue and cry, and that's because the first edition of this bylaw did not have subject to ratification of the select board. Why did we do that? Go back to our charge. We were describing or documenting current town policy. I know department heads today who were appointed by, well, at least one, appointed by Margaret and never ratified directly by the select board. So that's what we documented. And then the big fuss was made because of what we wrote, and so we've added this. So if you're going to tell me ask me what I think, I'm going to tell you, I think the town administrator should have the authority because it's been our town practice, subject to other things like, the chief of police needs to be delegated because the MGL says the select board appoints. So that would have to be specifically delegated. I'm gonna hand wave that. So that I haven't seen problems. Yes, there always can be problems with appointments, that's not a question. And this leaves out the whole question about contracts and all of that for good reason. So I personally am a believer in not needing select board ratification, but I know that the conflicts that has caused for discussion. This is why it was changed, to sort of reduce that conflict. If that's now creating conflict with the select board, well, geez, I don't want that.
But I think it's creating conflict more so on a process side for the town administrator. If we are now, and I don't, anything is going to require at least a time limit, after the potential offer could be made, and I think that could be a hindrance to hiring. And so it's not, we would have at least, if we wanted to call an emergency meeting every time there was a department head appointment, that's still 48 hours, right? So there's still that your offer is contingent upon ratification, and I think in more and more in the marketplace of professionals that we're looking to hire,
You don't want that delay.
If it is the will of the board that we remove that, I will absolutely bring that up to discussion at my next meeting with them.
and I think, I don't.
Let me just say, another conflict here is this. Number 5, the town administrator shall have the authority to suspend or remove for cause any employee the administrator has the power to appoint. Well, if he has the power to appoint with ratification by the select board, it does not say that the select board then has to oversee any suspension or removal.
But I don't think
He has
that's
total authority.
I'm not entirely convinced that that's actually a conflict, because suspension or removal will be a very fast-moving event, which it must be, otherwise there would be no need to suspend or remove.
And that's my point, is that if we are going to, as a board, oversee his appointment, but he has the total authority to remove somebody, why do we want to have the authority to appoint in the first place then, if we're trusting that he's going to get rid of somebody?
That's right, that's my point.
That's the whole, nothing makes sense here.
Yeah,
That's what troubles me.
I think that's what, at least what I'm saying is I don't think we need to have the ratification piece
Right.
to appoint the department heads.
And the bottom line is, there are gonna be a lot of people in town, when this comes up for an article for ratification, who are gonna say, I don't see it here. We better have our act together, and the reasons why,
Right.
if we want this to pass.
Yep.
So, I just want what's right for the town and what makes sense.
Yep.
I don't care how it is,
Right.
okay?
So I think it sounds like kind of the consensus of the board here is to not require ratification. And we've had conversation here as to why, and we can be prepared to provide that feedback, attend the public information sessions, because I do view that kind of being as in conjunction with the select, like, obviously you're
Right.
running the show, but that you have support from the select board
I
also.
would certainly appreciate it in those meetings when this comes up. It is certain to come up, and I don't object.
And
And the thing of it is, and I've said this to you,
Yep.
when we put forth the hiring of the town administrator, we hired a town administrator. We did not ask town approval for a super town administrator, which is what we will have if we change this, and the board doesn't oversee. So I know that's gonna be an issue at the town meeting.
But I think,
Why are you appointing a super town administrator?
Is that a real thing?
I think,
No. He's
No,
he's
it's
describing
not.
something close to a.
No, I'm
to what is
describing-
considered a town manager.
I'm describing what his duties are that we've added to and that we're doing that other boards haven't.
and I think,
See-
but I think some, if I may, sorry, if I think
We
some.
gotta have the answers, is my
Right, no,
point.
I think that they're valid questions, and they're valid questions that I think we all hear throughout our interactions. I know I get the same pushback, and my argument is town has grown and changed significantly, even since our first town administrator, Margaret. And so what can we do to modernize town government, which is a huge goal of ours, of this board, is to modernize town government, and how can we make government work better, more efficiently, more effectively?
smoother.
Line it.
And right, and as and a lot of that comes with professionalizing staff, and with that comes the need to take out those delays to get that professionalized staff in place.
And I have to say, I think also historically, there's been some want of, maybe for past boards, control over everything, and that's not necessarily
Best
the
practice.
best practice.
Right.
Well, what's been the best interest of the
So-
entirety of the town?
Right.
I mean,
Right. And I know we're not gonna be able to convince 100% of those people who are
No.
really against this.
right.
So that, whether we like it or not, we're the board that gets to decide how this town's gonna move forward, whether anybody likes this or not.
Well, and I don't wanna minimize the concerns, we hear them, and I
Yeah,
think that we
yeah.
also have had ongoing, this is the second or third time we've talked about this bylaw as a board here. We're gonna talk again on Monday night about the situation. We've had individual private conversations with individuals in town, with each other, with the administrator, with staff, kind of to get a feel for things and where we're trying to go. And so it's not
And
without
what
thought.
we're discussing here
Yes.
has nothing to do with the personality of Austin or
Oh, no.
anybody. It has to do with black and white, what does it say? No, I don't want this says this, no, we need to clear that up for us and for future boards.
Right, so in fact, assuming the bylaw committee, ad hoc bylaw committee is in agreement, then we'll probably combine 2 and 3, because
Yeah.
it's department heads and
Other
all
staff
employees,
and,
you know?
right.
Done. That is a way I can see moving forward. I don't.
Okay.
And then that also, to Harry, to your point, also, it's full appointment authority and full removal
Right.
removal authority, and it's
Right.
not this mismatch as far as And again, to go back to the HR policies and everything, that there's a documented process, and that we're going to be very intentional with the policies now of creating and enforcing.
I'm not so
job
much worried
description.
about,
Yes.
I'm not so much worried about the removal process because there's an appeal process there.
Right,
There is no appeal process on that.
right,
It's either the town administrator or nobody,
right.
because we won't have anything to do with it. And I think from past, and Austin and I were talking about, from past experience, I was a little jaded on giving him authority because I've seen what's happened to some town administrators in the past. And from some town select board members in the past, in terms of control, and I want this person because they meet my philosophy and all that stuff. I'm trying to get away from that. It's very hard, but
You
I'm
can
trying.
find that anywhere though.
I know,
just-
so, but I personally, I guess, and I'll go against what some people have said that they think they should. I do believe that the town administrator, in order to not waste time and waste the board time, because I've seen the process he uses, so I have faith in that. I have trust in Austin that he will do the right thing. But if he doesn't, we also have powers to be able to question it.
Right.
So to say we have authority to,
I mean, just think about when Anita retires, that's now an appointed position, is that, we don't wanna have to delay 3 weeks getting somebody in that's looking to start.
and we also know the process that's gonna go through to pick somebody. It's not, that's not gonna be a pencil.
Having regulated processes, as we've begun to do, I think helps
Yes.
answer the questions about the reliability of the system to hire people.
Right,
Right.
right. And I think that that's what I think this board is also trying to do, is pull as much as we can out of bylaw and process and put it in policy and processy, and document that.
I think that would be, is there any way that we can have, even if they're drafts, are we allowed to share any of those related HR policies at these info sessions? So we can say, this is what we're moving towards, this is what we're gonna look at to make sure that we don't run into any of these scenarios.
I would be
where-
careful about doing that. I think it's worthwhile mentioning them, that they are being developed. And we're
okay.
dealing with trying to deal with things in a more professional and consistent manner. I think words
Right.
like that will go a long way.
Okay.
And people will choose to believe or not believe until they see the actual
they see it.
policy.
And I think, Austin, I don't wanna misspeak, but I think the draft of the HR policies and the financial policies are pretty much ready for select board review. And I think Austin's done a phenomenal job taking it to department heads for the HR policy, so it hasn't just been Austin and a select couple department heads, it's been at department head meetings, conversations and everything. So I think they've been holding on to those till January, till the new year, hoping that we can get through the bylaws.
Yep.
And finish out the calendar year with the other stuff, and then we'll hit the ground running policy wise in the new year. Am I right, Austin?
Yes, yeah, so we've had different conversations with department heads depending on, I guess, the, size and scope of their department and how the policies relate to them, but especially at the recent department head meeting, we presented policies that mostly relate to benefits, but there's other things like we currently do not have a grievance procedure or appeals process for employee grievances. So there's things like that haven't necessarily been presented to the department heads as a whole because it's kind of a standard procedure and mostly follows things that are in collective bargaining agreements. But yes, the goal is to present to you a comprehensive set of personnel policies that also have benefits included, and that will turn also into an employee handbook for all new and existing employees. And yes, I mean, that timeline would work well as well because I think both on the financial and HR policy side, I think, we'd like to have something yesterday, but I think the goal is to have you all kind of get through this bylaw review and then have a chance to, start kind of also taking a look at the policies as well. And yeah, January would be perfect, or the new year.
So Peter, you're gonna look at combining 2 and 3?
Yes.
Okay. If everybody's okay, I'm not speaking for the chair, I'm just saying.
No, I think that's the consensus of this group, and I think the consensus also of the group is that we have we are able to support that if there's questions and pushback.
Yeah, I think that I was gonna say, that once we're done with this and we should come up with those that we think are gonna be contentious and make sure we have our talking points to
Yep.
support our
Right.
position,
Right. And
so.
thankfully, I think a lot of the why this is gonna have to come from Austin. Well, why? Well, I had these 5 people and they wouldn't be, he's really the front line
Yeah.
on this for that, so.
Okay.
But I think it also speaks volumes to have the support of hopefully all 5 of us sitting
Yeah.
here, because I think we all touch different populations of the community. And if we can all voice our
Support for it.
rationale
Yep.
also.
All right. Signing authority has been resolved. Entering of contracts resolved. Further discussion on section L, resolved. Okay, so here's something that's not mentioned in this list that was brought up not in this context, which is why I think it's not on the list. And that is the chief financial officer duties. Human resources. CFO, substantially rewritten, because the whole point, based on the combined discussion with FinCom and other discussions that we have,
Yep.
is that the town administrator is responsible for both budgets, is the owner, if you will, of the operating budget and the capital budget. And that's what this now says. Town administrator shall be responsible for the town's operating budget, shall construct the town's operating budget with input from department heads, committee chairs, regional bodies, and the finance committee, shall propose the balanced operating budget to select board and finance committee, shall recommend compensation for all town employees. Again, that's the thing that he always has to do every year. And that's the operating budget, much simpler than it used to be. And-
Okay, go ahead.
Peter, I'm leaving you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Lynn.
Thanks,
We'll
Lynn,
see
I
you
really
Tuesday.
appreciated your feedback.
Thanks,
Thank
Lynn.
you.
This number, EC is one that doesn't trouble me, but I want clarification. Up until recently, all compensation has been offered to town employees without the board knowing. So if we're going to recommend compensation,
I don't know if that's true, because it's a warrant article every year. Every annual, this is a warrant article.
And any of the collective bargaining agreements or contracts
So-
have come before the board.
Right.
so let's say the town planner.
Mhm.
His pay was already set by article.
Mhm.
He couldn't be offered any more
So,
or any less.
no, so Harry, and for the rest of the committee, I think the standard process, and this is universal across,
is the select board or the town administrator presents for
What?
approval by the select board.
Austin, you
Compensation
sound
plan,
kind of
that is
far,
what we-
okay, there you go.
Can you hear me better now?
There, yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Start again, please.
Okay. It's pretty standard across most communities that the town administrator or town manager, executive secretary, whatever you want to call me, presents a compensation plan or wage matrix to be approved by the select board. And that's usually annually. And then, typically what is followed is if we're offering a job to a town planner or a treasurer collector, we have to offer within that compensation plan. So, if we're deciding to place the planner at MPP 5, it's the compensation plan that was approved by the select board. So that would be a responsibility of both of us every year to say, we're recommending, this change to the compensation plan. And usually it's a COLA, right? But
Yeah.
I do think that we do need some fixes to our overall plan. But I would say, hey, board, next year I'm recommending a 2% COLA to the overall wage matrix. And then it would be the responsibility of all the department heads and the town administrator to make sure that all of their employees are compensated according to the newly accepted compensation plan.
Then I apologize for my ignorance, because I assumed that even though we had passed a certain amount of money under the warrant, that would be negotiable with a new individual being hired, that if they needed more money, you could do more, but that's not the case. It has to stay within what was budgeted.
Well, I don't know about the budget figures because, well, I mean, you raise a good point, right? So, for example, one of the things that we did differently according to the past budget was the offer to the HR coordinator. Just looking at the market, what was budgeted did not match, I think, what the market called for. However, she was placed along the accepted compensation plan. I think that was accepted by the board. I can't remember when, but it hasn't been updated in a while. But it was accepted, I think, by a previous board. So as long as it's within the accepted wage matrix, which is also available on the town website as well. As long as we place employees along that, I think we're in conformance with, I think, the language of this bylaw and what I think has been past practice from
Okay,
the select board as well.
And I think if I can add to that a little bit, taking away the contract piece for a lot of our department heads and fitting them to a wage matrix is going to be more helpful also
Yeah.
because there's clear delineation
right.
for that versus why some are contracted and some aren't and all of those, you know, the increases that go along with a contract versus not or whatever, so.
Okay.
So in addition to the operating budget, the town administrator shall be responsible for the town's capital budget. Construct the town's capital budget with input from department heads, committee chairs, regional bodies, and the capital improvement planning committee. Town administrator shall propose a capital budget to the select board and finance committee. Why finance committee for capital? Because there's not two reasons. Number one, FinCom is if the expenditure for a capital project will come from general fund, that's part of the operating budget in their process. And if it's for borrowed money, then they still review the warrant article. So either way, I mean, there are a couple of very weirdo exceptions to that, but I believe that is as close to the best language we're gonna find.
I mean, every year, CIPC had to submit a copy to both finance committee and select
Right.
board anyway,
Yep.
so.
And I think, this is the new one, this has already been here, Ellie's quarterly report, the state of expenditures against the budgets, plural, to the select board finance committee and capital improvement planning committee.
Okay, I find it interesting that it report to the capital improvement planning committee, but okay.
Well, it makes sense because, I mean, when we get to CIPC, you'll see that they do a plan and the recommendation. And the question I would think that CIPC might be interested in is is the plan being, how close, well, does the budget meet the plan? That's a different question, but how well does what we're doing meet the plan that they came up with is a question that they will need to answer for future planning, in my opinion.
One of the big questions CIPC has, and has had for years, is we recommend, the town approves, it goes to an article, and then the article sits there for 2 or 3 years and doesn't get funded. The
Yeah.
stuff doesn't get spent.
We're sure not gonna fix that here.
No, but that's the kind of information that comes back to CIPC that's important, is when will this be done?
Right.
Okay.
So I believe,
One of the things I think that makes sense, oh, sorry, Peter.
that's okay, go ahead.
No, I think one of the things that makes sense in terms of presenting to CIPC some sort of, quarterly or whatever we want the recurrence to be is, especially when the town has adequate resources to have, active and hopefully multiple capital projects at once. I think that's totally something that should be presented, to CIPC is, well, first, thank you for blessing and thank you for proposing funding for these capital projects. This is what's ongoing. This is the progress. These are some of the challenges. If there's any revised estimates or change orders, kind of some sort of a recurring capital projects update would also, I think, make sense, and it seems like it would be in the spirit of this language.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The accountability piece, right, the transparency and accountability piece
Yeah.
that.
I know, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I mean, candidly, if we have no money, there's probably nothing to report.
Right.
I'm just gonna do a fast review to see if there are other changes that I haven't covered here, and the answer's no. That's
Okay.
yep. Nope, that's it. So that's all the changes we have proposed.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter, and the committee, because I know there was a lot of discussion on this bylaw because it hasn't existed before, and I know there's been a lot of discussion through many board iterations. So I appreciate you being mindful of all of the conversations and also the back and forth and trying to streamline things as well, so.
So, Treasurer Collector resolve, further discussion of delegation authority as it relates to administration of payroll and benefits as these tasks will be handled by new personnel. The whole delegation thing, as I mentioned at a previous meeting, is town council says, put or designee everywhere. And they'll just highlight any places where that designation is not allowed to happen by law. Fine, I will. So that's what's going to happen for every single bylaw, for every official or every committee. They're all going to be followed by or designee. Peter followed up with Donna, done, reevaluate, resolved, fine. Board of Public Works, follow town council to see if staff position could be appointed as tree warden rather than individual. Is a set term needed? Is not I haven't actually asked that question yet.
Because I think it's been done, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's been done both, I think always been, or historically always been the DPW director.
Yes.
Has been the tree warden, and so is it possible to set it's a job function of the DPW director, or should there be another hired position for that? And also, I don't know that it's consistently been a yearly appointment. I think it's just been as long as that person has held the position. You know, Gary was a tree warden when he was DPW director, and Joe was tree warden when he was DPW director, and so.
Then could we just say that the term is the
To be determined by the select board.
or for the length of duty of until he's not there anymore.
So
Right, so if we can designate the position,
Right.
meaning if we state the DPW director will always be the tree warden, then I think it would make sense to state they will be the tree warden as long as there is that role.
Because it is our job to appoint it, so as long as we reference it,
Right.
we've appointed him.
But if it has to be a person,
Right.
is
Yeah.
that something where we should be
And-
ensuring an
Yeah,
annual
see,
appointment or
I don't
something?
believe that MGL is specific about who needs to be appointed. So I suspect, like other appointments of the select board, or by appointments of the select board, that the BPW could easily appoint the unnamed superintendent.
Right, the position.
Right.
Or designee even, I would argue. I don't know if that could be the DPW,
Well, no,
like-
you wouldn't want to appoint an or designee. I think that we would say, if you want to make it variable, it's easy. If you want to have it fixed on the superintendent, fine. If you want to make it appointed by, that have anybody you choose appointed, that's probably the way it's written right now, so that we don't have to specify it. But that allows you, the way it's written, to specify the superintendent as that person, and you just need to define the term
Well, and I
in
guess.
the appointment.
Because I think historically, because it's been the DPW director, I think keeping it there makes the most sense, because that's what the town is accustomed to.
Well, it's not just that. Remember that the tree warden is responsible for holding public hearings under some circumstances, so you want that to be a senior town official.
Right, right.
And who knows down the road if you will get somebody who could be more of a tree warden than the superintendent hired, somebody who could be an arborist, who could be a tree warden, so.
And that's why I think was just questioning, like designating it as the DPW director, and then saying comma or designee, only because if, say there was a full-time arborist on staff in DPW, or there's suddenly a forestry division or something, but then again, that's probably a bigger bylaw change that the permanently seated bylaw committee could address also.
Yeah, and I don't know if really it's a big deal for the select board every year to say, here's who we're gonna designate superintendent, without really changing much.
Exactly, we could still do what we know and still
Yeah.
designate
Yeah.
the position versus.
It just
the
says
person.
shall appoint a tree warden, so you can appoint
Yeah,
anybody at this point to it.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll leave it.
Alright, hold on, go up. Town council, whether or not votes taken by each board, oh, we know about that, it's unfortunately, they're separate boards.
Yeah.
Confer with town council, and again, resolved. Town council to more clearly define the differences between the select board serving as BDO versus acting, resolved and resolved. A special training needed for the tree warden is outlined in MGL. MGL is silent on the issue.
Yeah, in the select board book regarding hiring of, it mentions a tree ward. It doesn't mention anything about special training required for that.
Well, again, if you look at the town duties of a tree warden, which is evaluating tree removal, I don't know how much training you need to know to say, that tree's dead, okay, that tree is alive, you shouldn't cut it, or you need a permit. And that's process stuff, that's not
Right.
arborist stuff. FinCom, timing related to ratification vote for annual town meeting. Oh, don't press that, press this, and let's go to our friend Finance Committee.
Yeah, there was one issue on there that we discussed. And
There were a couple of them, we'll get there.
Okay.
Right, so
Okay, it is
so
there.
the timing is still your first meeting following appointment. That's still there, same as it was.
Yeah.
Excuse me, same as it was last time you looked at it, I believe. And again, you can reject it, yep. Okay, but now we have new appointments, so I'm just gonna flow through this. So we have the initial appointments, or the yearly appointments, I should say.
Employee is listed there. Number A1, no town official or employee shall be eligible to serve on the committee. Do you see it?
Yep.
Just per our conversation about definitions. That's just. Just earmark it, so that.
Yep, I'm just thinking about it. So, initial votes from the moderator. Appointments to fill vacancies other than term expiration shall be performed in the same manner. So that means that the moderator appoints and the select board ratifies.
Right.
Now, here's where we take the special thing about FinCom. The committee shall fill any vacancies in membership by majority vote when the moderator is unavailable or otherwise unable to appoint members. Such committee appointments shall be subject to ratification by the select board.
That was
the one
added in.
change we talked
That
about.
was added in, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So I think that verbiage about when the moderator is unavailable or otherwise unable to appoint members was added in also, and
Yes,
then also
absolutely. So-
the ratification of the select board,
Yes.
right?
So, again, this is all, this down here for B is all exception. The normal flow of events is that all appointments go through the moderator, are made by the moderator and then ratified by the select board.
can I just get the board's feedback on 2B? I'm troubled by that one because it's almost like we have no information unless we request specific information from the moderator to the person who's being appointed. And it's almost like we're saying, okay, here's a picture of somebody. I want you to accept it or not accept it. And I have a problem with saying, just because this person is here doesn't mean I want to accept them or not. I'd like to know a little bit about the
And that
person.
is allowed for you to do before your actual vote for ratification, is you can have whatever discussion you like, because it will be a topic on the agenda. So you can have discussions and motions and decisions galore.
Is that what it means by ratification? We have that
Yes.
authority?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure of that. All right.
And I think the intent of having FinCom not be so tightly linked to a select board is kind of that differentiation between executive and legislative branches of government. And so it's supposed to provide a layer of checks and balances. I think the muddiness is, and we don't have a town moderator bylaw, and it's something maybe for the bylaw committee to look into, as we discussed, is the value of having one individual, another elected individual make those appointments.
We
But-
lost Austin.
And also, because we no longer present the budget or really have a lot to do with the budget, that's now the town administrator's job. We now make sure that the finance committee they can work together. They have the proper people on the board, because we're really not involved in that now, because we have the town administrator for us.
Well,
So that's where that ratification comes into me.
Right, and I would argue a little bit that we could still be as equally involved as FinCom in the when it comes to the
Right.
budget. So that there's been iterations where there's been contention with both FinCom and Select Board and the administrator, or the administrator and Select Board feel one way and FinCom feel, there have been those instances. And so I think trying to, by designating the administrator as the CFO and really putting all the ownership there, provides both Select Board and FinCom more as the advisory kind of
Right.
branches.
I mean, FinCom's job is supposed to be overseer. They're supposed to be checking on the budget on a regular basis, are they living up to it, all that stuff. So, we have once that budget is passed, we're out of it. Now it's their job to look at the budget and make sure everything is the way it should be. So,
Actually, that's not really true, Harry. I mean, yes, they have a mild oversight role. They are primarily advisory. That's what MGL says.
right,
And so they're advisory in the budget making process. Yes, they have an interest in making sure that we're following the budget, which is why the TA needs to send regular reports to FinCom so that they can be aware. But they don't have an oversight role in spending from day to day, month to month, week to week, whatever. They don't have an oversight role in that. It's
Right.
not, it's an advisory role in the budgetary process is their primary role.
Creating the
yeah,
budget.
that's what I was
Yes, and-
trying to get to, is that their job is to let the town or us know, or the TA know, if they see something that's out of whack in the budget that nobody picks up, it's their job to let us know. That's what I mean by oversight on that, yeah.
Let me just flip that and then say, another change, appointments for expired terms shall commence at the beginning of the successive fiscal year. And the footnote says fiscal year runs from July 1 to June 30.
So because that was a conversation as to when their appointment would start,
Yep,
correct?
and
So
you
this
guys asked
clarifies.
if you asked to change and they agreed, and there it is. Appointments to fill other vacancies commence immediately upon qualification. And qualification in this case is your ratification, vote or lack of vote. Expiring terms conclude at the close of the appropriate fiscal year, done.
Okay.
Since that's all the membership things I do, silly boy, want to go back to this to see what else they have. Because I know I jumped forward. Process, the moderators process and appointing members, yeah, we fixed that. Discussion of appointment process, yep, reviews consultation with department heads. Actually, yes, keep in the bylaw, that's correct. So we'll go over some of these sections, because I don't remember reviewing them with you, so which means either I don't remember, very possible, or Tamika's jumping ahead. Yeah, there are a lot of these, so let's start going through things that I know change, and I keep hitting the wrong darn thing. The committee shall work with department heads and committee chairs and advise the town administrator with refining and revising the proposed operating budget. There are a couple parts here. One is, again, the primary role is advisory, and so that's their role. Now, something that had been discussed removing was pulling out, meeting with department heads and committee chairs and working with them on the budget. I think it's inappropriate to pull those out because how can they advise without knowing things? So they continue to work with department heads and committee chairs. B is exactly the same.
Okay, yep.
C is the same. D is the same. E is yep, transfer of money reserve fund. Yep, absolutely. They still have access to all books and records.
Yep.
And removal is the same.
So I think my only struggle, and I is that part about the working with department heads and committee chairs, is because if the town, and I understand why it's there, and I don't have a way around it, I guess, is that because the town administrator is the CFO and also head of staff, right, chief of staff, all of the work that the administrator submits to us and FinCom should be done through the work with the department heads and the committees and everything. And so if the town administrator and sees holistically the entirety of the town budget needs and not a specific department, is that there could be instances in which a department head or a committee chair or something goes into FinCom and very much advocates very, very much more strongly for funding that maybe they legitimately could benefit from having, but would be detriment to the entirety of the rest of the town budget, that it could provide an avenue for kind of undermining of the entirety of the budget. But I guess again, if it's an advisory
I
for
think
conversation
that would be
purposes.
my point is that, or my response is that the FinCom's duty is to advise. And how do they advise? That having the information and forming their own opinions about both the proposed budget and the requests from each department head. Without that information from them, from those heads and chairs directly, I don't know how they can they can make an informed opinion and therefore create advice that makes sense. Whether it agrees with the TA or conflicts with the TA, that's still, that's the process. And yes, the TA owns the budget, but if the FinCom wants to recommend strongly, then they have to have the knowledge to make that recommendation.
Right, and that's, I guess, where I kind of can see both sides of the argument, and I don't wanna exclude that opportunity for the conversation. And also, I think that, and hopefully as we kind of continue to move forward with government modernization and everything, that it becomes less of a war about the budget or about whatever, and it becomes.
I think that there may be questions, I know at CIPC there was, there may be questions that the committee needs answers to, that to go to the town administrator, then the town administrator goes to the committee, then the town administrator reports back, maybe something that is just unnecessary, when the committee could go right to that particular person and say, what's the object here?
I mean, Leah's
Whatever
point
it is.
of forum shopping, I understand your point, and that has happened in the past, and will
Yeah.
continue, and will happen again in the future. I'll just guarantee it now without knowing when. But at the end of the day, the role of the finance committee to advise based on their best information, and the role of the TA is to formulate the budget based on his best information and advice.
Right. So I do believe there's a place for both.
Yeah, and I think that I just wanted to say that was that I still have a pause about that. I think that there is very strong value to having it, and also, I don't know how you could word it in a different way.
Well, and I also read this as, it's not like the department heads are proposing their budgets to the town administrator and then again to the finance committee. It's just having access for the finance committee to have those discussions with
I would hope, I love
those and
hope,
vice versa.
and unfortunately Austin's not here to hear my hope, but that's okay, he's a smart guy. It is my hope that Austin would, that the town administrator would pass off to the TA not only his proposed budget, but also the budget requests,
Of the
so that they can
different-
be
Yes.
informed,
Yes.
again.
Right.
Yes.
And that's, I think, where I would also hope, and I'm not trying to bylaw that again, maybe that's a policy piece.
Right.
But that select board, FinCom have access, because this is some of the struggles that we have often is we don't hear what the needs are, so we think that everything's okay because we don't hear what the needs are. And so I think that maybe if we can policy that there needs to be clear transparency between needs versus what is able to be funded.
Right.
So let me bring up section 5. Committee shall be given free access to all books of record and accounts, bills and vouchers, blah, blah, blah. Officers and committees of the town shall, upon request, furnish the committee with facts, figures, and other information pertaining to said officers or committees' activities. I believe that applies to the TA as a town officer.
Right, and I don't think I'm arguing that, I just think that ensuring that there's that it's not only, because so much is only in presenting a balanced budget, because that's what ultimately we need. But also, I think that we have done ourselves disservice in the past by not having the candid
context.
and the candid conversations as to this is what the budget requests were, this is really where we should be.
Right.
But this is what the recommended budget is because we don't have the funds.
Right.
And that's both operating and capital. And so I think it's
And I think that's important just to say, you know, the police department requested XYZ, we don't have the funding for it this year, but we need to try and earmark something for next budget season
There's
to try
that,
and do that.
there's,
It's-
FinCom can say, we agree with
Yeah,
with this request and we suggest taking it from here to
Yeah.
balance it out.
yeah.
or what is the detriment to not, if this is not
That's
funded?
right, there are balances all the way across.
Right, and so, and I agree that as an advisory role, FinCom and us to a lesser degree can maybe provide a perspective as town residents that an administrator or professional staff may not be able to see because they're not.
The other, CIPC is revising its dollar values to 25,000. That means a lot more stuff is gonna come through you, through the town, so what was 10, now they have to evaluate for 25. So maybe they have questions in regards to a $25,000 expense. So, I mean, that's another issue that they need facts, figures, and should be able to ask questions.
Yes, absolutely.
There's my cursor. I don't think there's anything else here, but let's just keep going. Stating you'll notice that I did not add a date by which the TA will present a balanced budget to select board and FinCom. And no, the TA selects the budget presents the budget to both select board and FinCom. Let's avoid problems that way. And I don't have a date because I
don't think there should be a date there.
I have a problem making a date because I'm concerned, number one, that we know what the date is today. And even if we did, do we think it's gonna be appropriate next year and the year after? I don't know.
Exactly.
There's too much uncertainty. So specifying a date, I think, I mean, again, there is a process, and so Austin needs to provide enough time for the process to run.
Which he's been doing, and
That's right,
he gave
that's
us that
exactly
whole
That's what I'm saying,
plan,
he's
so.
told us when the stuff has to be in.
Right.
When it has to be processed,
When
when
we
the
can
reports
expect.
have to be done, he has those dates laid out, so.
And I think, cause I was just thinking like, is it worth even saying within Q1? Or not whatever the January through March quarter is, or whatever, that Q. But then I struggle because there's been some very hard years where in order to provide a balanced budget, the initial pass might be $500,000 in cuts. And then we wait for a little bit more realistic state funding to come through, or hard numbers that sometimes we don't even have them by the time the budget passes, but oftentimes we can get a better sense or do a little bit more advocacy or whatever.
Austin's process this year is aggressive in time, because he plans to be well into the budgeting process before we get numbers from the school.
Right.
In fact, before the school actually really starts discussing their budget. That's going to be a long-term problem for us, and in terms of the bylaw, when we can possibly present a date, where the TA can present a
Right.
budget.
Right. Yeah, there's too many outside factors that
Right.
we
Way
could
too
impact
many,
it.
yeah.
that we don't have control over to be able to actually have a hard and fast,
Right.
he can present his balanced budget plan and
And actually, if I can extend that, it's not just, we not only don't have the knowledge about what the numbers are gonna be, we don't have insight into the process to know when the numbers are going to be
Get
good,
those.
and when they're willing to, when another organization, the state,
Right.
school committee, whatever, so there's a lot of problems. So, moving along. Okay, CIPC.
Yeah, 50,000, that's gonna be proposed differently, it's not gonna be 50.
No, it's gonna be, oh, wait a
No, it'll be
second, wrong
25.
thing. No, it won't. It will be,
I had mentioned 50.
has a cost in excess of the limit defined in town financial policy.
Okay.
so that way, because we talked about this.
That's right, yes.
That the way the market swings, that $10,000 was a lot when the bylaw was official
Right.
originally.
15 years ago.
Yeah.
But then now,
Now 25 is an appropriate, but why make it difficult to change when 30 or 50K are appropriate?
Yeah.
Make it easy to change. So, town financial policy. So, by June, you guys need to have that included in the town financial policy. The TA,
No, and I
whatever.
think the CIPC can give feedback on that.
Yeah,
As to
absolutely.
what they think now should be a minimum too.
Yep.
So
that 50 is not gonna, that's gonna, this is the change you're saying?
this is the change, right?
Okay, I agree with that, yep.
and we had lengthy policy conversation about how to
Yep.
word that, and I appreciate that because
Yeah.
we were trying to
Yeah.
kind of future-proof a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I just realized I wasn't showing that. Other changes,
so
If you
I
go
still,
back-
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lee, no, you
No,
go
no,
ahead, I
no.
know what you're gonna say, go ahead.
I still have issues with the membership. And especially now that I'm thankful that we have new members, and also that one of those members now is a CIPC member and a select board member, which is elected, and a CIPC member and a planning board, which was an appointed to finish out the term and then could potentially be an elected. I really, and because I view this very much kind of as the FinCom, again, financial oversight piece and advisory piece, having people serve on this committee where they're involved in other parts. And it's not personal to Harry, and it's not personal to Britain. It's not personal at all. It's more the policy-wise of the future.
And if that's what you want, I agree, but it can't be pigeonholed. If we're gonna use that, it has to be applied across the town to every committee, not just CIPC.
you have to be careful about that though, because there are specific instances where we have wanted to, the select board has wanted to appoint employees to certain committees like solar. And we don't have a bylaw, so we can't state it there.
And I view, like I said, I view this CIPC to be hand in hand with FinCom in kind of their roles and responsibilities. And FinCom is very explicit about they're not serving anywhere else in town because they're providing a financial oversight advice, whatever.
Right, but now we gotta find the definition of what is employed. What does that mean?
Well, this was going back
Lee's
to my,
question.
this has been my question from day one.
Employee.
Because unless, you're right, so members who are not employed, that's one, but two, I can ask you, and Jen did a great job, are we able to tell the town, this is what we wanna spend for money? Do we have that authority?
Hold on.
No.
Well, And we'll talk about that in duties in just a moment.
Right. Do we have authority to present the recommendations directly to the town? No, we don't.
In some ways you do, because you're
No, we
submitting,
don't.
You're creating your section of the town report.
and you're submitting your recommendations
No,
to.
that the select board, the town administrator, and the finance committee are the ones who will whether place the article or not. We have no decision in whether those articles are placed. So we have no financial authority whatsoever.
It's not that you don't have authority, but
We
you
have
do have a
recommend,
plan.
no, we have a recommendation for this year, and then we have recommendations for the next 5 years. But we don't have the authority to place that money anywhere. So we don't have.
True, but neither does
financial-
FinCom.
Neither does FinCom.
Yes, they do. They present to the town the budget.
They submit to the town.
They submit to
budget.
the town the budget. We have nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing in that perspective. So our job is to analyze capital expenses. Do they meet with a certain criteria? And then we make recommendations to the select board, finance committee, TDA, and they decide what gets done with it, not us. So we have no financial oversight. So I'm trying to figure out where you see financial oversight from the CIPC.
Because I still think that there's the opportunity, and again, this, I'm looking future, it's not, you know what I mean? There's the opportunity to make the recommendations for what is funded or what is not funded, or in the priority list, right, of capital expenses that rise to the level of needing.
That's what our job is,
Exactly.
recommendations.
Right, exactly. And so, but there's also, you're still vetting that. And just like FinCom still is vetting, they've.
The operating budget.
The operating budget. And so that's where I struggle a little bit. Like, I look at FinCom and under their membership, number 2, no town official or employee shall be eligible to serve on the committee. And again, I very much view FinCom and CIPC as not holders of money, but recommenders of how money is being spent or allocated or whatever. And I think that there is value to taking out any outside, and I'm not saying that there is, but any perception or outside.
Well, how would you perceive the planning board then, who's recommending streets that the town takes over that we have to spend money on?
But they have.
They have a financial interest in the town.
No, they don't.
Well-
The effects of their decisions have financial impact, but that's true of virtually every decision of every body in the town.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. So how can you say that CIPC is the only one that factors in like finance? It doesn't. It was specifically written that we don't want anybody who's an employee of the town on the committee. That's why it says who are not employed by the town.
And I think this is my.
And I'm not gonna be on CIPC forever, so I'm looking at good quality people out there who we don't wanna miss unless they're an employee of the town, then we don't wanna consider them. But if they're connected to another committee, let's say Britton was on the planning board and then wanted to be on CIPC. He's got great qualifications for do we wanna turn him down simply because he's getting a stipend?
No, but that's not employed by the town.
But-
I believe that's clear even from these
Exactly.
words.
But this is where I'm pushing back and saying that I think that it should be, as in FinCom, no town official or employee shall be eligible to serve on the committee, and not just no one employed by the town shall be eligible to serve on the committee. Because I do think that it could very much become, if all of a sudden 5 planning board members want to go on CIPC and they're on yes, the select board is the appointing authority.
Absolutely.
And also, there's no other individuals, I think, that are put in for it, and those are the only, because they're allowed to. I guess
I
I
would
struggle
say
very
that-
much with,
I would say that then you'd have to apply the same to RDIC. Because if anybody has financial interest in the town, they do. Because they just got they have a department or a committee that has over $1 million they brought in.
but it's not in their coffers, like they.
Well, this money isn't in ours either.
No, and I'm not saying
CIPC.
that, but
I'm confused. I mean, I hear you saying you don't want anybody employed by the town. That's exactly what that says.
I'm saying no town official or employee shall be eligible to, is what I,
Then you have to say that across the board. I find that you are pigeonholing one committee and not wanting to be able to say, if we're gonna say no town official can serve on a committee on this one, then we have to say no town official can serve on any committee.
well, I think in the ideal world.
Because that's fair.
Well, and I think in the ideal world, that's the case, and I also argue that I still see CIPC as the capital arm of FinCom. And so if FinCom has these strict rules, bylaw requirements, because they are advising an operating budget, then why are those same rules, bylaws not applicable to the arm that is advising on the capital side, I guess is my question.
Because we're not advising, we're recommending.
What's the difference?
The difference is, I go in and say, I'm advising you to buy this. I'm not. I'm recommending you as a item for your consideration to buy. I'm not actually telling you this is what you should do. That's an advisor role. I'm not doing that. This committee is simply recommending.
But I think also there is the perception, or it could be, I don't wanna say there could be the perception that a committee that if CIPC has an elected official on, or another board member on, that they're going to preferentially rate items that are either going to be beneficial to their reelection, that are going to be beneficial to whatever group they're serving on currently, whether as an appointed official or not. And so I think that that's where, similar to FinCom not being able to be a town official or employee, is to remove any sort of stigma that they're using their recommending power, advisory power over finances for gain of a certain group or.
I kind of suspect that we are going way out into the Netherlands here. Because we are having such a hard time getting people on committees that I have a hard time believing we're gonna have 5 people from the select board or 5 people RDIC wanting to get on a committee, and the select board's gonna agree to that. So
Well, I think a lot of what.
I find if you think that select boards are going to be that biased, that they would allow that to happen for a particular reason, then maybe the people on the select board really need to think their jobs.
Well, Leah didn't present a biased argument. She made an argument that if the only people who applied were people from planning boards who eventually got nothing but planning board members on there, and because those are the only people who applied, they're the only people who can be considered.
Then nobody has to be appointed.
Well, that is a possibility.
And then you have a non-functional board.
No, I mean, over 15 years, we've always had a functional board. Now, there may have been other committees in town that have been non-functional, but I've made sure personally, we've had a functional board for 15 years. Now, I would submit people up to the select board whether they approve them or not. So I'm trying to figure out why, number one, it's only the CIPC that has an interest in being able to spend money for the town, and no other committee, RDIC, cable, none, that can spend money. And why, if there are other people who are employees who are sitting on committees, why they wouldn't be taken off just CIPC. So I'm trying to figure out.
But I guess
I'm trying to hear what you're saying, but it's not resonating with me because it says not employed, so I don't know what more you're looking for.
I as I've been saying, the town official piece, also adding in no town official or employee shall be eligible to serve on the committee.
Then
Rather
that should be across the board.
It can't be.
It can't be, and I
Then it
think,
has to be by specific committees that we would do that.
and that's what I'm
Right.
saying
That's what
is,
she's saying. This one and FinCom are the two that would have that. It's
No,
her
any committee could
recommendation.
have, any committee can be stated that way. You could make it for cable. No official shall sit on that committee.
Then we would have to disband because the
That's
cable,
not my,
no, the Cable Advisory Committee specifically are special employees by select board ruling, which means that we are absolutely allowed to.
All
If
right,
you
then we
want-
take RDIC, which
others.
has a planning board member on it.
Mhm.
So we'd have to, official can't sit on on the RDIC.
but RDIC is not,
No, I'm
not
not
with-
talking about
and
this
I'm,
versus finance. I'm talking about if you say
And I
no
look at it-
official can sit on a committee, and it applies to this, then no official can sit on any committee. And the board has to,
Actually, the reason that can't be is the instant you become a committee member, you are an official, and therefore you're not allowed to sit on the committee.
I don't understand that, Peter.
I am appointed to Concom, therefore I am a town official. But if a town official is not allowed to sit on Concom, then I can't sit on Concom because I'm now an official.
Exactly, so why would we say that for CIPC, just because you're an official, you can't sit on that committee? When we can do it for other committees.
well, but
Because the
FinCom,
perception of the financial interactions of CIPC are different from everything except FinCom. Fundamentally, that's what I'm
Yeah,
hearing
yeah,
Leah say.
yeah.
That's a point of view, but that's, to me, not reality. Because
So,
we have no way,
and this is just a conversation piece, and you and I disagree.
we'll
and-
agree to disagree.
But this is a conversation piece, and it's something and it's not a personal thing, and I try very hard, and I don't, and I'm sorry if you feel like it's a personal thing, Harry, it's not. I'm really trying to look at it as future-proof for the town, and what do we want? And I think as town, we have when it comes to financial stuff, there tends to be a lack of transparency. We've talked about this, or the perception of lack of transparency. We've talked about this and tried to work through the FinCom bylaw and the appointment process through the town moderator and how all of this works and everything. And then now we have another, to me, the capital arm of the financial policy piece that could have that perception.
okay. It's after 5. I'm now gonna say this change is number one, outside the scope of the charter of the ad hoc bylaw committee, and number 2, has not reached consensus of this board. And
Well,
therefore,
I mean, I don't know how it's a conversation piece, and I don't wanna put Jen or Paul on the spot, but also if you have any feelings, and if not, Peter, I don't know how the rest of your ad hoc there's a lot of things that ad hoc bylaw committee has done that has been outside of the charge, and so I would like there to be an additional conversation, not necessarily that it's gonna end up in this, and I'm okay saying that it needs to be earmarked for the bylaw, but I think that just pushing it off is saying that it's a outside of the charge is not necessarily a fair statement. But
Does CIPC state where, when you come up with your list of capital projects, do you state where you expect the funding to come from in your recommendations?
We can recommend where the funding comes from.
Okay.
Let's say, for example, we say, this particular thing should come from ARPA. Does that mean it'll come from ARPA?
No,
No.
not necessarily.
Why? Because we have no control where the money is spent.
Right. So is it ultimately up to Austin to take the capital recommendations and state, we can fit this into our budget, but not this or this?
If you read it, Austin is responsible for the capital budget,
Right.
not us.
Right.
We simply put it together and make recommendations.
and rank the projects.
And rank, that's all we do, but we don't determine where the money comes from. We can make recommendations, but we don't, if you look at the list of stuff he gave us, he had recommendations on there of how the money is gonna be spent.
Yeah.
We didn't make that.
Yeah.
So if one of those two is what's chosen, that's not our decision.
Right.
So no, we don't do that. So we can say, should it come from ARPA? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's gonna go there. So where the money actually comes from or how it's spent has nothing to do with us. It's simply making it easier for the board and finance
Prioritize some
committee
projects.
to look at stuff in a capital expense. And that's why it was put together originally, because the previous boards didn't have time to go through doing all the research and doing all that and applying it to what they want to spend. So we look at that.
I'm kind of conflicted. I mean, I feel like you could make the argument for a lot of boards. I mean, even the events committee, do you have a select board person that's on the events committee? Could they try and get a warrant article on for something related to town events that, you know, they're using that for their own agenda? I feel like that's.
But I think, and I could be wrong, I don't think I was in town when CIPC, the bylaw was initially passed. But my sense was that in some ways to kind of depoliticize the ranking of certain projects, CIPC was created to then receive all the capital requests from departments or organizations or whatever, and then kind of non-politically rank those. And I think that if you have elected, especially elected, but also appointed members on a committee that is ranking those, that there could, I'm not saying there could be preferential, again, going back to why I think part of the reason the committee was established in the first place, to take out some of those political motivations, you know, so.
Only from the select board at the time. They didn't want the select board to be political. So they created this, and understand there are 5 members who vote.
Right.
So if we rank a score at 22, one of the members might have rated it higher, one might have rated it lower. But not one individual has an impact on how that rating system ends up. Not a major impact.
And I'm
It's
not-
5. So again, I come back to, I hear you, but I've been on this committee for 15 years. Show me how we actually authorize the spending of money for the town that looks like the finance committee. And I'm not seeing it.
But the finance committee doesn't do
I
that.
was gonna say, the finance committee doesn't authorize either. In fact, they're also
The finance
making,
committee looks at the budget and decides whether or not they will put something.
and I see
No,
CIPC.
no, that's not correct. That
Yes, it
not-
is. If the select board says we're gonna put a warrant, guess who reviews the warrant?
Yes, they can say whether or not they recommend approval or disapproval.
Exactly,
but
that's
that
my
is-
point.
But that is still the point that they don't impact the budget, they don't impact, they have voice during the discussion before the vote, but they don't directly impact the vote. So they-
Exactly
so-
like CIPC.
So
Exactly.
therefore, they do not have, by your definition, the authority to expend or determine how monies are expended.
Just like CIPC, we have no authority either.
And so, but I think, and that's, I'm not saying that either board, either FinCom or I guess either committee has authority to spend, but there's authority to make recommendations. And I think CIPC is making those recommendations based for the capital side of things. And so if there's political or let's say there's conservation appointments there, that then they could very much move anything conservation related higher or not. And I'm not
I
saying
could
that
say
that's.
that about RDIC. RDIC is looking for developing stuff, and we have the planning board member on there. What's to say that planning board member can't influence what RDIC does?
Because RDIC doesn't deal with anything specifically about zoning.
Right.
No, they deal with developing the land.
Right.
So doesn't the planning board oversee the development of the land eventually? Doesn't it go through zoning?
They are involved in the permitting process. That does not mean that they determine, because what effectively is done is what someone else proposes, and then they permit or don't permit that activity.
So how does CIPC look at this and recommend and then pass it off for them to spend the money on? We don't.
But you're still ranking projects.
That's our job is to rank, but
Right.
not to spend the money.
Right, so I guess.
And again, FinCom doesn't spend the money.
Right.
So for example, we'll rate 15 items. Which one of those is the town gonna go to buy? Tell me. We don't know.
In the same way that FinCom advises on the operating budget, CIPC has a hand in the capital budget in exactly the same way. You are going to mince words and say that we recommend, we don't advise. I think that is taking a scalpel to the meaning of the words.
But Peter, that's your job in all of this stuff, is
Yeah.
taking a scalpel to things.
Yep.
So if I take a scalpel to it, I'm not doing my job right, and you are?
I'm not saying that, I'm saying that by taking the scalpel to the word and trying to draw a distinction that is immaterial, that you're not benefiting the process.
What I'm
And I
saying
guess
is,
my argument is, if I may, that there could be projects that aren't, that depending on the makeup of if there's elected appointed members on CIPC, that legitimately should be ranked higher, but because it's not of that special interest, don't make the ranking or something. So it's even before what gets recommended,
I could say that about the board.
but we're an elected board, that's part of our job.
No, part of your elected board job is not biased, to try to push one thing over
No.
another by an individual.
No, but it's,
So,
And I'm
you
not
can
saying by
say this of a lot of the stuff in town. My point here is, I don't wanna see CIPC be picked apart because of an assumption that they're going to be political.
Not going to be, can be.
I don't wanna see that
But I
they
was gonna
can, be. I don't wanna see that, because that can be said of anything.
but
I'm still struggling with this because I'm trying to understand taking the, you know, any other board out, say that you only have somebody that's on CIPC. What's to stop that person from having a close relationship with a department head and saying, I'll do what I can to get your capital project to the top? That's no different, and there's no way to stop that versus trying to,
But you can't stop it on
Right?
any board then.
that's my point, like,
Right, so
that's why I'm
if you
still-
do this, then you have to do it for other committees and boards if you wanna be fair and stop this type of politicalization of a committee or board.
And I view it as, like I said, I view it as kind of modeling it from FinCom. And FinCom has been very clear in conversations that I had with individuals that they aren't because at one point when I had been pushing a long-term financial planning committee, and I said, I think a member of FinCom should be on that. And they were very clear at the time that they could not serve on any other board or commission, even if it was kind of an internal appointed, self-appointed board or commission. And so there's a reason that it's in FinCom, and I see FinCom and CIPC very similar in operating versus capital. And so that's, I guess, where I'm
We
coming
will
from.
have to agree to disagree on that, because we look at that differently. I wish you could have sat on CIPC so you can see the process of how it's not political. I don't care how you look at it, there are 5 members on the board, and if one is political, it doesn't, for example, if we're recommending an item that ranks a 33, and somebody is political on an item that ranks a 17,
And I'm saying, right now
it's not gonna work.
right now that may be the case, but we're also looking at bylaws that are for the future also. And
Then I would like to look at other committees of how we can apply this thing to other committees as well. And that's what you're not willing to do.
I'm not willing to, but I think that this is.
No, let's look at it now then. Let's not just make this change, but let's make it
there's
the
not an
RDIC, Concom, everything else that we have committees.
But there's not bylaws for those committees.
Doesn't matter,
Should
we
it
can
be a
have policy
policy?
for those. So let's make an agreement that when we come to policies, if we're gonna do this for this,
I don't know.
no, we can make an agreement.
I would have to talk to town council before you tried to make such a policy.
Well, then,
Because changing the requirements for for appointment to a board, you might not be able to do it without a law. I don't know.
So what
Town council
other-
will have to say.
What other bylaws do we have that apply to things that the officer would apply to?
Well, I think the caveat here is the financial aspect of it.
Yeah, in my mind, that's the piece.
But I'm curious, is there a distinction, finance committee reviews operating budget, which is a requirement. We need money to run this town, to operate this town. Capital budget and is, dare I say,
Well, I mean,
optional.
no,
If you
if
don't
I-
have any money for capital, you don't have any money.
Let me actually now take the opposite side of everything that I've said so far. Because to Harry's point, the CIPC's work is done before the budget, not in the budget process. Because once the recommendations are made, the TA takes it and makes his budget irrespective
Right.
of
What's
whatever has
available.
been asked for on the, what I'm calling here, plan.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, and CIPC does not review that as part of the capital budgeting process. And that's what makes this different from FinCom, from a process point of view.
So it's independent. We're just looking at this, these are the capital projects that we need to do. This is how much we know it's gonna cost. Here, TA, you figure out how to fit in which projects that are here on this priority list.
But that's not what he says. That's not what they say. They don't say, these are the things you should put on the plan. They say, here are the things we believe need to be done most urgently.
Right.
And then the TA takes it and decides what to put on the actual budget.
Right.
Whether or not it comports to the plan.
Right, so, but to Harry's point, it's not the CIP that's deciding this is what we do. It's the town administrator.
And the same thing is true of FinCom. And so there are parallels and there are not parallels
Right.
between the two boards. And Harry's position fundamentally, if I can state it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are sufficiently different that they don't need the same membership constraint. And Leah's position, if I may oversimplify that, is that the similarities are strong enough that there should be greater constraint on the membership. That's the discussion before us.
Yes. I agree with Peter's synopsis of that.
Yeah. My position on it is and this might just be, I don't have all the information. I don't see enough information that makes me lean towards wanting to change that. Because to me, I still feel like I'm seeing more of Harry's perspective of it's not quite the same. There's another layer in between where regardless of what that priority list is, it's still somebody else that decides what and when.
Once we
is.
make, and Peter was right, once we make recommendations to the TA and the select board and the finance committee, our job is done.
Right.
It is, but I will also say that as an official town body, your recommendations inherently carry weight. And that is something that somebody else who proposes does not, if Concom were to propose something, I'm not saying capital, but you get it, that when Concom proposes something, that there is a weight behind that does not come from a general citizen. Or from,
I will admit, at a town meeting, if the article has been placed on one of our items, we are required to get up and discuss that item at the town meeting. But that's all we do.
Yeah.
We don't place the article, we don't decide what item goes on it, we simply tell them the reasons why we recommended this item to the town.
and again, back to Leah's point, that is exactly what FinCom does. But I don't have a resolution here. I'm sorry, Paul, go ahead, I cut you off.
Go ahead.
No,
I have to add that, I do not know, 8 years ago or something like that, I started recording CIPC meetings. And I sat there, and I really have to admit that probably for about the first 4 or 5 meetings when I left there at night, I was scratching my head, said, just what do these people do, all right? And as time went on, as I began to see how the whole thing started to come together, but, okay, so then, yeah, advisory body, basically, okay? This is what they feel that of all the items that they have on their list of things to do, are the ones that take precedence or priority. And so, you know, but I mean, I have to admit, it took me a while to figure this out myself. And that was without help.
And it seems to me, again, I'm not 100% knowing how it works, that the ranking system that's used prevents any of that politicization, if you will. It's
And that ranking system came from the state manual.
Right.
So that we didn't get political.
Right.
We followed their system.
And FinCom doesn't have something like that. They're just open discussion.
Right. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Harry, I think you had other questions or comments on the bylaw itself.
I don't think I did.
So section 5A changed where the word budget was replaced with plan throughout the bylaw, by the way.
Yeah.
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 No, I like the duties because it does make future CIPs understand that they are not only working with the town, but they are working with regional school committees, regional bodies in terms of that. That was spelled out very good. I like that. See, it's recommendation on any article referred by the select board that expends money.
And the rest of this is the same.
Yeah.
And ditto for reports, that's all the same.
The other thing that states in here that this can, any way of spending money, any amount of money can be petitioned by a citizen petition. That leaves us out of it. So if it comes time to spending money, the select board and the finance committee are the ones who are looking at spending the money. We don't. So that's another piece where we have no authority to spend that money. And I do believe if it comes a time when there are people who, just like with the finance committee, who are being recommended, the select board does not think are fit for it, the select board can refuse to put them on. I think that's one of the controls over CIPC that they hold, big time.
Okay. I'm gonna ask for a brief break. I think it's time, it's near 5:25.
And, yeah. And I guess my question is, are people feeling like they want dinner? Are we gonna be here, I can grab pizza.
We're
much
on
more
page,
do we have to
we
go?
are on page 3 of 4.
How much do we have to go yet? Much? Because I don't want to sit here for supper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get home, so if we can finish this or
So
if we can pass on this or make a decision on this, that's and get it done.
So we can take a brief pause for.
Let's take a brief pause, let's see what we can, I think we can get through a lot of this without a whole lot more discussion, at least I hope so. But let's at least give it a try, because
I would really like to get it through
Yeah.
because our meeting, we don't have anything posted, I don't think, on Monday's meeting for bylaw review, and that's a heavy meeting
Yeah.
anyway. And then after that, we don't plan on meeting until the new year.
Right.
If we don't need to, so.
and as it is, bylaw is meeting Tuesday, and then I was gonna say the following
Legal,
Tuesday,
right?
but it turns out that's wrong because of NAQUAG, so I'm gonna have to reschedule that next one. But that next one, and then that's it before we pass them off to legal. So we obviously, as I've said it before, if we have more to do for review and amendments to propose to legal, fine, we will do that, but we would prefer not to do that as much as you would.
Yeah.
So let's see what we can get through. I mean, I'll look at some of these questions, they're pretty, I think, easy, except that some of them haven't been done yet because the committee didn't get to all of them. But let's talk about that after our break.
Okay.
All right, other questions? Town council reference policy in the bylaw, which, town council.
There's a
Select
four
board
A.
policy.
Yeah.
What's that?
Was there a specific policy to
There
note?
would have somewhere. You know, I'm pretty sure that this is it exactly, that this one between, I believe those are the additional words saying that, you know, that you talk to town council through the TA unless there's a policy that says otherwise. So we already know that you can always authorize it in a couple of different ways. We just added the policy
Okay.
directly. And I believe the same change was made to the special counsel.
Okay.
So that's that one. AgCom. Actually, I'm gonna answer the question to two right now. That should not be bylaw.
Number two?
Yeah. Because there's already there's already MGL about who is required to be notified. And adding our own bylaw, I'm afraid that wouldn't pass general laws.
Even though it
Pass
would be,
AG.
and I'm okay putting it in policy, but I think I was one of the ones that had questions because currently 61A per MGL is planning, conservation, assessors, select board.
Maybe one other, I forget, yeah.
Yeah, it's fairly limited, and in my head, it would automatically default to if there is an agricultural commission that it's 61 property that is designated for some sort of farming activity. But
So in my opinion, or I should say it is my belief that broadening, you're allowed to make a bylaw that is more restrictive than Mass General Law. You're not allowed to broaden the scope of a general law. And I believe that having another committee involved in this case doesn't make it more restrictive. I think it makes it more expansive. Because it expands who has say over the 61A.
I thought.
That is not a town council opinion, and I haven't asked town council about this. I'll be clear about that. I'm sorry, Harry.
No, I thought I found a policy regarding 61.
There is one now, yes.
Yes, so,
no, but I think the question was, under the Ag Commission bylaw, should it be noted that they need to be notified of the chapter land process?
should the
By
Ag
bylaw,
Committee?
exactly, by bylaw versus by policy. I think there's value per the policy and per that there's value to including other boards and commissions in notification of 61 land also.
Yeah.
Economic development, RDIC, to name a couple, historic.
Yep.
Just by but I think that there is value to it, so it doesn't necessarily have to be in a bylaw, but
If we add it to the list, that will pretty much notify them.
They're on that list in
Right,
the policy, so
Right.
that's done. I'm concerned about adding it to bylaw, especially since it becomes not a duty of AgCom to
they have no control over if they're
whether or not
notified
it's
or not.
passed to them.
Right, it's.
And then putting in the
Right.
bylaw that when a chapter 61 or 61A or B property is passed to you for consideration, the commission shall consider. I don't know that's meaningful or helpful to anybody.
Should we have a process in the bylaw? Probably not. It should be in policy.
Certainly not in the agricultural commission, and the process is laid out in MGL.
Yeah,
That's what I thought, yeah.
So we won't be changing the process
Right.
fundamentally.
It was just whether somehow, somewhere in bylaw, AgCom should be formally mentioned in bylaw that they should receive notice of chapter land.
Now, what we could do is we could put we could put the notification of all the boards in the select board bylaw, because then it becomes a duty of the select board, which is fine, but again, you have a policy, so I don't know that there's any.
Well, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna play you for a little bit, Peter, and say, I think that might be a little bit beyond the scope, because are there other notifications that the board should be, the select board
Yep.
should or potentially
Absolutely
be
correct.
notifying? And so that could be, if there's a want to have it formalized in a bylaw, then it might need to be a more,
A more comprehensive change.
Right.
I completely agree with you on that assessment. That's probably exactly what I would say if I were to take that point. So I brought it up only as an option. My proposal at this point is leave it alone, leave it in policy, and let policy ride.
I agree.
and I think we did, I think it came up in our conversation about what happens, and it wasn't specific, it came up during AgCom, but not specific to AgCom. What happens to bylaw if MGL changes, if you're referencing MGL and that,
Okay, so there are actually two questions there.
Yeah.
One is, what happens to the town's acceptance of bylaw? And the other one is, what is the change to the MGL, what impact does that have on AgCom? And I'll go into each of those. Everything depends, let's start with what happens if MGL changes, what happens to the town's acceptance. And the fast answer is, it depends upon the form of the motion, unfortunately. If the motion says as amended, then as changes come in the future, then they are incorporated inherently. And if not, then it's not.
and every time
Now,
it changes.
and there are small things you can say, minor changes to general laws, big deal. The big changes that they did to 8L when they reworked it, they were so substantial, that's why the town went through the readoption process. And that would have been fascinating to figure out what would happen if the town had rejected that. Having said that, in terms of the acceptance, the form of the motion itself determines whether or not future changes will apply to the town's acceptance. Formally. Now, the other side of it, we actually had quite a discussion about it, because we changed things and then put it back, and then. So here's what we said. This article is enacted under authority granted by the town's adoption of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 8L, and the Home Rule Amendment. So, our position was, because we started adding as amended to this section, and then we say, wait a minute, how does as amended impact the authority to enact this bylaw? And the answer is it doesn't. It doesn't matter what future changes are to MGL. The town's authority was granted by the adoption of any form of 8L, and some of the powers here are related specifically to the most recent version, excuse me, of 8L. But the authority to enact this bylaw was performed by the town's adoption of 8L.
In the footnotes, do you have that it was originally adopted as 8L and then the amended adoption of the amended 8L or whatever? Because I wonder, I think that this is hopefully a unique case where a portion of MGL that the town has already adopted, the original motion did not say and as amended, I don't think, and I think that that's why we went back and had to re-adopt 8L. But if 8L were to significantly change in
another 10 years.
2030, then we don't have record of which version of 8L we're currently working with. Does that make sense?
Yes, except Yeah. I mean, we put it here. That's not the formal document. We have documentation about when it was accepted by the town. We have formal documentation as to when the bylaw was adopted and amended. So we know what the version was at that time.
But I guess is there value to including in the footnotes what, and like I said, I think that this hopefully is a fairly unique case in that MGL changes significantly and requires either an as amended verbiage in the first place or an amended acceptance. I don't know.
But, so my question is going to be, in 10 years, what difference does it make? In 10 years, who's going to care what the version of AL was here versus there, other than deciding on the powers? And if, when this bylaw is re-amended, it will be with respect to that version of 8L.
Well, but isn't it almost grandfathered in? So if it's just 8L is amended and it stays 8L, we go by whatever the most recent version is regardless. It's still the same section.
But the as amended doesn't change the authority to enact the bylaw, which is what this says.
So I think when 8L, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, I think when 8L was significantly changed at the state level, it significantly expanded AgCom's powers.
Mhm.
And that went before town to accept the new version of 8L with the
Okay.
expanded powers.
Right.
So
Okay.
And this, in fact, is the bylaw that enacts those powers, that enables those powers.
Exactly.
Without this, I don't know that let me not say that out loud. I'm not sure about that. So,
And so I guess my question is if in 2030, 8L is amended significantly to even further, and I'm using it as an example, further
I understand.
expand AgCom's powers, then if the town goes to bylaws and says, oh, well, it's enacted under 8L, therefore it's there's no footnote that it was as amended at this date, and those powers.
But that's why I'm questioning if it's just 8L and there isn't an actual version 1 or
Right.
version 2, is it just assumed that if they make another revision in
the current
2030,
8L.
that it's the current one, we already adopted it, so those updated amended powers apply under
and
this
it will
bylaw?
depend on town council's advice at that time, is all I
Okay.
can say. Because town council could say, yeah, it's fine, just like this, you're fine. And if the town also needs to adopt a new 8L, then the town council will say that.
Okay.
Can we put in here saying that as laws change, this amends or adopts to the current law? I don't know
No,
if
we
that's what
can't,
we're
we
asking or
cannot
not,
do
but-
that here. That has to be in the motion to adopt the law.
I was gonna say, it all depends on the motion at town meeting.
That's right.
And so that's why
So I can't put anything here that will change the authority and scope of the AgCom as MGL changes. I can't do that here.
and I think that's why I'm questioning, is there value to putting in the footnote that 8L was, it was adopted originally, and then an amended version was adopted. Do you have the dates of, because that was just a couple years ago.
No, I don't have that. I mean, I could have Anita find it.
But do you know what I mean, to show that, like, these are the powers
At
that
this
are,
time, yeah.
right,
The laws that existed at this date and time.
and that the town has come up with, to kind of reaffirm that the town is operating under the current version of 8L and not the previous version of 8L. Because there was a town action meeting taken to authorize those expanded powers. Does that make sense?
We'll talk to the committee.
You got me, Leah.
And that's it for AgCom. Public ways, clarification language specifying regarding emergency vehicle. Yes, so we did this. Oh gosh, now I'm not even showing it. Public ways. Go here. So the first part's the same, any vehicle can be towed for any vehicle interfering with snow or ice removal. We added another one for interfering with emergency services or blocking the fire hydrant. Both of those were brought up in the meeting, we put them both in. I don't think we made, although this was done at the last meeting, so you figure I'd remember, but you'd be wrong. So I don't think we changed anything in obstructing. But after reviewing, remembered that this includes the snow and ice thing that was a separate element in the original bylaw. Scenic roads. Okay, we did quite a bit here to, I think, make this more clean.
Yeah, I had in my notes to reorg it, just
Yeah.
kind of.
So, oh, come on, stop flashing. Is that flashing over here? Oh, maybe I should actually, no, fine. So, Planning Board, Conservation Commission, or Historical Commission may recommend to the Select Board that a road or portion thereof be designated as a scenic road, or such designation be removed. So we moved that section up top as the introduction. It's not just, it wasn't an abstract, the town board, because the town board has to be one of these three.
Right.
Much of this these subsections are the same. That body will hold a public information meeting 7 days before you make a recommendation, and notice needs to be placed. Upon recommendation or request of the appropriate town body, the select board shall consider placement of an article to the next town meeting warrant. And I don't think there are any other changes here, because
The only change I have here was it says is subject to a fine each week until the violation is remedied.
oh, thank you, I forgot about that, so we
changed
did
that
in
to-
fact just we stripped out each week, because there's
It
no
just said
value in
fine.
putting that here, it's in the fine table.
Okay, subject to a fine.
Thank you for reminding me, Harry, I did forget about that.
And just for clarification, the planning board adoption and Carrie, like oversight is violations and penalties is MGL specific, right? That per MGL, it
All
falls
of
to
them are
planning board.
MGL. Tree warden is also MGL. Discussion procedure, I'm sure it's a well-known. Yeah, well, Tamika did put up the page about scenic roads, great. There's consistency of fines done.
Yep.
I did modify the footnote in this bylaw and rewrote a little bit even more. Driveway permits are required from the town along routes 56 and 68.
Question, Peter. When was it amended on February 16th, 2024?
That's the
Dear-
proposed amendments,
yeah,
that's the proposed.
That's the next date of amendment.
Assume, when we have our select board, our public, or our special bylaw town meeting on
Oh,
February 16th, that's when that would be.
oh, so this is, when we submit it, that'll
That's
be,
right.
okay,
That is the proposed date of amendment.
okay. Yeah, I see that at the bottom, got it added.
So I think. Right, we did not get to stormwater, and there are other things we need to talk about in stormwater. In fact, I think there's also something outstanding on driveways maybe that we needed to talk about, because we ended up having a deeper discussion, but Lynn's not here to remind me. Because I know we did a lot of work and then we stopped because we were out of time and it was just
I
too
think one
hard
of
a
the
discussion.
questions for private, or driveways to roads was what about private roads to a public road? So it's not necessarily a
okay.
driveway, but it's a public or private.
So I asked that question around and I've got the answer. The answer is there is no permit from the DPW to connect a road to a road, those are only done in the context of subdivisions. And subdivisions have their own rules. Actually, you know what, we did go further than this, so we should keep going. So as part of the subdivision permitting process is the inclusion of evaluation of the road interface to the road. Interface of the new road to the currently existing road.
And I think our specific question, and I used the Glenwood Place extension as an example. I don't know how many other possibilities there could be. What's considered a shared driveway versus a private road. I know it's, but I think of even like the conversations around Hilltop and everything, and what that would look like connecting to a public road. Cause that's not currently.
Hilltop? Yes, it is.
It's a subdivision now.
Yeah, they've been going for a subdivision for a while. In fact, it may have even been approved by now. I've lost track of time, but I'm pretty sure that's been approved.
Okay, but in an instance such as that
Yeah.
didn't get, because originally it was not going to be a subdivision.
It wasn't gonna be a subdivision because every house had its own driveway initially. And then they changed it to go with what we are calling a road that is going to be private. And it's too many to be a common driveway, so it is a road. Only they're not calling it a road, I think they're calling it a right of way, which is even weirder, but hand wave, planning board was on top of that. But because it was treated as a subdivision in terms of permitting,
Okay.
then that was followed.
I couldn't follow how, with the back and forth, I couldn't remember if it had ultimately ended up a subdivision or not.
Right. Discussing release of, oh yeah, I never added that. I haven't done that yet. Did we change that? I don't remember changing stormwater management, so let's take a look. No, don't do that, you have to do this. Stormwater. I need to remember what we're talking about. It's been a long day. Section 10. Nope, no, so we didn't do this one at all. So I'm not sure we've gotten. Oh, that's right. That's right, we didn't do this because we were still discussing individual weirdnesses about renaming roads. Street names, that's where the committee is right now in its review. You don't have a question, but we had a question about who has legal authority to be involved in changing a street name or even naming of streets. And where we have right now, planning board or its designee, there is discussion in the committee as to whether or not that's the way it really ought to be, or if we should authorize other boards to be involved. Although I'm not for that, the committee itself is gonna make a decision about that as our first topic of the very next meeting. So we didn't get to stormwater. And what else didn't we? We didn't get water use restrictions. Oh, and that's it, that's all that's done, plus of course all our comments today. But I don't see an issue in 10, in either of those for stormwater. We'll have to establish a policy as to what would be allowed, not allowed during drought conditions, that's, okay.
That's a policy
Yep.
thing, not a.
Feel free. Yes, and we talked about authority and adding designee, we'll do that a lot, adding a footnote stating that we have a bylaw regarding underground spread, oh, I see, right. And so again, we just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. And I think, I don't know how the rest of the board feels. The remaining outstanding considerations here that we see here are not of major import, they were just questions that we had for clarification. I don't think it's a huge discussion point. And the conversations based on today's meeting, I think was kind of, a little bit also policy-based, if the door-to-door solicitation, if we can work with the chief, the police chief for policy.
Yep.
The right to farm, there was some kind of enforcement authority questions around that, I think, and everything, but I don't see anything of significant conversation from today. Do you have anything, Peter, that would require additional significant conversation from a select board? Do we
I
have
don't think so. I mean, just reviewing all my notes here. Most of this is straightforward.
Is there
It's
anything-
simple discussion.
Harry, Paul, Jen, that you guys remember from our conversations today that you feel very strongly that you want additional clarification from the ad hoc bylaw committee?
Thank you for asking. Yeah, because I have under stormwater management, and I'm trying to figure out why I wrote this down. It must have been somewhere. And I had be careful of leases under this bylaw by the town as owner, under stormwater.
I think that was the leased land whether it's marsh or the fire station or the historical society.
Well, any town-owned land,
Exactly.
sure, that the town decides, that plot of
Field
land up on
space.
68, whatever.
Right.
You're right, and the landowner becomes the town, and therefore the town, the town becomes responsible for stormwater violations.
Right.
Becomes the backstop, if you will, because if the operator to whom we lease just evaporates and there are violations, the town's gonna end up being responsible for recompense. Or remediation especially, yep,
And that's the same for private individuals also.
absolutely.
And the town, I guess I'm talking about leases where the town is the owner, but I don't know if we've actually leased that land or not. Because the town is responsible for all leases, i.e. the select board's responsible for all leases. I guess where stormwater management is concerned, I guess that was my issue, to be careful of how we give out leases.
There needs to be strong language in the lease, new language, because stormwater is relatively new compared to the town's ownership interests. And so the town in its leasing of land absolutely needs to have strong language and perhaps a bond, perhaps. I don't know if that's the right way to go, but in case there is a violation. And that might be subject to what the nature of the leasing company does,
But if that's the case, we would go through legal, I assume, in writing the lease to do that, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But I think it's a good point that came up in our meeting, Harry, that the landowner is ultimately the ultimate responsible party. And so if everything else evaporates, it falls to whomever owns the land.
And I guess if we are the landowner and we lease that property, then we become responsible for any problems that happen for
That is
stormwater.
correct.
Yes.
And that's, I guess, where I'm concerned about the leasing paperwork itself and the process of who we do it. Okay.
So I mean, if I were to think about a couple different, if you were to set up on 68 an office building with software engineers, they're not gonna spill hazardous material, there won't be illicit discharges. If you were to lease it to a car painting company, it's just something that comes to mind, there's a lot of hazardous material there, which means that there is a risk to the town in managing bad events there. Yep.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that doesn't mean you can't lease it to somebody who represents risk. The town needs to manage its risk.
Right.
But that's no different than,
Anything else?
Anything else, yeah.
But I think it's good to document, to point out, because that was the thing, it's fairly new, right? Stormwater is new, so.
Yeah.
and it's gonna get more complicated before we're done. I mean.
I mean, we only allocated half the money that we need for stormwater, so it really is new.
Paul, did you have anything, either from previous conversations that you felt still are outstanding to be discussed or from today?
Like I said, I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Do you have any,
Huh?
do you have any other questions or,
Not relative to that, no. In other words, yeah, I've understood what you're talking about as far as the leasing and this sort of thing is concerned, but yeah. Stormwater management, Yeah, I've been down that road with Gary, so we know.
Is this what we're left hanging fire? Were these the items we're left hanging fire, Peter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think do we have a list of any of the policies to be updated or created that we need to make sure are done?
I would look through this document for the word policy, cause I think it's
Well,
pretty clear.
I was gonna say this document and your completed
True.
final
Excuse me.
recommended bylaw changes, because I think we've had some that have been pulled out of here. This document, this kind of work, review
Right.
in process, and so if we can do that, and that way that helps us as a board figure out our policies, and we know we have some of them coming,
Yeah.
and then also, but we can also look for a list of what we have and may need to update, or what we need to create, or
Right.
need to ask the police chief to work on, or
I just wanna make sure that they're done so that if these go through, we have those policies in place.
and I would feel more comfortable
Drop those.
presenting bylaws, the bylaw changes to town,
Yes.
saying that we have at least a draft, maybe
Yeah.
not sharing the draft until it's approved,
Yeah.
but showing that there is work, so that by the time they work through the AG's office
Yep.
and everything, there's going to be a policy adopted, and policies are easy to amend.
Yep.
So if there's changes that need to happen, it's a lot less challenging to do than,
Yeah, absolutely.
I would
think
want
with
to.
all the work and effort that's gone into this, I think that the February meeting should go by relatively easily.
That wishful thinking?
Yeah.
You don't think so?
I don't think,
I don't know.
I think with the massive changes, I don't see not having problems. But my hope is that with the public information meetings, we can get through a lot of it in the same way as a lot of the
I would
problems.
be including that in my thinking, but yeah.
Yeah,
And that is my hope, that we can deal with it. But it would be overly optimistic for me to believe that there won't be some controversy about something. And the worst part will not be the TA bylaw, cause we know that. It'll be connecting driveway to roads. It will be
Something that
insanely
we don't- right.
complicated.
Something
You just
that-
can't
yeah.
predict.
And I do want to, I wanna reiterate, and I think I wanna reiterate my appreciation for everyone working on this. I know I say it all the time, and also, I think we've had really good discussions, and I think also we're at a point that even if Harry and I don't agree on the CIPC, I can still support it going forward. It's still a point that I can talk about and have for future consideration, just as Harry can, or but I think that the work that has been done has been very consensus building, and I appreciate that, so.
Well, that's where I was coming from, yeah. Yeah, looking at it from that point, consensus building and.
I mean, this board has accomplished something that no other board has in 50 years?
1951.
80 years, looking at all the bylaws,
In
taking
fact-
the time, meeting 6 times a month. I mean, nobody has done this.
Harry, to be fair, no select board has ever done this before, because the last ones were prepared by another committee and presented by the committee to town meeting. Which means I don't have documentation, I haven't looked for it, but I have no reason to believe the select board reviewed those bylaws to the depth at which this board has reviewed these bylaws.
I mean, the town may never know or appreciate the effort that this board took to do this year, because not only do we have our overall responsibilities, now we took on a bylaw responsibility, and then maybe a policy responsibility. I can't even think about the last board that got all that done.
And I wanna, and I think the ad hoc bylaw committee has done tremendous work
Oh,
also in reaching out with
absolutely.
the boards and commissions and department heads to really try to work through everything also. And our staff, like our town administrator and our executive assistant and our department heads and other staff have really been key in helping us, this board, as well as the ad hoc bylaw committee through the years, work to get it where it has. So it's been a whole team effort, and I really
I'm not faulting any other board. I'm just saying that we raised the bar on this stuff.
Well, and I think it's been you know,
Well, besides all that, it's been a year of change here too, so I mean, you know, there's been a lot of change going on in town and we've been doing this on this as well, so in other words, you know, yeah, we've looked at a lot of things here. Besides bylaws.
That's what I mean.
so I just wanted to, you know, I know I say it all the time, and I truly
You
mean
do.
it, and I truly mean it, and I see it as a very collaborative whole town government effort and not.
I feel bad for Tom. He missed a great discussion tonight.
Maybe some good food.
Yeah.
So, Peter, how are you feeling about wrapping things up to get to legal in time for everything?
I have confidence that we will have bylaws to legal probably late next week. I'm very confident with that, because
Okay.
nobody wants to wait, and we don't have time to wait anyway, so.
And I would just ask that when they go off to legal, to loop Austin in, and just so that way he can also communicate to legal that, hey, we have town meeting dates set. I think
Well,
town
they
council,
know.
well, I think town council is aware and will be in attendance, but just as another reiteration from the administrator point also.
Okay.
So
we-
for our meeting on Monday night, we do not I don't think we have any bylaw stuff
I
planned.
didn't see anything on the agenda.
Yeah, cause I was hoping we would get through it all today.
Yeah.
So I think if there's anything that comes, Peter, out of the ad hoc committee, then please let us know, and we would unfortunately be looking at a special select board meeting. I would advocate to not have it, but if we needed to, I don't wanna stall things.
Honestly, I don't think there's any, I mean, again, most of this is just make a decision to do or not. You know,
Right.
before, the Saturday before or after, that's just a decision that needs to be made, and we're done. And that's the most, I think, the most controversial, the one of everything that's on this list.
Okay.
So, is there
And
anything,
then I need to freaking publish The World again.
yeah,
Get everything on the, yeah.
so does anybody have anything else bylaw, policy driven, related, that's kind of
Not to this meeting, not at all.
so,
Motion to adjourn?
I was gonna say I would gladly accept the motion. We have a motion by Harry, is there a second?
I will second.
Just second by Jen. I'm not gonna entertain any discussion. We will do a roll call. Harry.
Second, aye.
Matt's and I.
Ledger I.
Whitman, aye. Thank you.
Yay.
Adjourned at 6:13.